gotta backtrack. And you should've kept my name out your mouth. That's though how it all turned out. When you try to use my name for clout, keep on going, give me something you could talk about.
Hello everybody, good morning. Yeah, I am running late. I did my best. Starting a little bit earlier today than the last couple days because every time I don't want blankie, every time I'm going live, it's like stuff's already like been happening all freaking morning. Yeah, that is Kid Cudi on the thumbnail. That is not AI to my knowledge. I think that's a real picture. All right. So where are we? It's Wednesday, May 21st, 8:37 a.m. Eastern time. And what are we doing today? So yesterday, where we left off in the Diddy trial was Diddy's, the raid on Diddy's Miami home. Now, previously in the trial, I believe it was, I don't even remember if it was this week or last week at this point. Technically, this is week 3 of the trial. However, the first week was jury selection. So I'm not sure that everybody's counting that as week 1. That is how I started counting it. So that's how I'm going to keep going. And that being said, it is the second week of testimony. So where we left off was the special agent. He now works for the Department of Homeland Security's National Security Division. But last year in March, he was working for the Homeland Security Investigations Trafficking Division, both the Human Trafficking Division, both sex trafficking and labor trafficking. And he was the person who was responsible for inventorying and specifically laying eyes on every single piece of evidence that they did get from Diddy's Miami mansion. Now, just remember, y'all, Miami mansion was not the only one raided. Also raided, excuse me, was where I mean, I don't know, raided, but like searched, also searched was Diddy's hotel room in New York City in Manhattan. The what was it? The Hyatt Park Hyatt Regency or something like that. I don't exactly remember, but we did see some pictures from that so-called raid. What else? California. His California house was also raided. So it's 3 locations. So earlier in the trial, I literally cannot remember if it was this week or last week. I think it was last week. I think it was Friday that the Officer Yassine Binda, who was the one who searched and did the subpoenas for the New York one, she testified already. Maybe it was last week, maybe it was earlier this week. I really can't remember at this point. It's all a blur. But yeah, we have not yet heard from the person who raided from anybody about the Los Angeles homes. I think it's only just been the New York hotel and the now we're in the middle of the testimony of the guy who did the Miami mansion. Okay, so yeah, well, you should be. Punk Rocks girl said she's been watching my BJ Investigates video about bots, and now I'm suspicious of all of you. You should be. There's bots everywhere. Okay. There's bots everywhere. Believe only, your own intuition in the Lord. Okay. So I do have some different things up. Look, I wanted to go into the Pacer to see if anything's been filed or anything's been put onto the docket for the Diddy case. See, the trial itself doesn't start till 9 a.m. each morning. So like I said, y'all, every single day when I'm getting on here, I'm like, oh my God, they already started. I'm behind. I'm like huffing and puffing, like trying to keep up. So I tried to get here a little bit earlier today. I am looking up the docket right now because I want to see if they've been filing anything in here. Watching me like 15 things. Oh my God, it is a bunch of stuff. Okay, so let me show y'all. Just before we get started on reading tweets from the trial. Y'all, I did a whole investigation on Star Island. I never made the video, but I have so much investigation on it. Okay, here's the docket. As you can see, there is a notice of appearance for Jonathan Bach. All right, now we have a bunch of stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4 things from yesterday. So let's look at this order. First of it is an order. Let's just open it. Document 342. The court is in receipt of a letter from the press requesting the email communications from the parties regarding evidentiary and other issues should be docketed. By May 27th, the parties should docket any correspondence to and from the court concerning evidentiary objections or applications for relief to the extent they have not been docketed. The party making the application is responsible for docketing correspondence by the end of the week. So he did kind of tighten up okay, so what we're looking at here is an order from the judge. Inner City Press is the one who filed the motion to make all this stuff public, which, I mean, I don't think he should have had to file that motion. I think it should have been just public in the beginning. And then the order that the judge made was very vague, and it left a lot of room for them to just basically not follow it. So I'm like, all right, well, that's not going to work. And so the judge is kind of seemingly tightening up that order here, saying exactly when these things should be docketed. End of the week, I'm assuming, means Friday, but like, they are filing things every single day here. And he does say the party making the application, the party who's sending the email, those are the ones in each respective case who are responsible for docketing the items, meaning like making them public. All right, well, that's, I still think, not really quite good enough, but he is trying to tighten it up a little, it seems. All right, let's look at the next document. I don't want to get behind on the documents. I want to make sure that we are actually looking at them from pitch a fit about them not making them public. I'm going to look at them when they do make them public. The motion to dismiss at docket 152 was resolved by the opinion at docket 325. Okay, so there was some kind of motion to dismiss by Diddy. The court addressed it at docket 325. What are we on? 20 documents ago. The letter at 327, again, 15 or so documents ago, was addressed on the record May 13th. Okay, so this is just another administrative telling the clerk to terminate some of the open orders because the judge says he already did address them. We have another order. So these all mostly seem to be orders. Look at this. They were trying to subpoena Cassie. Diddy was trying again, and Inner City Press did make a tweet about this. He's really leading the charge here, but he was kind of like, well, good freaking thing that he's like, good thing that I asked for this stuff to be undocketed because apparently they were trying to subpoena Cassie for something. Look at this. The court has reviewed Diddy's application for a subpoena. The responses by the government and Cassie and so the government has responded to Diddy's subpoena. What subpoena, you might be wondering? Good freaking question, because it's not in the docket yet. It's all secret off the freaking record, which I think is preposterous. But some subpoena Diddy tried to issue to Cassie. Now, the government did respond to the subpoena, and also so did Cassie, probably through her lawyer, Doug Wigdor. And the defense, Diddy, responded back to Cassie's response. None of this appears to be on the record, okay? The only thing we get on the record is this order, and maybe it's the judge finally realizing, oh, somebody's actually looking at me. He might have went talk to some of his friends, some of his colleagues, and said, hey, how do y'all handle whenever people are trying to have super secret meetings? And maybe they said, it's unconstitutional. Maybe you should put the shit on the docket. Maybe. I don't know. All I can do is speculate. But in any event, the judge did deny whatever the super secret subpoena to Cassie was, okay? Look, all of the letters sent to the court regarding this application have to be put up to the public by, and again, he's given them so long to do this, by May 27th. So in 6 days from now, so basically a week from today. And so maybe in a week, we'll actually end up being able to piece together what this is. Now, I'm not hopeful because look at this little part right here that the judge says. With any appropriate redactions. Well, do y'all think that they're going to actually do appropriate redactions? Or do y'all think they're going to like over redact? Because I think they're going to over redact. Again, it's really giving a lot of leeway to these. I think, dishonest parties to just kind of decide what needs to be redacted and not. I don't think that the judge is really taking into consideration the fact that he is a federal court judge and this is the trial of the century and every single body is interested in what is being filed. Again, I could go on. Okay, and then the last one, we have a letter. Okay, interesting. Hold on. Interesting. We have a letter from the government. This was filed today, relating to the testimony of Dr. Dawn Hughes. Now, Dr. Dawn Hughes is technically, she's coming in to help bolster Cassie, I think. She's coming in to talk about the psychology of witnesses. She's coming in to talk about the psychology of specifically victims of abuse, domestic violence, things like that. And so there's this letter here about this doctor. The issue is there's actually quite a big issue here because this lady has already kind of the bed, all right? In some previous trials, she's kind of like not really been that great of a witness. She was in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. I think she actually treated Amber Heard. So she wasn't just coming in as a subject matter expert. She was actually coming in as like a doctor, like of the like someone treating physician. That being said, let's see what the government is saying. The government is trying to use her in this case as well. All right. I guess Diddy wrote a letter earlier. May. Okay. So yesterday, again, a bunch of super secret things are being filed. We're dealing with it yet again here. It's like every single issue is now just a secret. It feels like that. It feels like every single issue is now just a secret. Like, why can't the public know? The government writes in response to Diddy's letter earlier this evening. What do you mean? Where's the letter? Is it on the docket? No, it's not. Okay, where's the letter? Who knows? It's just floating out in the ether somewhere in super secret land. In its letter, the defendant, Diddy, raises concerns stemming from certain statements contained in Dr. Hughes's 3500 material. To be clear, 3500 material contains Dawn Hughes's statements, so this is like an expert witness, on the topics of her anticipated testimony, as well as other related matters that were discussed during her meetings with the government. The government has narrowly tailored the testimony to be elicited from Dr. Dawn Hughes in accordance with the court's order. She will not testify to any topics that are not covered by the court's order. And so we're already going to comply. We're already going to comply with the court's orders. So I don't know what Diddy is asking all this extra stuff for. Specifically, the court ruled that the doctor can testify to the following. She can testify to coping strategies, delayed disclosure, memory, and the testimony articulated in those sections of her disclosure. I'm including this category concerning the reasons why victims stay in relationships, which we addressed in the last hearing. Okay, so this is just like Diddy trying to every single day, we start the day off in the Diddy trial by Diddy and his lawyers trying to keep some evidence out of the trial. Every single day we start with Diddy trying to shout out to the mods in the chat, trying to get something excluded. Thank you. Shout out to the mods in the chat. Thank you to Birmingham, Leprechaun. Thank you to Diamond Rainbow, and thank you to Monica. Y'all, whoever else is in here, mods have like full authority to block and ban y'all, and I told him to do it with the quickness. So everybody better be on your best behavior, or else you're getting blocked. You do not get 1 strike, 2 strike, 3 strikes. You get no strikes, and that's just how it is. Okay. I don't think there was any Usher testimony. I know what you're talking about, Lucy. Okay. So that was all that was filed on the docket, which it does appear that there's a lot of super secret other stuff being filed on the docket. I do have a couple news sources up already. I have up The Independent. I have up USA Today. Let me see if anybody else is live. I do have up Inner City Press. And the testimony is, or the jury is set to come back into the courtroom in just about 10 minutes. I got the Washington Post up. Who else do I have up? Washington Post, The Independent. Let's do NBC News. We read those every day. Yesterday, Fox News was doing it, live updates. I didn't even know they were like in the Diddy trial, like on that coverage like that, live. They actually gave us some pretty good details about stuff. I am on, let me show y'all. I'm on Inner City Press's Twitter. It doesn't appear as though he has yet tweeted this morning about the Diddy trial. Like I said, again, it is the jury is not scheduled to even be in the courtroom. Testimony is scheduled to start in about 10 minutes, but I didn't want to feel rushed today. Now, who is expected to testify today? Well, for sure, we're going to get officer, special agent, whatever his title is, Gerard Gannon. He's the one who did the raid on Diddy's Miami house, Miami mansion, whatever you want to call it, the Star Island mansion. Now, this mansion is the one that Diddy did try to put up for collateral for getting out on bail. Diddy tried to put this up on collateral. He tried to say, look, if I put this up and I give my kids' passports up and I give this up and that up and try to sell my plane, can I stay out on bail? It was appraised by some company on the behalf of a client named TriStar Sports and Entertainment. So that is, of course, Lou Taylor. Oh, she owns that company. So we'll see if she comes up today. And it does appear like Kid Cudi might testify today. It's not certain he's going to testify today. The prosecutors said at the end of the trial day yesterday, as far as what I can understand or from what I read, that I'll sell my plane, let me out, exactly. They don't know if he's going to come up today or if he's going to come up tomorrow, but I anticipate that he probably is at least going to be at court. So let me look that up. Let's see. Kid Cudi court Diddy. 2 hours ago, the Mirror US. Oh my God, look at this. So this is the mirror.com. This is a story they put out, I guess today, earlier, 2 hours ago. Actually, about 20 minutes ago, I guess. P. Diddy trial, day 8, live. Kid Cudi due to testify after alleged Trump Tower freak-off. Okay. I'm trying to see what this Kurt Cobain. Oh. All right. Cool. All right. Okay. So this was posted just about, I guess, I don't know, 50, 40 minutes ago. Forensic psychologist who testified in Weinstein and R. Kelly trial. Okay, so Don Hughes was also in the R. Kelly trial. This lady specializes in sex trauma. She is expected to testify today. Okay, so according to the mirror.com, take with a grain of salt, this is basically a glorified tabloid, but I do like to read all different sources, except I'm not going to read something from my own personal op, Germania, whatever her last name is, because she likes to lie, and so no. In my opinion, she is a bold-faced, unmitigated liar, so we're not going to be reading anything she writes. If Daily Mail wants to put another author on the beat, maybe I'll read it. Okay, so this forensic psychologist testified in Weinstein trial, R. Kelly trial, and Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. She's expected to testify today. All right. She has served as an expert witness in a spate of high-profile cases, including Harvey Weinstein, R. Kelly, Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, and the Nexium sex cult leader, Keith Raniere. And she is not the only one who worked on that case that's familiar and that webs back to this case. Also, I believe I believe I remember reading the other day, Mark Agnifilo, who is Diddy's main lead attorney. He also represented Keith Rainier and I think Martin Shkreli. So these same lawyers just keep getting pulled back into the courts over the same issues and these same doctors. Okay, so we also get another update from Demetria Osei Tutu. Diddy's lawyers arrived to court about 20 minutes ago. The lawyers that make up Diddy's defense team were seen arriving at court after 8 a.m. in the morning. The lawyers include Xavier Donaldson, Mark Agnifilo, Jason Driscoll. Who's he? Brian Steele, and Alexandra Shapiro. Now, I did make a Twitter thread about how I did not find the Punisher to be a credible witness. We may read that and revisit it today. Okay, this said it was updated 22 minutes ago, but like, was it? It says updated 40 minutes ago, right? Okay, I guess this is all they have. The second week of Diddy's ST and racketeering trial continue. Okay, so no, this I don't know why it says updated 40 minutes ago when in fact it was not. Let's see what why was Diddy angry with Kid Cudi? So they are saying Kid Cudi is set to take the stand. Okay, so it looks like, all right. So what I've been able to put together from these articles, I'm just kind of reading. I'm not in court. I'm not in court any more than y'all are. Sometimes I do facial expressions. Sometimes I do misinterpret stuff, and then I try to correct myself. This is just live reactions and opinions to stuff, and I'm piecing things together the best I can. I'm not, any more of an expert than the next person, even though, I do have a little bit of legal training. I took the bar exam and stuff, but I went to law school, but I'm not like, and graduated and passed the bar, but I'm not practicing law. And certainly this type of stuff we're looking at right here was never my specialty. I was doing like business law. So I didn't think he was a credible witness either. So yeah, live, uncut, authentic. So don't take, that's why I put the little scrolly down here, y'all. I'm just trying to bring y'all what I'm hearing from all these different sources, what I'm reading from all these different sources. They are all public. I have no insider sources. I have no special knowledge of anything. Okay. I'm just reading articles and tweets and trying to piece it together using the education and the knowledge I have. Okay. But from doing that, what I think is going on is that this Gerard Gannon is going to continue his testimony today. They're going to call up then Dawn Hughes, the Dr. Dawn Hughes. I don't know how long she's going to be up. And then maybe after that is going to be Kid Cudi. And maybe they have mentioned other witnesses. There's this Mia who's going to come. There's maybe a chef. Wondering if that's going to be Chef Jordan. Not really sure. Okay, so now we're going to look and see if Inner City Press has tweeted anything yet. No. Still no. The jury is set to come in now. So let me see if I can pull up CNN. They have been doing live coverage. Yeah, they're on it. Good. All right, 12 minutes ago, the judge is on the bench. Okay, so the judge, look, this is why I wanted to do it earlier today, because usually I'm logging in and it's like, oh, yeah. You saw Big Gene yesterday, our Uncle Gene out there. I'm starting to call him right uncle. Okay. All right. So we'll start here. 31 minutes ago, CNN.com. Kid Cudi could testify as early as this week. Okay. So here's another little bit of a different version of the story from CNN. Lauren Del Val, Nikki Brown, and Eric Levinson. Prosecutors indicated yesterday that Kid Cudi, the recording artist, better known by his stage name, his real name is Scott Muscudi, could be called to testify as early as today. Special Agent Gerard Gannon is expected to return to the stand this morning, followed by two others, including a former. Okay, so we're getting a little bit more details. Let me get my notebook out here. just to help me remember. So Gannon, 2 others, including one former employee, and then Kid Cudi. So putting that together with what we already have been told, that means there's going to be a former employee, then probably Dr. Don Hughes. So let's start with who is on the stand. So we have Gerard Gannon. He's still on the stand. He still has to finish direct. He has to do cross-examination. If there's a redirect, if there's a recross, if there's, if all that, then you're going to have 2 more people come through at least before Kid Cudi. So one of them is a former employee. And I'm assuming from the other sources that we read that one of them is going to be Dr. Don Hughes. Okay, so after the court adjourned, prosecutor Maureen Comey, who I'm very suspicious of her, y'all. The girl is my age, all right? And look, listen, I'm like in the top 1% of elite intelligence and capabilities in the whole entire world. I know I am. Nobody's going to convince me otherwise. I've already been to school with the best and the brightest, et cetera, et cetera. And there is absolutely no way it would be responsible at all in any way to put me as the lead prosecutor or the lead defense attorney of anything. So Maureen Comey, I mean, there's really no reason why she's the lead attorney on this case. She's too young. She's just too young. I think Judge Subramanian's too young to be the judge on this case, although I do think he's doing a great job. Hopefully Maureen can do a better job here than she did with keeping Jeffrey Epstein alive, but I'll digress. After the court adjourned yesterday, Maureen Comey said Kid Cudi is also slated to testify, but he may not take the stand until tomorrow morning. In her testimony last week, Cassie testified that Diddy was irate whenever he learned that she was briefly dating Kid Cudi. Cassie said she broke it off with him after Diddy assaulted her and threatened even more violence on her and the rapper. And remember, he said he was going to blow up Kid Cudi's car. And according to Cassie's testimony, I mean, I wasn't there. I didn't hear him say this, but Cassie testified and Diddy said he was going to blow up Kid Cudi's car because of it. She said she was in the middle of a freak off. And Diddy was looking at her phone, looking at her emails with somebody. Maybe it was Capricorn, whatever her name is, Clark or whatever her name is. But it's all kind of starting to blur together to me now. There was she was in the middle of freak off. Diddy looked at her phone or looked at her computer, basically looked through her emails somehow, saw that she was somehow got information about dropping a little toiletries bag off or something. And that alerted Diddy that Cassie was dating Kid Cudi. He really didn't like it that Kid Cudi was like another entertainer in the music industry. He found that to be profoundly disrespectful. And so he allegedly, according to Cassie's testimony, threatened to, well, he beat Cassie up, but then he also threatened, according to testimony, to blow up Kid Cudi's car. This may be where the arson charges are coming in, et cetera, et cetera. So now we're going to have Kid Cudi say his part. We got a new update from CNN. Diddy is in the courtroom. What's he wearing today? Well, hold on. We didn't go in order. Okay. So 19 minutes ago, a special agent who searched Diddy's home in 2024 will be back on the stand soon. Gerard Gannon, a special agent in charge on the ground for the search of Diddy's Florida home, is expected to continue to testify when court resumes this morning, which is basically now. Gannon, with Homeland Security Investigations, testified yesterday, which was Tuesday, about the search of Diddy's Miami Beach home, in which they found pew-pew, ammunition, and baby oil. He said about 80 to 90 law enforcement agents participated in the search because of the size of the property. 17 minutes ago, the judge was on the bench, but Diddy had not yet been brought into court. The court was expected to get underway this morning with more testimony from Gerard Gannon, the special agent in charge on the ground at the Miami search. And Diddy finally arrived in the courtroom 4 minutes ago, so right around exactly at 9 o'clock. Lawyers for both sides are engaging with the judge. All right, so they're arguing already, as I suspected, and as they have been doing. Let's see if we have any updates here. We are going to be looking at the Mirror US. This is not a source that we look at every single day. But I do think I've used this source in the past. Most recent update from NBC was just this one update here. I mean, they did one That was like a recap of yesterday. So look, NBC is reporting something different. Kid Cudi is expected. This is David K. Lee an hour ago, NBC. Oh God, we have freaking Chloe Malos wanting to throw her hat in the ring. I can't trust nothing she says either. Kid Cudi expected to testify today. So today, all right. So some sources are saying that he's expected to testify as early as today. Some are saying he's expected to testify today. It does appear there's going to be 2 other witnesses before him. Based on what's being reported, I think it's safe to say that the expectation is that he will be testifying today, but it probably wouldn't be until this afternoon. However, he may testify tomorrow morning if things today take longer than expected. Rapper, look, this is David K. Lee from NBC News, and he has really been on the case. I mean, we definitely read from him every single day. So it says rapper Kid Cudi and forensic psychologist Dawn Hughes are expected to take the witness stand later today. The artist, whose real name is Scott Muscati, was mentioned several times in testimony yesterday. Diddy became infuriated when he learned that his then girlfriend, Cassie, had been spending time with Kid Cudi. Her mother said, okay, so Diddy became infuriated. So Cassie's mom testified yesterday. She was witness, I think, I don't even remember, 7, 8. She testified yesterday that Diddy became infuriated whenever he learned that Cassie, his quote, then girlfriend, which like, what is a girlfriend if you're not, it's hard for me. Like, I know that like, people have polyamory or whatever, like they have like multiple girlfriends or whatever. But, like, what is a girlfriend if you're not like monogamous to them? Like, I need a definition. Was Cassie actually Diddy's girlfriend? I mean, it's something I'm starting to wonder. Was she simply more just his plaything? What is a girlfriend if she can't come around your family? What is a girlfriend if she can't come to your parties, your professional networking events, your family event? Like, what is it? Like, at what point you're dating her for 11 years as your girlfriend? I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I do use this brush to scratch my nose. I'm not sorry about it. If you don't like it, get off my channel. Combs became infuriated. Okay. So then that prompted, whenever Diddy was infuriated to find out that Cassie was dating Kid Cudi all of a sudden, that prompted Diddy to demand $20,000 from Cassie's mom for blackmail materials, is what Cassie described it as on the stand. Of Cassie. It was like, tapes of her. Then they do a recap. Diddy's lawyers arrived to court after 8 a.m. We have another new update. Who is Kid Cudi? 41-year-old Grammy winning rapper. Oh, day and night. Okay, cool. Cassie testified last week that Diddy kicked her in the back at his house. After finding out she was cheating on him with Kid Cudi in her lawsuit, she also told... In her lawsuit, Cassie said Diddy told her during Paris Fashion Week in 2012 he was going to blow up Kid Cudi's car after finding out about the affair. Around that time, Kid Cudi's car did explode in his driveway. Woo. All right, let's go to Inner City Press and see if he's on the beat yet. He has started. Okay, they're fighting. They're arguing. Coming as a surprise, definitely not to me. Okay, so Inner City Press, shout out to him. I do have his Twitter linked in the description box below permanently. So y'all can go to his Twitter and he has all his links linked there. The Substack, the Patreon. He has a Twitter subscribers. He has a YouTube channel. So y'all can support him there with that. Okay, so new ebook. Okay. U.S. versus Sean Combs, Day 8, Star Island search, expert Dawn Hughes, and maybe Kid Cudi. I think there's also going to be a former employee, too. The judge says the defense letter about Dr. Dawn Hughes preserves your objections, but the defense letter is not in the docket. which we did already discuss. I kind of went through that earlier. So if you are confused about that, you're just joining. You can rewind and watch that, or you can go back and watch that after the live stream. Okay. When Dr. Hughes is on the stand, the judge says, I'm sure Mr. Bach, okay, the brand new lawyer, he just came on yesterday. The judge says, I'm sure Mr. Bach, the brand new lawyer, can raise that in cross-examination. So they're arguing about, they're arguing about something. Again, it's super secret, off the docket, off the record, and who knows what, but it's something to do with Dr. Don Hughes' testimony. And the judge is like, not going to rule on it right now yet. He's not going to say, yes, for sure it can come in. No, for sure it cannot come in. He said he's going to decide when Don Hughes is on the stand. It seems, again, this is total tea leaf reading, because first of all, I'm not an expert. Second of all, it's all super secret. Third of all, I'm not actually hearing what they're actually saying. I'm just reading tweets. So let's go to the Independent and see if they've updated anything. We can kind of try to like piece it together maybe. Okay. So 8 minutes ago, Diddy arrived in court. He was now escorted. Whoa. Whew. Lord. Escorted into the courtroom. The jury is yet to be seen 9 minutes ago. Attorneys from both sides are talking to the judge, and that's probably why the jury has yet to be seen. Let's see if USA Today is actually going to be doing live updates or not. Sometimes they act like they're going to be doing live, and it's like not really. It's just like old news over and over. Yeah, like this. Okay, let's go to Washington Post. Nothing new there. Maybe I need to restart with the Washington Post thing. Hold on. Here we go. Let's try this one maybe. Yeah. All right. Now this is the right one. Okay. Here we go. I'm just making sure. Yeah, they keep on mentioning Tanea Wallace. She claims she went to a Diddy party and saw little people there. Little Harajuku Barbies. I mean, it was interesting because she wouldn't like outright say that, yeah, they were kids. She was like, little people. So it's like, were they little people? Were they adults that were small? Like, I don't know. Anyway, so 16 minutes ago, the courtroom had opened. The lawyers for the prosecution and the defense were in a huddle. Diddy had yet to be escorted in. It's unusual to see his lawyers in the courtroom. Without him, he's often conferring with them by this time. 12 minutes ago, Diddy just entered the courtroom, embracing his attorneys per usual. He gives them a hug every day. He makes his way to the defense table. It appears as though he is once again wearing a light-colored sweater. He has preferred lighter colors since the trial began, and he's now wearing khakis, girl. He ain't even trying to dress up. He don't even have one suit. He didn't ask for one single blazer. He was wearing sweaters and collared shirts and khakis and slacks. He didn't even ask for a blazer. All right. Oh, okay, let's go to Inner City Press. All right, here we go. We got another tweet. The judge asks, what about these text messages involving Cassie and buying substances in Boston? The Fed said, we think that's irrelevant, but if they redact it, it's not hearsay that she was in Boston on her own. I think that's why Agnifilo wants it in. So there's some type of, Okay. Whoa. Okay. So boom, boom, boom. Right in a row. We're talking about text messages that show Cassie apparently bought substances. We're talking about Kim Porter's death. gaining sympathy for Diddy, and we're talking about Kid Cudi. Boom, boom, boom. So let's read it in turn. The assistant U.S. attorney and the feds do not want any text message evidence coming in that shows that Cassie bought substances in Boston. It seems like Agnifilo and them do want it in. Again, all super secret, all off the docket. I've never seen anything like this. It's preposterous. I don't want to have to harp on it every single time, but I just want to let y'all know this is preposterous and all of this is really supposed to be public. Okay. We're concerned. Okay. So then the U.S. attorneys are saying, okay, so alert, alert. We are being told, oh my God. Whoo, Lord. See this, I'm glad I came early on. We're being told Kid Cudi, alert, alert, breaking news, is not testifying today. Kid Cudi, I repeat, will not be testifying today. The assistant U.S. attorney just said it 42 seconds ago. It was tweeted by Inner City Press, period. So buckle up, Kid Cudi's tomorrow. Okay, so look at the assistant U.S. attorney talking about Kim Porter's death. She said, we're concerned that Kim Porter's death may be used to build sympathy for Diddy and lead jurors to believe that if he is convicted, his children may go into foster care or something. I don't know. She gets cut off. Again, the judge says, I'll think on it. So then they move to the next issue. As to Mr. Kid Cudi, that's just what I'm going to call him. Diddy's team is concerned about hearsay. The assistant U.S. attorney said, don't worry, Your Honor. Kid Cudi is not going to be testifying today. The judge said, did I miss something? Did I miss something? What do you mean he's not going to be testifying today? The assistant U.S. attorney said, oh, we sent you an email at 10:45 p.m., Your Honor. We sent an email at 10:45 p.m. And the judge is like, okay, I guess I missed that. And again, Inner City Press is not happy about it. Neither am I. He's like, this is also not in the record. Just yet again, just two different trials going on here. One for the public and one actual trial. That's what it looks like to me. So there was an email sent to the judge last night from the prosecutors. I don't know why on earth it wasn't in the freaking docket. This trial is going to get overturned. There's just no way you can do all this shit. Excuse me, this stuff in the back end like this. This is not a fair trial. This is not a fair trial. Sorry, it's not. A whole entire foundation of a fair trial is transparency. How can you have accountability if something goes wrong, if everything's being done and the judge is making very high stakes decisions based on super secret stuff? I told you I wasn't going to harp on it, but I seriously take it so personally. This is not okay. What the actual flying bleep? What the actual flying bleep? Ugh. Jesus, stop. Stop. Not everything needs to be goddamn secret. It's really starting to piss me off. It really, truly is. All of this is supposed to be public. Period. Period. Yes, even freak-offs. Yes, even freak-off tapes. They're supposed to be public. It's up to parties to make arguments for exceptions. I personally find those arguments to be compelling. I think the public should be willing to give up our right to see a freak-off tape if it's going to lead to justice. However, even that is supposed to be public. So these letters arguing and just simply informing the judge Kid Cudi's not testifying are supposed to be public. It's going to get overturned. The judge shouldn't be allowing this. He really shouldn't be allowing this. Anyway, he's not testifying today. All right, get the next witness, Mr. Gannon, and check on the jury. Jury's entering. I guess they decided to show up on time today. All right. So where we left off yesterday with this questioning, the last question of the day was, how high were the high heels in the closet? And he said they were like 7-inch high heels. All right. So like, just for y'all who don't know, like a sexy stiletto, like a really high heel that like kind of hurts your foot with, no platform or whatever, is about a 4-inch high heel. Most high heels are between, 2 inches, 3 inches. Once it gets to that 4-inch, you're talking about, high stiletto. If you want something taller than about a 4-inch heel, you're going to have to put a platform, one of them big chunky platforms up on it. So probably about a 3-inch platform. So now we're stepping into the category of pleasers. Now we're stepping into the category of what some might call stripper shoes. Why were they asking him about that? I don't know. But the line of questioning has resumed now. So he's back on the stand, and the assistant U.S. attorney says, Mr. Gannon, again, this is a Homeland Security special agent who did the raids on the Miami house, along with 80 to 90 other people. But this guy was like a lead guy because he was kind of in charge of and responsible for like actually laying eyes on all the evidence and making sure it was documented and making sure it was organized correctly and all that. All right, Mr. Gannon, let's continue with the items you seized on Star Island. GX215, what is this? High heels and SEX items in the master closet, he says. We do have, I think we had some updates from CNN. Yeah. All right. 4 minutes ago, prosecutors indicate Kid Cudi will not take the stand today. The prosecution just indicated that Kid Cudi will not take the stand today. Yesterday, they said that he would be called. In her testimony last week, Cassie testified Diddy was irate when he learned she was dating Kid Cudi. Cassie said she broke it off with Kid Cudi after Diddy assaulted her and threatened more violence on her. 2 minutes ago, CNN reporting special agent is back on the stand. Gerard Gannon, the Department of Homeland Security investigation special agent. He was in charge of the March 2024 search of Diddy's Miami Beach home. He's on the stand today to finish off the testimony that he started yesterday. We do have an expert witness coming up later today, Dawn Hughes, a board-certified forensic and clinical psychologist. She is supposed to testify on victim behavior and trauma. As an expert witness, she's likely to explain to the jury why victims remain in relationships, how victims cope in relationships, why they engage in delayed disclosure, meaning not telling anybody until much later, and the effect of trauma on a person's memory. Just in general, not anything specific, though. The judge ruled ahead of the trial that Hughes cannot opine on some topics. Some topics she's not allowed to talk about. They're off limits. She's going to refrain from sharing any specific opinions about the alleged victim's credibility in this case. She was not contracted to review the details of this case. She's only going to speak to the concepts of victim behaviors. Okay. Dawn Hughes has arrived at court. She arrived shortly before 9 a.m., so I guess about a half hour ago. She is at court, so it's all signs are pointing to she will be on the stand today. 4 minutes ago, court is in session. This is Marlena Linthang. Court is now in session, marking the 8th day of Diddy's trial. Okay. I'm just reading through the Mirror updates too, so we don't get behind on those. The judge and Diddy have arrived to court. This was 9:06, about 20 minutes ago. Kid Cudi will not take the stand today. They don't plan to take him to the stand today. I think there's going to be an employee today. I believe. I don't think Kid Cudi will be there today in court even. You know how sometimes they show up to court like they don't know if they're going to go on the stand or not? I don't think he's even going to be there. Let's go to the Washington Post. No, nothing new there. All right, let's go to Inner City Press. Okay, the most recent tweet that he has is still the most recent one that we read, which is this one. Okay. Let me get my other live sources up as well. Which other one do we usually look at? New York Post? I don't guess they're doing it today yet. What were the other ones that we saw? We did see Fox News yesterday, but I hadn't seen them doing that before. Oh, they are. They're doing it. They are. All right, here we go. Oh, cool. They have a little analysis over there too. Artist Fleetwood said, more than likely it's going to be the chef that's going to testify today. Thank you. Thank you for that input. You would think Young Miami would be testifying. Well, I'm wondering if that's the one missing. Green eyes. Maybe somebody in the chat can answer this. I bet. I think that the twins probably did live at the California house, but I really don't know. Corey said Diddy can still call shots from inside. He's dumb enough. Alexis, it's not that he's not testifying. That's not what they're saying quite yet. They're saying he is expected to testify, but not today. He's still, I believe, expected to testify tomorrow, but who knows what they had on the super secret note. Taz Gestos said Diddy's high heels. He's sitting in court hoping that they ain't gonna ask the size. What y'all think, they like 12 and a halves or something? That would be crazy if it was like Diddy was just like dressing up like a lady this whole time. I mean, it wouldn't really matter. Like, that's not illegal, but I'm sure he wouldn't want that to get out. But look at this Fox News analysis. Wow, they actually have some good analysis here. Now, take it with a grain of salt. It's Fox News. Like, take all of this with a grain of salt. That's why I want to except Inner City Press. I actually do believe that he's doing his best and like you can accurately trust him. But again, like, y'all need to make up your own minds on stuff. This is not me trying to tell you what to think. Conversation overheard by Diddy's personal assistant could be a window into his mind. The conversation that this former personal assistant, that's David James, recalled, where Diddy allegedly told a business associate, Cassie is good. I've got her right where I want her. Who was the business associate? I'm just thinking, was it Jay-Z? Was it Jimmy Iovine? Was it Kanye West? Who was it? Quote, the jury may be led to believe Diddy intentionally targeted Cassie for abuse and manipulation by exploiting her relative age and immaturity to prey upon her. His statements that he got her where he wanted her as a window into his mind, perhaps intent to make Cassie his personal SEX worker. This attorney, Adante Pointer, I bet you he's from Louisiana or Georgia. Adante Pointer. It certainly, he says, is a lawyer. He told Fox News Digital, it's certainly worth noting that an off-the-cuff comment is not the best evidence as to a person's true state of mind, as they have to be placed in the context of the circumstances surrounding the off-the-cuff statements. This isn't a statement under the penalty of perjury, so you got to take it with a grain of salt. Was Diddy intoxicated when he made the comment? What was the subject of the conversation it was made in? And whether the personal assistant has their own axe to grind against Diddy. This lawyer explained that that David James's warning to Cassie to get out of the relationship could be seen as proof that Cassie was made aware of the danger, yet purposefully continued to pursue the romantic relationship with Diddy. The jury may say this evidence is proof that she was fully aware of what she was getting into. Okay, interesting. 4 minutes ago, cross-examination of the Punisher reframes the disturbing power dynamics, but it is a risky move. The jury in the trial heard from the Punisher, a male exotic dancer who Diddy and Cassie allegedly paid for relations. They heard from him yesterday. I don't find him to be credible at all, namely because his own testimony contradicts itself. So I don't know which one to believe, because both statements came out of his mouth. For example, he said Diddy would sometimes give directions, including move the camera. But then later he said there was never any filming. So how could you move a camera if you never saw any filming? His own testimony contradicted itself. So I don't know what to believe. And that's not the only place he did it. He also said in other times that Cassie was very preoccupied with what Diddy wanted. She was paying attention to Diddy. When Diddy would give a direction, Cassie would wince. She would sigh. These indicate that she was uncomfortable. However, when asked directly, was Cassie uncomfortable during these freak-offs? Then, I guess, realizing he could make himself look pretty bad for doing something unconsensual, he's like, oh, no. She was never uncomfortable. Again, which one do I believe? I don't know. I don't believe either because I can't believe him. That's my opinion. Criminal defense attorney Duncan Levin explained that this strategy, though, by Diddy's team was risky. Diddy's team using this sex worker to suggest that Cassie's participation in the freak-offs was consensual, aiming to undermine her claims of coercion by presenting a third-party witness who has described her as willing and engaged. This is a former defense attorney for Harvey Weinstein who's talking about this. It's a classic credibility attack, trying to reframe the disturbing power dynamics as mutual behaviors, but it's a risky move. Even if the Punisher didn't see overt resistance, that doesn't negate the potential for psychological coercion, especially given that Cassie's testimony was about this control and abuse. But whether the jury buys it depends on how convincingly the prosecution reinforces the idea that consent under manipulation isn't real consent. We got an update from CNN. Let's see what they have to say. The special agent is on the stand. Okay, so 3 minutes ago, the jury sees photos of high heel shoes from the closet in Diddy's home. The officer, I don't know what they're called, special agent, whatever, in charge at the March search of Diddy's Miami home has resumed his testimony. The jury is now seeing photos of a sex toy and a pair of red high heels. Red. Everybody was asking what color were the shoes yesterday? Were they red? Were they black? Were they blue? Were they what? Red. Red high heels. They were red. He says Gannon found these in a master bedroom closet at the home. Gannon pulled out the shoes and displayed them to the jury. So the shoes are there at trial. The shoes are at trial. About 18 pairs of platform high heels. Those are the pleasers. Let me just show y'all what a 7-inch high heel looks like, because y'all got to know this isn't a high heel. This is like into the category of what is colloquially known as a stripper heel. 7-inch high heel. Okay, this is what we're working with, all right? This is the type of shoe we're talking about. I don't know, could be closed toe, something more like this. In my imagination, it's something like this, or something like, this, where there's got a strap around the ankle. Usually you're going to need that to make your ankle be, stable. Could be something like this. But like, see how high this part right here for y'all listening is the platform. I know some of y'all are like, duh. But this part on here, where the ball of the foot goes, that's the platform. So when you hear platform high heels, this is the platform in front. See? And see how long these are only 6 inches right here, right? 7 inches is a big, big high heel. Okay. Let's go to Inner City Press. Three minutes ago, we do get another tweet. The assistant U.S. attorney says, "What is this?" Oh no, y'all. Whew. I don't like talking about one of these drugs. I don't really like talking about. If you follow me for a while, you know why. It's not anything with my personal. I haven't used any of this drugs. Okay. It's just not what it is. What is this? 3 cell phones found in one of the boots. Okay. So that indicates maybe somebody was trying to hide the cell phones. All right. But one of the boots had a trio of cell phones in it. 3 cell phones. So the assistant U.S. attorney is like, what is this? He says, that is the cell phone. That is the cell phones. And we found them inside boots. Inside one boot. Okay, so the assistant U.S. attorney then displays a Gucci bag for the jury. Pull up exhibit GX10A in the stipulation and zoom in on paragraph 5. A white plastic bottle. It contained liquid residue of certain type of amphetamine and liquid MDM to the also having A. I think that's the same thing as Molly, although I'm not exactly sure. I learned from somebody one time that METH might be called Tina in some circles. Yeah, I'm surprised that they said that. METH. Everybody's freaking out. Look, people are freaking out about that one. Liquid METH MDMA mix is bonkers. They were super ultra out of this world. They all could have met their maker, somebody said. Wow. Very sad. Very sad. Wow. Okay. Just looking at the Independent right now. Forensic psychologist expected to testify today. Arrives at court. That's Don Hughes 15 minutes ago. The court resumes with the testimony from the Homeland Security guy. He helped plan the raid in Florida. Yesterday, he said agents found pew-pew rifle parts, baby oil, sex toys, and other items inside the bedroom closets. He was ready for a Wild King night, I tell you that. I'll tell you that. Oh, let me make this bigger. There you go. CNN has an update. Oh, I missed the last sentence here 8 minutes ago. In the jury saw the platform high heels thing. 3 cell phones were found inside a Balenciaga boot in the closet. So it's a Balenciaga boot. Okay. I refuse. I refuse to wear Burberry. I refuse to wear Balenciaga. 2 different reasons. Anyway, let's see if they have any updates over here. No. Let's go to the Mirror. All right. Come on. Kid Cudi went on to take the stand today. Expert testimony is given strict rules by judge. Dr. Don Hughes, a board-certified forensic and clinical psychologist, is slated to testify today, but there are some conditions. While she's set to speak about how victims of abuse cope in relationships, why they wait to come forward, and how trauma affects the memory, she is barred from discussing, quote, coercive control. And the reason for that is because a lot of this trial is going to come down to the actual legal definition of coercion, which is not necessarily the same as the common understanding of coercion. And it's certainly not the same as the psychological definition or description of the phenomenon of coercive control. So in order to avoid confusing the jury on what is coercion, Dr. Don Hughes is not allowed to talk about, quote, coercive control. Diddy's ST charges come with the added stipulation of through coercion or control. So they have to prove, in order for Diddy to be found guilty of ST, then he has to be found also guilty of using and implementing coercive control. So it's critical that prosecutors prove that was a part of his actions, as they're claiming. So plus, the doctor is not going to also be allowed to speak about the victim's credibility. She was not brought on to review specific details of this case. She's only supposed to speak about the concepts and the science, generally speaking. 10 minutes ago, 18 pairs of high heels. This is the Mirror. Alex West writing for the Mirror. 18 pairs of high heels were found in Diddy's home, says Special Agent as he shows off a pair. Special Agent is back on the stand, and this time he's showing off more objects in person. He showed the jury a pair of high heels, which were recovered from Diddy's home during the raids last year in March. According to the agent, about 18 pairs were found, and the jury saw photographs of the shoes. Plus, he testified that the sex toys and 3 cell phones were also found in a Balenciaga boot, and those were confiscated. Okay. We have an update from NBC 2 minutes ago. Items found in Diddy's home: phones stuffed in a Balenciaga boot and rugs in a Gucci bag. So y'all, we have heard Louis Vuitton bag was the meds bag. We heard that from Cassie. We saw that in New York. We've also heard there was a Prada bag, I believe, in the Grace O'Marquis yacht incident, or possibly in the little Rod case, maybe both. Prada bags. And now we're hearing about Gucci. Gucci bag. Gucci gang, they said. Woo! It contained a white residue. Okay, so not only did we get the MDMA meth combo, oops, excuse me, but we also got another Gucci bag that had residue in it for cocaine and the animal tranquilizer that starts with a K. That bag, oh, here we go, y'all. We got another symbol. Yesterday, we had EX pills that were stamped with Barack Obama's face. And today, we got a MDMA and Xanax pill stamped, or some type of pill stamped with the Tesla symbol. Okay, so Tesla, Barack Obama, they're putting anything and everything on these pills. And then also the bag, the Gucci bag. Okay, so the Gucci bag had a lot of residues in it, all right? White residue. It tested positive for cocaine and K. It also contained smaller bags of different colored pills, including some stamped with a Tesla symbol. Those smaller pills tested positive for MDMA and benzo. Let's go to Inner City Press. Let me retweet this one about Tesla. I'm going to say, is Tesla gonna sue for a copyright infringement or just kidding? All right. These were found with a Tesla imprint on them. They had the active ingredient in Xanax. I think that's a benzodiazepine, benzo, whatever. And that, I believe, is the active ingredient. I think that's also the same active ingredient in Klonopin, Clonidone. Is Ativan one of them? Alprazolam, I think, is one of them. I think these are all benzos. I don't know. I'm definitely not a doctor. This is just like vague memories. But it's interesting because it did appear that in New York, they found a bottle of Klonopin or something like that. Clonidine, Klonopin, something like that. Okay. Oh, Lord. Here we go. These had Tesla imprint. These had active ingredient in Xanax. And this $100 bill had residue of cocaine. The assistant U.S. attorney said, Mr. Gannon, what's this? The detective said, a dark wood box with the word puffy on top. What's in that box? What did they find at this house? Y'all think we already heard about everything, or you think we gonna find out some new? Let's go to Washington Post. Ooh, 4 new updates. Should have guessed. All right. Okay. Okay. We do get some more, excuse me. We do get some more information about all of this stuff. So let's start with 16 minutes ago, Washington Post. Gerard Gannon, a special agent with the Department of Homeland Security, is picking up his testimony from Tuesday afternoon. We're beginning with a towering pair of red platform heels, which Gannon removed from an evidence bag and flashed to the jury. The agent is reviewing items that investigators recovered during a raid on Diddy's mansion last year, including the Pew Pew 15 components with defaced serial numbers, and there were 12 other pairs of platform heels found in Diddy's closet. So not only was there one pair of platform heels, there was 13 total. And then there was some other pairs, like maybe about 5 other pairs of regular heels that maybe weren't platform. 16 minutes ago, this is Ann Brannigan, Washington Post. Before jurors entered the room, the lawyers were discussing whether the court should include a proposed exchange. Okay, so this is what the exchange was about Diddy's late partner, Kim Porter, who died of pneumonia in 2018. Prosecutors worried such evidence could veer into juror sympathy. and that Diddy's role as the last remaining parent to his children with Kim could register in the minds of the jurors and bias their decision making. Attorneys also discussed the scope of forensic psychologist Don Hughes' anticipated testimony, and the government raised objections to a text. Okay, we have more information here that we did not previously get. One of the specifics, and this is, again, super secret, we're not allowed to see it for some freaking reason. There's text message exchanges between Cassie and another government witness. Okay, so we're getting information. There's another government witness going to be called up named George Kaplan. That means the government's going to call him up. That means they're going to be that this person's going to be used to help make the prosecutor's case. George Kaplan and Cassie had exchanged some text messages. The defense wants to introduce them, and the judge said he's not going to decide, but he will consider the matter before Kaplan is called up to the witness stand. 5 minutes ago, Jonathan Bach, a trial lawyer for over 30 years. I think he also is a death penalty lawyer. He's like, he's one of those. He's a very serious lawyer. Been working as a trial lawyer for over 30 years. He joined Diddy's legal team yesterday. He's a partner at Shapiro, Arato, and Bach. So this is Alexandra Shapiro's husband, but also her law firm co-partner. See that Shapiro, her name here, and then Bach here. He represented David Lemus, who, after nearly 14 years behind bars, was acquitted in 2007 in a second high-profile unaliving trial in the death of a Manhattan bouncer. Okay. So the last text that we read from Inner City Press was the Tesla pills, and then there was this dark wooden box with the name Puffy, or the word Puffy, on the top. How do you know that this is the Astroglide and the baby oil that you seized? How many bottles were there of each? He said there were 31 Astroglide, 25 baby oil. Any other cell phones found? Yes. Okay. And then she's like, okay, let's now look to exhibit 1301, page 3, paragraph 11. No, I thought they found 1,000 bottles of baby oil. However, this is just the Miami raid. This is not the New York. This is the New York raid, and this isn't the California house. So, let's see what the next exhibit is going to be. We've already seen high heels. We've seen pictures of a bunch of rugs. We've seen parts from pew-pews. For those that still are having trouble rubbing their 1.5 to 2 brain cells together, disassembled pew-pew parts. That's not domestic violence, just in case there was any confusion left. A Tesla stamped, Tesla branded MDMA, ketamine, meth, all of this. That's not domestic violence. I don't know if y'all knew that or not, but that's not domestic violence. So drugs and guns, that's not domestic violence, turns out, especially when you broke up with the person like 9 years ago or whatever. So going to be hard to prove that the pew-pew in the closet and the drugs all over the place in a box with Puffy on it was domestic violence. I mean, y'all are trying, but not hard enough. Not hard enough. Okay. Do they have any updates here? No. No. Okay. NBC, any updates? I kind of forget which ones I've already run. Okay. All right. We do have some more details from CNN.com. Agents found rugs in a Gucci bag during search. A Gucci bag in the closet contained an assortment of pills, white powder, a crystal rock like substance, girl, a plastic straw, $100 bill, and some other items. The special agent said the powder and residue from the straw tested positive for cocaine and K, according to a stipulation read in court. Residue from the $100 bill tested positive for cocaine and K, the stipulation said. Uh-oh, y'all. Remember in the New York hotel pictures that came out the day before yesterday, how they had those Visine bottles all over the place? Look at this. Now, this is from the Miami raid. A bottle of eye drops found in the bag tested positive for MDMA and ketamine, according to the stipulation. A bottle of eye drops had substances in it. Various tablets tested positive for MDMA, according to the stipulation. Other tablets tested positive for alprazolam. I think this is like generic Xanax. Some tested positive for K and alprazolam. Others for amphetamine and Molly, according to the stipulation. We have a new update. Less than a minute ago, CNN.com, jury sees more photos of items found during the 2024 search of Diddy's home. The jury is seeing more photos taken during the March 2024 search. The images shown included photos of boxes filled with baby oil and personal lubricant that were recovered from a closet. 25 bottles of baby oil and 31 bottles of lubricant were found in that closet, the special agent in charge said during the search. In the master bathroom, agents found a box adorned with a gold plate bearing the inscription Puff. Substances, capsules containing the active ingredient in mushrooms. So we got psilocybin on the scene. I mean, what isn't here at this point? The jury saw photos of the narcotics and the box in the bathroom. Okay, let's go to Washington Post. Okay, we do have an update and brand again, Washington Post. The government recovered 3 cell phones from Diddy's mansion. They were found tucked into a tall black Balenciaga boot. A Gucci bag with traces of K and cocaine. The Gucci bag also contained an array of substances, among them a small baggie of cocaine labeled DBL wash, double wash. I don't know what that means. A clear plastic Ziploc bag with the pink tablets, and another bag containing 3 orange tablets with the Tesla logo on them. Several of these items were presented to the court in their evidence bags, which Homeland Security Special Agent Gerard Gannon cut open with a pair of scissors and held up before the jury. Let's go to USA Today. We do get a little more information about this subpoena that Diddy tried to send to Cassie. Judge rejects Diddy's request to subpoena Cassie and Alex Fine. Oh, no, just Ventura Fine. The judge hearing Diddy's federal... Okay, so the judge appeared to reject a request from Diddy's lawyers to subpoena... Oh, excuse me, Cassie. It wasn't immediately clear why Diddy's team made the request, which the judge denied yesterday, but his lawyers have repeatedly tried to target her claims of abuse. I'm just checking all of our different sources. I'm on the Mirror right now. See if they've updated anything. They have not. CNN. Less than a minute ago. Oh, no, wait. They must have just updated it. Okay, let's go to this Fox. Okay. We have one update. Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent found rugs inside Diddy's home during the 2024 raid. The court resumed Wednesday with testimony. The jury was shown platform heels found in Diddy's house. As Gannon testified, they also found 12 other pairs of platform heels and total 18 pairs of just high heels in general. The prosecution showed the jury various pairs of other shoes and boots. Inside one of the boots, they found 3 cell phones. They also found a black Gucci bag on top of the dresser. And the Homeland Security officer claimed that inside the bag, they found an assortment of substances and powder, blue, pink, white, and yellow pills, plus a bag of pink pills, a bag of white powder, a container with a white substance in it, photos of which were shown to the jury. A $100 bill was also found inside the bag and tested positive for cocaine and animal tranquilizer. Let's go back to Inner City Press. Okay, he hasn't tweeted in 10 minutes. Hopefully everything's okay. Updating the Independent. Updating Washington Post. We do have an update from CNN. Okay, breaking news. Remember those parts? It was like disassembled and he had the automatic part turned off. He had it on the semi and all that. Serial number rubbed off. I mean, that's going to be a problem. That alone is like years in prison, if true. A loaded 45 was found in the guard shack. However, y'all, guards often have, like security guards often do have perfectly legal licenses to carry these things because they have to keep people safe. So just because they found a loaded 45 somewhere doesn't mean that like that's a crime. I need more information. However, it is new information because all I knew about was the disassembled ones that were found inside his closet. A loaded 45 was recovered from a suitcase in a room. Okay, well, that's not responsibly held. That doesn't need to be in a suitcase. That needed to be in a case. In a room in the property's guest house. He identified it as a guard shack. On the witness stand, this is also reminding me of that incident that happened at Cher's house. Remember they found rugs, and I believe that was also 2018. Maybe it was 2016. I won't be surprised to hear Cher and like the Cher saga, at least her properties end up somehow being related somehow in all of this web. On the witness stand, Special Agent Gerard Gannon held up an evidence bag filled with the ammunition that they did recover from the loaded pew pew. All right, so then they're done with the direct examination less than a minute ago, according to CNN.com. And the defense team, now Diddy's, who is it? Teeny Garagos, they decided to let her come back onto the stand after just like not doing that great of a job on her opening statement, in my opinion. She began the cross-examination. Moving on to Washington Post. All right. Anne Brannigan from Washington Post says Special Agent Gerard Gannon hasn't really been talking much during his Wednesday morning testimony. The prosecutor is ticking through a long list of items recovered from Diddy's home on Miami's Star Island. Excuse me. During a government raid in 2024. It's a slow and meticulous process. Y'all see, I'm falling asleep. Each kind of substance that was recovered from the primary bedroom, for example, is described in great detail with accompanying photographs. The Homeland Security agent Gannon helped to lead the raid, has mostly been handling the evidence and just holding it up and showing it to the court. Most recent tweet from Inner City Press was 13 minutes ago. We have a new update from NBC. Capsules with ingredient linked to shrooms found in bathroom puffy box. Okay. A crystal rock-like substance and pills with the main ingredient of, like, it's psilocybin, were found in Diddy's Miami home. The crystal rock-like substance discovered inside a wooden box marked puffy. What is the crystal rock-like substance? They didn't test that. They just keep calling it that. Investigators in the master bathroom also came upon a plastic bag of pills, which would eventually test in mushrooms. So, what was in the crystal rock-like substance? I mean, it could have been sugar. Did they tell me what it is? Let's go to the Mirror. All right. We got another new update from the Mirror. Traces of rugs, were found in a bottle of eye drops. A stipulation that was read in court noted the presence of rugs during the raid, specifically eye drops, which tested positive for cocaine and animal tranquilizer. Also, a straw, which was found by a crystal rock-like substance. But what is it? What is the crystal rock substance? They are not telling us. They're telling us everything else tested positive for everything else, but they're not telling us what the substance tested positive for. Oh, a rubber duck. Girl, what the hell was the rubber duck doing? Okay, 2 minutes ago, NBC News, Adam Rice and Marlena Linthang a bin of baby oil, dozens of bottles of lubricant, and a bin of baby oil, dozens of bottles of lubricant, and rubber duck found in the closet of the Miami home. Authorities also found a bin containing 25 bottles of baby oil, 31 bottles of Astroglide, and a rubber duck in a closet in a hallway between the master bedroom and the master closet of Diddy's. Okay, so between, meaning like, I don't know what, in a hall, in a closet in a hallway. Oh, I see. Okay, so Diddy has a hallway in his room. And in the hallway, there's a closet. In that closet, not the master closet, but just some random closet, they found 25 bottles of baby oil in a bin, 31 bottles of lubricant, and a rubber duck. A photo of that closet was shown to the jury. CNN has another update. It's just more on Dawn Hughes. She also testified as an expert in abusive relationships in the criminal trials of the Nexium founder Keith Rainier. She's expected to test, and also in the R. Kelly case, she's expected to testify today in the Diddy trial. Why victims remain in relationships, how victims cope in the relationships. A judge previously ruled she couldn't testify on certain topics. Okay. Diddy and his team previously indicated that they would call their own expert, forensic psychiatrist Dr. Alexander Barty, to counter Dawn Hughes. Barty previously testified as an expert witness in the 2022 trial of Kevin Spacey. Now I'm going back to Inner City Press. Okay. We do have another new tweet. Two. Was a pew-pew found in this suitcase? The special agent said yes, a .45. Hold up the ammunition for the jury, which he does. And then the prosecutor says no further questions. The day of the search. Oh, excuse me. I don't know why I'm yawning so much. The day of the search. You knew that Diddy was leaving the country with his twin daughters. Okay, so this is Diddy's lawyer. This is Teeny Garagos. She's like, the day that you did the search, you already knew that Diddy was leaving with his daughters, right? Objection, Your Honor, objection. Okay, so the assistant U.S. attorney, the feds are like, no. No, not that line of questioning. No. They do a sidebar and then they come back. In planning the search, this is Diddy's lawyer asking to the Homeland Security agent, and we do think, or I do think, and other news sources have speculated that Diddy's lawyers are going to try and say that this was an unreasonable search, that this was an unconstitutional search. I mean, I think they already tried to say that the search is grounds for unconstitutional. It's grounds for mistrial. Whew, Lord have mercy. Woo. In planning the search, Teeny Garrigo says, isn't it true that you knew none of the targets of the investigation would actually be there? Objection, Your Honor. Okay. The feds are objecting. The judge said, chill out. No, overruled. You can go ahead and answer the question. The plan was to have him not be there. But we had contingencies. Okay, so yeah, the plan was we did not want to search the house when Diddy was there. Yes, you are right, Teeny. Absolutely. What type of vehicles did you use? He said armored and a boat. Come in by land and by sea. Oh, wait. He said armored vehicle. She said, and a boat. Come in by land and by sea. The agent said, yep, it's a common practice. We do it all the time. 80 or 90 agents in the house? He said, no, not all at the same time. We do have an update from NBC. Bin of baby oil, dozens of bottles of lubricant, rubber duck found in the closet. Authorities also found a bin containing 25 bottles of baby oil, 31 bottles of Astroglide, a lubricant, and a rubber duck. In a closet in a hallway between the master bedroom and the master closet, a photo was shown to the jury. Now I'm looking at... okay, let's go over here. Oh, we got the pictures. Whoa, we got the pictures already. Whoa, here's the pictures. Former guard. Okay, the testimony turned to the master bathroom. Special agent who planned out the raid testified they discovered multiple bottles of baby oil and Astroglide in the closet outside the master bathroom. He testified they seized 25 bottles of baby oil, 31 bottles of Astroglide. The bags of the bottles were in the courtroom. The bags of the bottles were in the courtroom today. The special agent also testified that they located a box with the inscription, quote, Puffy, inside the master bathroom. Inside was a bag with a clear pill, and a crystal rock-like substance. But I guess they didn't test it, or maybe they don't all agree what it is. They couldn't stipulate. But here's the picture. This is Government Exhibit 1B247. Here is the, I guess, the Gucci bag. A special agent found rugs inside Diddy's home. The jury was shown the platform heels. The prosecution showed various pairs of other shoes and boots. Inside one of the boots, there were 3 cell phones. Also a black Gucci bag on top of the dresser. All kinds of colors, $100 bill. Okay, let's go to Washington Post. Oh my God, she's funny. Anne Brannigan from Washington Post said, this her update 5 minutes ago. And she titles the article, A Trial Drowning in Baby Oil. This trial has not seen many days where baby oil is not mentioned. It was a hallmark of Diddy's freak-off parties. And his defense team even alluded to it being in their opening statements, noting that loving baby oil is not illegal. So no surprise to learn Wednesday that federal investigators found a lot of baby oil last year when they raided Diddy's Miami mansion. 4 minutes ago, same one, and Brannigan, Washington Post. Federal investigators also found 45 pew pew and several rounds in a suitcase, according to Gerard Gannon, a Homeland Security special agent who helped plan the raid on Diddy's mansion. These were in addition to several pew pew 15 parts found on the premises, including upper and lower receivers for the objects. And they were found in the guard area. Again, so I think this kind of doesn't really make Diddy look that bad. If his guards had pew pews, they probably, even maybe should. That maybe should be like part of the job. But weird they found it in like a suit randomly in a suitcase. Like there are certain duties to how you're supposed to keep those types of items, especially, well, I don't know in Florida how it works. Okay. We got another tweet from Inner City Press. Now, if you remember, the last tweet we looked at was the 7 minutes ago, and it was where the Homeland Security special agent was like, yeah, we didn't want him to be there. We did the search so he wouldn't be there. We didn't expect him to be there, but we did have contingencies in case he was there because we didn't know for sure. And you found 6 people and kept them in handcuffs for an hour? He said, no. There was one individual who wasn't happy with us and wasn't cooperating. So we kept him in handcuffs longer. Because he wasn't happy with the cuffs? Teeny Garagos says. So you can see they're starting already to try and say Diddy's being picked on. Diddy's family's being picked on. I think it was his kids. One of his kids. Maybe Justin. But they're not naming the name. The special agent is just saying, no, ma'am, there was one person there who was not happy with us. And so he wasn't cooperating. So we kept him in handcuffs longer. And then Teeny Garagos is like, you kept him in handcuffs because he didn't want to be handcuffed? That doesn't make any freaking sense. Again, y'all, this Teeny Garagos doesn't seem to have a strong ethical moral compass. So take everything she says with a demonic grain of salt, in my opinion. Or, you can believe every word she says. Diddy had, hold on. All right, we have an update, 2 updates from the Independent. More than 24 bottles of baby oil were recovered from the closet. Special Agent Gerard Gannon said investigators recovered 25 bottles of baby oil, 31 bottles of lubricant inside the closet, also discovered cell phones inside a boot, and he had a, quote, guard shack inside the guest house. A guard shack was on the property. Inside, agents found a loaded pew-pew, and the AR pew-pew was found inside Diddy's closet. All right. 1 minute ago, 6 people. This is CNN.com. 6 people were at Diddy's Miami Beach home when the search started. 6 people were there when the agents gained access to begin the search. A music producer was there, a property manager, and other facilities personnel were put in handcuffs for law enforcement to identify and search. The special agent who was in charge on the ground the day of the search confirmed the music producer was not identified by name. No weapons or paraphernalia were discovered or were recovered on any of the people at the home at the time. So they were just handcuffed until apprehended, and then their identities, I guess, were searched, but they're not saying who was there. This keeps saying they have updates, but it doesn't actually look like they do. Let's go here. Going back to Inner City Press. All right, so the most recent tweet is the 6 people were found inside the home. They were all handcuffed, but they were not handcuffed for an hour. He said, no, there was one person who was pitching a fit. He wasn't cooperating, and that person got handcuffed. This keeps telling me they got an update, but It keeps not having an update. Let's go to Washington Post. So, based on the pace of the tweets coming in this morning, I suspect that this is just kind of like a drawn out and kind of like dry testimony because, like, we're just not getting a lot of updates from anybody. Let's go to the Independent. Nope. Nope. Let's try USA Today. It doesn't look like anything there. Okay, let me go to see if there's any other live reporting that has started. New York Post. Okay, they started up. However, they're not really saying much. I mean, they just have this one thing. Jury sees red heels found in Diddy's home. The jury just saw a pair of red heels in the mansion on Star Island. Evidence is coming through Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent Gerard Gannon, who has returned to the stand for direct examination. There's his house right there, y'all. Okay, so see, look, the Teeny Garagos, demonic and possessed by Satan, if you ask me, is like, why did you have someone in a boat why did you have someone come by sea? Well, because there's a freaking dock that someone could have got in a boat and left. Stupid. 2 updates from NBC. Ammunition was found, a magazine, a baggie. Kid Cudi's not testifying today. But now it looks like he won't begin until tomorrow. So they are still reporting he is going to testify, just not today. Okay, the New York Post said they had an update. Sometimes I think they just do that to make you click. Oh my God, get off of there. Okay, let's go back to Inner City Press. Cool. All right. We got two new tweets from Inner City Press. Cool. Okay, so Tina Garagos, this is Diddy's lawyer, says there was a music studio in the guest house, right? Do you recognize this? Yes, ma'am, the agent said. It's the studio. Tina Garagos says, I moved to admit this evidence. And what it is, it's a photo of a mixing board, keyboards, and the word love in jeweled script all over it. While the agent is still on the stand, here is, as a courtesy to Inner City Press from court artist Elizabeth Williams, are Gannon with a gun and Diddy with head in hands. Look at this. Look at this. What is this? What is this? Oh man, I wish this was televised. Okay, is this another fake one from the New York Post? They get on my nerves. I keep seeing a 1. Like on the tab up at the top, it'll say 1, like there's an update, and then I click on it, and it ain't an update. It's false. Y'all, French Montana just put out a song with a Punjabi singer like 4 days ago, and it's already got like 40 million views. French Montana, and he sings in Punjabi. It's cute. I mean, I don't know about him in particular, but the song is cute. Let's go to Washington Post. No. Oh man, next witness. This is taken for freaking ever. Look at him. That's the special agent. That's the picture we get of him. I did try to look him up. But he's kind of a ghost, which doesn't surprise me. These feds. Let's see. Oh, it does say one new entry. Let's see. They just lie, or they have a glitch. Let's go over here because, you know, Fox News will be putting the pictures up. Well, I don't want to show that actually. Maybe I should check first. Okay, so they do have a picture of the pew pew. I'm not going to show it here because terms and services. I'm trying to follow the rules. This is live. I didn't know it was going to be on there. It's just a pew pew, you know. What is this down here? Something with a barcode right by it. Okay, I don't know what that's about. It just looks like it's just like thrown in a suitcase though, y'all. It's not, it's like on the top of a jacket and some pants or something. It's not really like safely stored. Oh, we are waiting for some more updates. This video is sponsored by me. Get your They Lied merch. We are running out. We are running out of sizes. Look, we're out of small. We're out of 2XL. They Lied. Once sold out, they're not coming back. We got all the sizes here except 3XL sold out. And what do we have here? Oh, yeah, we still have a few more of those left. So get your merch. ThatSurpriseWitness.com. Just waiting for some more updates to come in. Nothing new from Inner City Press. I don't know what that's about. Okay, let's do this. Welcome to memberships, Minette. Thanks so much, Chris, for the $2.79 Canadian. Do I think Allie Carter will take the stand? No, I don't. Thank you for the $2.79 Canadian. Oh, wow. Shout out to Minette for the 5 memberships that she just gifted. Shout out to you. And also the $10 super sticker. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Chris, for the $2.79. Yet again, Canadian. No, I do not think Allie Carter will take the stand. Your girl Christine thought you'd like to know yesterday. Tisa confirmed. Punisher said it was candles. Not cameras. All right. Well, that does clear up one of the reasons why I believed. Again, like I told y'all, I'm not in the courtroom. And Tisa is in the courtroom. So if she's saying that he said candles, maybe that's what he said. Now, what I will say is somebody heard candles and somebody heard cameras. So I don't know, but it does kind of, I think, bring back a little bit more possible credibility onto the Punisher. Thank you, your girl Christine, for the $5 super chat and for the tip. I know you were concerned about him perjuring himself. Well, contradicting himself specifically is what I was concerned about, because his own testimony did contradict itself in several ways. One way was the cameras, in my opinion, because that's what I was reading. However, another way that his testimony contradicts itself is with Cassie not being comfortable, not feeling comfortable, not seeming consensual. Because at some points he was like, yeah, I mean, she was sighing and wincing, but she seemed to also never be uncomfortable. It's like that doesn't agree with itself. But thank you so much for the cameras, candles. So now there's a possible explanation. I'm actually looking forward to see what the transcript actually says. Thank you for the $2. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Great gig in the sky. The only Diddy trial Venn diagram where federal law and high heel tutorials overlap and somehow it all makes sense. Thank you. Great gig in the sky for the $10 super chat. That's funny. Costume rugs is insane. Yeah, I mean, seriously. Shout out to Paraguay. Oh my Lord. Shout out to y'all. Thank you, Mel Fernandez, for the 199 super chat. Thanks, girl. Your coverage has been giving me life, Brooklyn Pencil said. Shout out to you. Thank you for the 199 super chat. Shout out to the mods. Yes, shout out to the mods for their hard work. I need to get their links and put them in my description box so y'all can do a little buy me a coffee, a little support their channels and stuff like that. Thank you for the 199 super chat. Thanks so much, Anne Evelyn, for the 199 super chat. Your coverage is stellar. Thanks for all your hard work. With all that talk about different substances, I bet Diddy's plug is freaking out. Yes, Allison, I agree. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Shout out to Tess for the €5.99 super sticker. We got euros, we got pounds, we're international. We got Paraguay. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Paraguay. That's Paraguay, right? Sorry. I bet Astroglide Johnson & Johnson stock went down after the raid. Oh my God, you're funny. I'm a victim of DV and it takes years to recover. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Ashi Fish. He's guilty of it all, she said, or he said, or they said. Thank you for the £5 super chat. Get you some caffeine. Thanks for your dedication. Oh, I had some. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Hugh, for the $5 Australian. What a beautiful makeup today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, let's see. Let's go to Inner City Press. Hopefully there's something to work with, y'all. Yeah, there is. Okay, cool. All right. So something y'all need to know is just because a pew-pew may be legal, you may be licensed to have it, part of getting the license and it being legal is you agree to take certain care with the pew-pew. All right. And this is pretty much every state. You got to keep it responsible. You gotta treat it responsibly. You can't, point it at people while it's loaded. There's certain things you agree to handle it responsibly. And so even if the pew-pews are, just so y'all know, it is very hard to censor myself like this. It does not come naturally. And I do slip up sometimes, but I'm just trying my best not to get my whole livelihood taken from me by breaking a rule on accident or whatever. So I'm doing my best. It does take a lot of brain power, though, to constantly be switching in and out words for stuff when that's not what it says. So I am doing my best. But, okay, so the next question from Teeny Garagos is to this special agent. The pew-pew was wrapped in a towel. It didn't look how you just displayed it to the jury yesterday, right? Okay, Teeny Garagos, that doesn't help you at all, sweetheart. That don't help you not one bit, because the fact that it was wrapped in a towel indicates that it wasn't being stored safely or properly. Indicates maybe it was being hidden just in case it was raided or something, actually. So don't help you at all. You should have kept that question to yourself. Everything this woman says can actually be used against Diddy. It's almost like, what in the hell is the deal? But yeah, the pew-pew was wrapped in a towel. Did you find any photos of Diddy with these pew-pews? No, we did not. We have an update from CNN. Less than a minute ago, the special agent confirmed to Teeny Garagos that the pew-pews found in the closet were dismantled and unloaded. That does help Diddy a little bit. It would be way worse if they were just ready to go and clicked onto the automatic setting. That being said, automatic weapons were found, or parts of them were found in Diddy's closet. And like this is something that criminals will do. They will dismantle something that is illegal or stolen in order to say that they didn't have that item. For example, you ever heard of a chop shop? A chop shop is not only for cars, right? If you never heard of a chop shop, it's a place where you will bring a stolen vehicle to chop it up, literally, and take out the parts, right? You'll take out the transmission, you'll take out the gas tank, you'll take the rims, you'll take the whatever, the parts, and then you'll either put those same parts into a different vehicle, or you will sell them, or you will keep parts of it that you want. You do whatever with it after you chop it. But the chop shop is to basically conceal, you basically are dismembering the car. So it's hard to find the car because it don't exist anymore. You should know that people do this with pew-pews as well. They take them apart and they'll put different parts of the pew-pews around different locations just to say, well, it's not like I could use it. And they are right. It is not like you can use it. You will have to go around and pick the parts up to use it. So it can mitigate the seriousness of the sentence. It can mitigate if you get convicted or not or whatever. Of course, everybody knows if you had a fully ready to go, safety off, fully loaded, clicked onto automatic, sitting right there by your bedside, that's going to probably get you in a little more trouble than like, oh, there was a part here, there was a part outside, there was a part down the street. That's why I believe Teeny Garagos is trying to bring up, but it was unloaded, right? And it was dismantled, right? And it and it was clicked into the semi, right? It wasn't clicked onto the automatic, right? Because she's trying to lessen the very serious fact that a semi-automatic weapon or parts of it were found with the serial numbers filed off in her client's closet. Okay. But defense attorney Teeny Garagos asked the special agent to confirm that the two AR pew pew recovered from the closet in the master bedroom were dismantled and not loaded when investigators found them. And he did say, yeah, they were. But that was not a secret. They did say that even in the initial press conference, if I recall correctly, announcing the charges. And you didn't see any pictures of Diddy with those, right? No. So yet again, it appears that Diddy is gearing up to throw somebody under the bus. Remember on cross-examination from the last special agent was that Yassine Binda. She was the one who did the search of the New York hotel room where Diddy was arrested at the hotel in the lobby. Well, she searched the room. And remember the only question, or one of the only questions on cross-examination from Diddy's lawyers was, did you find women's items there? Like a women's bag and a woman's moisturizer, women's products, women's bag that was looking like a woman was staying there. And then the Yassine Benda, the special agent there, was like, yeah, we did. It did look like a woman was staying there. And then I was like, ooh, if you were her, you better lawyer up. Because it looks like Diddy is gearing up to blame that woman for things. And here it looks like now Diddy is gearing it up to blame someone else for the pew-pews. Because here's Garagos, Diddy's lawyer, saying, and you didn't see Diddy with these pew-pews, right? You didn't see pictures of him with the pew-pews, right? And the special agent's like, right, no, I didn't. And Teeny Garagos goes, and you agree that hand pew-pews in general, the metal is easier to get fingerprint than maybe some other type of device. He said, I can't say if it's easier, but you can get fingerprints off of a pew-pew, yeah. Can you get prints off of a pew-pew easier when it's inside? What does that mean? Oh, okay. So if a pew-pew is found inside versus if it's found outside. So outside, maybe the elements of the weather and things like that will cause the fingerprints to erode. Well, here she's like, I guess they're going to say that they did not find Diddy's DNA or his fingerprints on the pew-pew. All right. But it was found in his house. So does it matter? In a RICO case, it doesn't matter if his fingerprints are on the pew-pew. Why? Because the whole entire legal theory of the case is that Diddy instructed people, members of his, quote, enterprise, to do the things. So this is another issue. Excuse me. I'm trying to situate. This is another issue where it's like pretty bad that the pew-pews were found in his house. And Teeny Garagos is trying to make it not as big of a deal. It is a big deal, but she's trying to make it not as big of a deal. But you didn't find his fingerprints on it, did you? And you didn't find his DNA on it, did you? And it was all took apart, wasn't it? Yeah, but he had parts of a pew-pew with a filed off serial number in his own freaking closet. We're talking about his bedroom. We're not talking about the guard shack. We're not talking about the basement. We're talking about his bedroom, along with substances, pills with Tesla on it, all freaking things with Obama's face on it and every kind of other thing. Oh, no, that might have been, I'm forgetting who even said that, the Obama thing. Was it this guy or was it Yassine Benda? Okay, so now Teeny Garagos is trying to set it up like if Diddy's fingerprints were ever on that gun, it would be found in the closet. It would be found on the gun. She says, at Homeland Security investigations, you have Diddy's DNA, right? He said, I don't know. When he was arrested, the government took a DNA swab, right? He said, I don't know. So she was trying to gotcha. And he's like, I don't about a DNA swab. I'm just telling you what I found at his house, girl. Hold up the Gucci bag, Diddy's lawyer said. Okay, we got 2 more tweets. Now it's picking up. Thank God. It was boring for a second, y'all. Oh, let me like this. So cute. Okay. You have his DNA. The guy's like, I don't freaking know. What are you talking about? Okay, next tweet. Diddy's lawyer says, the substances, they were in this bag and in the puffy box, right? He said, yeah. Your Honor, I am going to introduce a sealed exhibit, Teeny Garagos said. I'm going to introduce a sealed exhibit. What does that mean? Super secret. Means we're not allowed to see it. A sealed exhibit with the help of IT. May I approach the witness? Yes. We may proceed. Now I want you to look at defense exhibit number 304. Cut off the screens. So I don't know what they showing, because who said to cut off the screens was the prosecutor. The prosecutor said to cut off the screens, but who's doing the questioning? Diddy's lawyer. So everybody agrees this thing don't need to be shown. Please don't say the names of the people in this picture other than my client. Don't talk about it. Okay, so there's people in a picture. It's a sealed exhibit, breaking just 1 minute ago. A sealed exhibit, which is a picture, has been shown, and all the screens have been shut off, which I think means also the jury cannot see this photograph. Who's in the picture? Is it Jay-Z? Who's in the picture? Is it Beyonce? Who's in the picture? Is it J-Lo? Who's in the picture? Is it Ava Baroni Combs? Who's in the picture? Is it Kim Porter? Is it Cassie? Who knows? It's a secret. It's a secret who's in this picture. They're presenting it right now to the Homeland Security officer. And Diddy's lawyer is like, don't even say who's in the picture. Don't even say it. Don't even talk about it. Don't say nothing. Just look at the picture. Then the prosecutor's like, can we please talk real quick? We want to talk to the other side of the lawyers real quick, Your Honor. And the judge is like, that's fine. You can do that. Oh, good. Thank you, SpaceX. Miss SpaceX said Justin and Christian have arrived to the courthouse for the trial on Wednesday. This one right here, it's like Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs could have carried him in his own womb. I mean, that boy, that child, that person, that man is a clone. I mean, like, he looks just like Diddy. Like, any angle, even the way he dresses, the way he walks, like, that's DiddyJr.com. That's his firstborn son. Biological. All right. We do have one update from the Independent, so I don't want to fall behind here. Let's go through our sources. 16 minutes ago, the Independent, this is Katie Hawkinson, says music producer and 5 others inside Florida mansion when the search began. Special Agent Gerard Gannon said 6 people, including an unnamed music producer and a property manager, were inside Diddy's mansion in the 2024 raid. Agents searched them, but they did not find any pew-pew devices or anything like that, or paraphernalia. Let's go to Washington Post. Ooh, 3 new updates here. Yeah, they've arrived. Okay, 2 of Diddy's sons, Justin and Christian, came to the courthouse. This is the first day this week that Diddy's sons have sat in on the trial. They made regular appearances last week. 12 minutes ago, the defense cross-examined Homeland Security Agent Gerard Gannon about the use of the armored SWAT-type vehicle and a boat to carry out a search of Diddy's property in Miami. Gannon said this sort of equipment is typical. Nothing unusual about this, Teeny. Chill out. But Teeny also questioned the agent about a large gate that agents damaged when the armored vehicle pushed through it. And I bet you Diddy is worried about his gate being damaged because he's probably broke. He probably has no money left, if you ask me. I mean, this is probably so many millions of dollars have already been dumped into these lawyers. And how's he making money? He got cut off from everything. 9 minutes ago, Anne Brannigan from the Washington Post said the defense also asked Special Agent Gerard Gannon about the workers encountered by law enforcement during the raid. A property manager, a music producer, and some facilities employees. Gannon said these people were put in handcuffs until they were identified and searched. There was one uncooperative person, he said, who was kept cuffed for a bit longer, but no weapons were found on these workers and no paraphernalia. And at the time of the government raids, representatives for Diddy called them an unprecedented ambush. So they're trying any and everything to get off. I don't think they're actually even doing live updates, so I'm going to get rid of that screen. This one, we have another one from NBC News. The defense, yeah, okay, like I just said, NBC News, Adam Rice, and David K. Lee are confirming the defense, that's Diddy's lawyers, are seeking to minimize the GUN pew-pew evidence. The team suggested that the number of pew-pew, including those with the serial numbers removed, are not that significant or dangerous as it appears. Under cross-examination by Teeny Garagos, Gannon, the special agent, agreed that many of them were wrapped up in tape, they weren't loaded, and therefore they were inoperable. Gannon also agreed with Teeny that pew-pew without serial numbers could still be linked to owners by their fingerprints or their DNA or hair or fibers. Let's go to the Mirror. Six individuals were found at Diddy's home, according to the special agent. When they arrived, he previously testified that the feds waited for Diddy to leave before conducting the raid. At the time, two of Diddy's sons were seen being taken out in handcuffs. And was it these two sons? Was it Christian and Justin? That's who I think it was. All right, y'all. 3 minutes ago, the special agent finished. And now, here we go. Drum roll, please. Breaking news. As of 10:43 a.m., Wednesday, May 21st, Dr. Dawn Hughes is on the stand. A board-certified clinical and forensic psychologist now on the stand. She's an experienced expert witness, having testified in cases including the 2022 defamation trial of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. At least one person wouldn't cooperate with authorities during the raid, according to testimony. The former HSI agent, Gerard Gannon, testified that at least one individual home during the time of the raids was, quote, wasn't too happy, and he wouldn't cooperate. According to the testimony, Homeland Security agents knew that Diddy was not going to be home that day, that they executed the warrant, and the special agent testified that he was aware that the rapper would be at the airport. The plan was to execute the warrant after Diddy left, but if plans changed, they would have to execute it with him present. During the raid, the special agent testified that there were 6 individuals on the property and they were handcuffed until they were identified, according to the special agent. He told the jury there was one individual who wasn't too happy and wasn't cooperating when they searched. Probably Christian, if I had to guess. Listen. All right. Okay. So last we left off at Inner City Press, Teeny Garagos was trying to show this sealed exhibit with a picture with a bunch of people. And we're like, don't talk about anybody other than my client. Then can we talk to counsel? And it's all off the record. I don't know what happened. And then the deputy is like, okay, we can take the sealed exhibit down. Okay, so then Diddy's lawyer goes, Agent Gannon, you live in Florida. Don't many people have pew-pew in their homes in Florida? Objection, Your Honor. What in the hell does that have to do with anybody got a pew-pew in their house in Florida? The judge said, true. Rephrase your question, Teeny. She said, all right. Agent Gannon, do you have pew-pew in your home in Florida? He said, yes. No further questions. Like, she really thought she did a gotcha, y'all. That the Homeland Security officer who does raids on celebrity homes for federal investigations might possibly have a pew-pew at his house. That's exactly the same as Diddy having a sawed-off serial number, filed off serial number, parts of ARs, loaded 45s, wrapped up in a towel in a suitcase, all of this same thing. No further questions. She really thought she did something. Next witness, 25 seconds ago, according to Inner City Press, is Dawn Hughes. What is your profession? She said, clinical and forensic psychology. I treated people who were in World War II, which was such an honor. All right, let's go to Washington Post. Nothing. We have an update from NBC. Dr. Dawn Hughes takes the stand. A special agent was wrapped up in his testimony. Has wrapped up his testimony and left the stand. Prosecutors have now called Dr. Dawn Hughes, a clinical and forensic psychologist, to the stand. She's dressed in a cream-colored suit. She wants to match Diddy, I guess, with his khakis. Okay. 16 minutes ago, New York Post by Kyle Schnitzer, Jack Morfett, and Priscilla DeGregory. Jurors saw photos this morning from when the feds raided Diddy's Miami Beach mansion, showing pew-pew, ammunition, stiletto heels, personal lubricant, and sex toys. Dozens of images were shown to the jury Tuesday afternoon and Wednesday morning of what agents found when they searched the fallen music mogul's home. 2 pictures showed sex toys, including multiple, I'm not reading that, on a shelf in a cabinet. Numerous images displayed pew-pew parts, ammunition, and a hand pew-pew. One showed AR-15 pew-pew, semi-auto pew-pew, and that were found in the primary bedroom closet. Another displayed all that. Juries also saw more bottles or images of more bottles of personal lubricant, baby oil, women's black and red stiletto heels, and a lacy negligee. They were previously shown photos of bottles of the stuff from the raid in the hotel where Diddy stayed. Okay, so previously they saw all these bottles of stuff at the hotel, Agent Yassine Benda. The images were shown to the jury as special agent was on the witness stand testifying about when he and 80 to 90 other agents searched the Florida home. Okay. Looks like we have an update from NBC. Hughes is no stranger to high-profile cases. Nexium, Keith Raniere. She was on the stand explaining how jurors and abusers gaslight their victims. 2 years later, she testified in R. Kelly's trial, telling jurors that the R&B singer had subjected victims to psychological entrapment. Raniere was found guilty of racketeering, ST, and possession of child. Oh, Raniere was found guilty of child? That? I did not know that. R. Kelly was convicted in 2021 on 1 count of racketeering and 8 counts of violating the Mann Act, a law that bars transporting people across state lines for any immoral purpose. Reached a new level of national awareness when Dawn Hughes testified to Johnny Depp. Amber Heard trial, and ultimately Amber Heard did lose the defamation case. Okay, I'm refreshing Inner City Press. Looks like nothing new there. Let's go to the Independent. Okay. 6 minutes ago, the Independent says, defense questions special agent on AR-15 parts. The defense questioned special agent Gerard Gannon about the AR-15 rifle parts investigators found in Diddy's home. Confirmed they were dismantled and the rifles were inoperable when they were found. Okay. They must have fell asleep or nodded off over there at Washington Post. We already read that. Let's go to the Mirror. Don Hughes is on the stand. They just be putting pictures of anything on this site. So let me just refresh first. Okay. We do have an update from Fox News. Homeland 1 minute ago, Homeland Security agent testifies he did not run fingerprint analysis on Diddy's pew-pew that were missing serial numbers. The agent testified that he did not personally conduct fingerprint analysis on the pew-pews that were missing the serial numbers. During cross-examination, the defense attorney asked about ways that the law enforcement officers could identify the owner of a pew-pew that didn't have a serial number. He said you could dust for fingerprints and hair fibers. He confirmed you can get fingerprints off metals. The special agent claimed he's not sure if Homeland Security has Diddy's DNA. He was not present for Diddy's arrest. He testified he did not personally conduct a fingerprint analysis of the pew-pew. Okay. Just more stuff about Dawn Hughes. She's on the stand right now. She's on direct examination. She is the government's witness. Diddy is going to call up his own witness, allegedly, Dr. Sasha Barty, to kind of contradict Dawn Hughes' testimony. Forensic psychologist hired by Amber Heard, called by prosecution. She was hired by Amber Heard in the high-profile case. Oh, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard were married? I didn't know that. Hughes also expected to testify in the Harvey Weinstein trial, which is taking place in a courthouse just a few blocks away from Diddy's. Nothing new there. It's just slow today. I got a bunch of stuff up. I got the Independent. I got the Washington Post. Finally, they give us something. 1 minute ago. Anne Brannigan from the Washington Post. The government's next witness is a forensic psychologist here to talk about abuse. Here to talk about how abuse can affect victims. Prosecutors are hoping her testimony can help contextualize some of Cassie's behavior. Over the course of her relationship with Diddy, Cassie testified she did not want to participate in the freak-offs, but she felt compelled to for several reasons, including fear of psychological abuse and blackmail, but also because she loved Diddy and she wanted to stay with him. And so hopefully they're thinking that Dawn Hughes' testimony might be able to explain or contextualize some of Cassie's behaviors. Okay. We get another tweet from Inner City Press 37 seconds ago. How many times have you testified in court? 60 or 65, Southern District of New York, Eastern District of New York, Northern District of New York, also New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Virginia. We offer Dr. Dawn Hughes as an expert. Defense has no objection, although they did already discuss and narrow the scope of what Dr. Hughes can talk about. So I do expect there to be objections coming up very soon. Shout out to Unnamed and Unindicted. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Justice for the rubber duck. Shout out to Jedi Mind Trick for becoming a member. Shout out to Unnamed and Unindicted for becoming a member. Shout out to B for becoming a member. Thank you, Trinity, for the $9.99 super chat. The public isn't willing to explore the spiritual undercurrent of this system. They'll miss the whole picture if they don't. Thank you, BJ, for your perspective and time spent. Thank you, Trinity, for the $9.99. And this issue I've talked about a little bit before. It's like, even if it is like a spiritual component, like let's say Diddy was doing like some type of voodoo ritual or something, I mean, or whatever. It's really difficult to bring that stuff in court. It's really difficult to argue that in court. You would need like, a different type of court. But I do certainly not have a hard time believing. I do not have a hard time believing that something deeper was going on than just Diddy wanted to get his rocks off. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Thank you, a friend of ghosts, for the $1.99 super chat for God's absolute favorite. Thank you for today's info. Yes, there it is. Blessed and highly favored. Thank you for the $1.99. Thank you, Christine, for the 99-cent super sticker. Thank you to Lauren for the $2. Did you meet your legal fund goal yet? I hope so. Oh, let me go look. I did have another legal fund though. So once I didn't meet this one yet. I still got like $2,400 more to go. If you want to donate to the legal fund, it is linked down below. Fighting demons of my own in court. And go to ThatSurpriseWitness.com. Get exclusive merch. We got another update from the Washington Post. Anne Brannigan says Diddy's lawyers have maintained for months. Thank you, Lauren, for the $2 super chat. Have maintained for months that the government overreached in its pursuit of the famed music producer. In her cross-examination of a Homeland Security special agent, defense attorney Teenie Garagos asked about the methods and number of agents used in the raids on Diddy's mansion. Her questions on the exact placement of certain items may have been intended to suggest to the jury that the search wasn't very thorough. But they found phones in boots, girl, please. She also asked the agent if he had guns at home and got him to confirm that the government did not begin. Ooh, this is a good piece of information. All right, this morning is getting off to a slow start. I will admit it's kind of boring. It's kind of dragging. I've been yawning, but we are getting a couple little nuggets here and there. We did get confirmation from the Department of Homeland Security that Diddy did not start getting investigated until Cassie filed her ST lawsuit against him in late 2023. So it's confirmed on the stand that the investigation into Diddy was pretty much prompted by Cassie's lawsuit, or it was, it didn't happen. It was necessitated upon Cassie's lawsuit. So, yeah, look, the government didn't begin investigating Combs until Cassie filed her ST lawsuit. The special agent confirmed today. Let's go back to Inner City Press. Yes. We do have another new tweet, at least one. Okay. What do you anticipate covering today, Dr. Hughes? She said, why victims stay, memory. And what is your hourly rate? Oh, sorry. Have you been retained by the government? She's asked. Yes, I have been. And what's your hourly rate? She said $600. So if I spend all day in court, it's $6,000. So $6,000 today, and then plus $600 an hour for any research I had to do, et cetera, et cetera. Just going through the other sources, checking out Washington Post now. Checking out NBC. Nothing new. Let's try the mirror. Oh, look, we got pictures here. 50 Cent had alleged Diddy's sons were arrested. And look, there's Justin, Christian, some other people. These two still had handcuffs. This one had handcuffs, but this one's not handcuffed. 6 people were at the raid. At the time, 2 of Diddy's sons were taken out of the house in handcuffs. Pictures from Diddy's hotel arrest after his arrest were released. Diddy was arrested September 2024 after spending some time in New York. I think he was there for like 11 days so far. When he was finally cuffed, his hotel was raided and documented with photographs. Now, some people were asking, who is the doctor that prescribed? As you can see here, it is difficult to tell because it's very blurry. I think it says Cameron Donovan, but it's just like, I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Square Pharmacy. You can't really see when it was filled. You can't really see the date. It's, obvious what it is, some type of Adderall type of thing. Diddy was arrested 2024 after spending time staying at a New York hotel. He was finally cuffed. The rapper's hotel was raided and documented with photographs. Okay. Here's Dawn Hughes. This is what she looks like now. Oh, Lord, my God. That is not her color, girl. She needs one of those color analysis. Dawn Hughes, defamation. I'm not trying to read her whole crap all over again. Okay. So they do tell us a little bit of what she's actually said in court. She says her experience is unique because she almost always had training in trauma. She said she started working at a domestic violence survivors program in graduate school. It's routine for an expert witness to answer questions about people's credentials and experience before they are qualified at trial. She's expected to testify today about why victims in general maintain relationships with abusers and why they engage in a delayed disclosure, the effect of trauma on memory. The judge previously ruled that Dr. Hughes cannot testify about certain topics, including coercive control, nor can she speak to the credibility of the accusers in the case. Oh, good. So I have another video coming out tonight on my other channel about the astroturfing of it all, like about how Diddy is alleged to be paying, these protesters $20 an hour and stuff like that. Now, I did have the bots absolutely bombard my live comments yesterday, not the live chat, but the comments, and I had to block a bunch of them. They were typing exactly verbatim the same comment, and it was like all pro Diddy. So I do have a video coming out today after this live stream this afternoon on my other channel, BJ Investigates. So y'all make sure to look out for that. The Diddy astroturfing campaign from hell. Less than a minute ago, CNN.com did update us. Hughes says she's here to provide the jury with information on domestic violence and traumatic stress. She is testifying as a, quote, blind expert and will provide the jury with some information about domestic violence, RSA, and traumatic stress. She testified she has not assessed any of the victims or witnesses in this case, nor has she interviewed anyone connected with the case. She said she has seen some press coverage of the case, but she's not been following what's going on in court. She testified that she's been paid $600 an hour for her work and $6,000 for a day of court testimony. Let's go back to, Washington Post has an update, so let's see what that's about. Who's this? Holly Baird, Diddy's publicist. This must be the, remember earlier when I was trying to figure out who else is testifying today? Because it's not going to be Kid Cudi. He's coming tomorrow. And then they said today it was going to be special agent. It was going to be Don Hughes, and it was the doctor, and it was going to be a former employee. Well, the current publicist, maybe former publicist, was spotted outside the courthouse Wednesday, and she was also seen Thursday when Cassie was cross-examined. So this is being reported by Samantha Sherry or Cherry. Sherry. I don't know how to say her name, but here's the picture here. This is allegedly the publicist, Holly Baird. Okay. We have another tweet, at least one, two more tweets. Why, the question from the assistant U.S. attorney, why do victims stay? Dr. Hughes said, well, there are psychological bonds and the psychological consequences of the abuse. What are the levels of fear? She said, well, it ranges, this is Dr. Dawn Hughes, from physical violence to just butterflies in, your stomach. Violence doesn't have to happen all the time. It just has to happen at all. What is psychological violence? I do like this question because sometimes I feel like a lot of people just be calling any and every damn thing violence, where it actually takes away from whenever violence happens. Like expressing an opinion for the most part isn't violence. Like violence generally means you have to do something violent. Like just like psychological manipulation, in my opinion, isn't violence. We got to stop just using every word for everything. Psychological manipulation is abuse. It is, especially if it's on purpose, it's damaging, it's harmful, it's all of that. But like violence implies something a little bit more in the matrix, in the physical world. So it's a good question. What in the is psychological violence? Now, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying it's a good question because it needs to be explained. Intimidation, throwing things. I disagree with this. I don't think throwing things is psychological violence. I think it's just violence. Throwing things is assault. If you're throwing things, then it makes someone put in imminent fear of their safety. And even if it don't hit them, that is assault. Telling people what you can do, telling people where you can go. Objection, objection. The judge agrees with me. He's like, what the? No, I'm striking. Jury, disregard what this crackpot just said, girl. Just disregard her. I think they could have got a better witness than Dawn Hughes. I think she's pretty tainted at this point. Why do victims stay? It's like she really does just come up with her own excuses and her own, not excuses, excuse me, her own definitions for things. And I just don't think it's helpful. I think it actually makes it look like anything is anything, everything is everything. And the jury isn't going to leave this with any like direct understanding better than they had when they sat there. Okay. The judge struck the last answer. Yeah. Throwing things and to call intimidation and throwing things the same thing, I think actually takes away from whenever a victim had something thrown at them. Manipulating you psychologically is harmful, but it isn't the same thing of having something thrown at you. There's different mechanisms of response, period. Argue with your freaking mama about it. Argue with your mama. All right. However, I will say, I don't think her main premise and conclusion is wrong, which is a lot of times victims do stay. There's reasons to stay. There's a lot of reasons, and they are good reasons. I'm not even saying there's not good reasons. I'm saying this lady talks out the side of her mouth and the other side, and nothing meets in the middle. Victims often stay in the relationships. We knew that. This is stuff the jury hopefully already knows. She says it's very common for them to stay. She explained that perpetrators often use various abusive methods beyond just physical violence. It's about the power and the control that the abuser has over the victim. Again, I need it to mean something a little bit more. Let me just make sure. Because y'all know they be putting all the pictures up here, and I'm trying to get in trouble over here. I'm not trying to. Okay, here's another picture of her. Dawn Hughes takes the stand to provide, quote, blind testimony after the jury heard from Gannon. Here come Dawn Hughes. She's a doctor of clinical psychology. She explained the difference. She explained traumatic stress is the psychological outcome that comes from a traumatic event. Okay, this, I'm with her. I'm with her on this one. Traumatic stress is the outcome that comes out of a traumatic event. So you go through a traumatic event, you have traumatic stress. The clinical psychologist has practiced for 30 years and has treated thousands of victims. There's a lot of 30 years going on in this case. What's his name has been an exotic Punisher, has been an exotic dancer for 30 years. The Don Hughes has been a psychologist for 30 years. Something else happened 30 years. I don't remember. She's board certified. She explains she doesn't have personal knowledge of this case, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Let's go to Washington Post. All right. We do have this publicist sighting, and I wonder if that's because she's going to be the next one to come up to the stand. Let's go to Inner City Press. Okay. Next question. What can be the role of sexual abuse? She says it puts the victim in significant psychological fear. I don't know why you have to say psychological fear instead of just fear. Why does it prevent leaving? Okay, so why does sexual abuse prevent leaving? She said shame, degradation, and they don't want to think about it. Believable. I buy this. So why don't people leave? Like, how can sexual abuse be used in these instances to make someone stay? Because remember, Dr. Dawn Hughes is very limited in what she can testify about. She's got to stick to the few things that the judge allowed her to testify about. And one of them is, why do victims stay? That's like one of the very few limited things she's allowed to testify about. So what can the role of sexual abuse be in making a victim stay? She said it puts the victim in significant fear and it prevents them from leaving because they have shame and they've been degraded and they just don't want to think about what's going to happen when all of that shame has to be dealt with and processed. Okay, Dr. Hughes, what is emotional abuse? She said putting down our partner, feeling like a piece of crap. What about financial dependence? Now, this one I do think needs to be expanded upon. I do have issues, obviously, with this expert, but some of the stuff she's saying is necessary to be said. I'm just not sure if it's like, I agree with everything. Because in my opinion, a lot of what she does is conflates violence with other stuff, and then it makes it where violence isn't even that serious because everything in its mama is violence, according to her. The abuse. Okay, so what about financial dependence? Now, this is a big one. The abuses and the controls, the abuser, I guess this is supposed to be, the abuser controls housing and transportation, taking away a laptop, taking away her laptop. So she said her laptop, which kind of makes it seem like she's talking about Cassie or talking about only female victims. And so, of course, Diddy's lawyers are like, objection, Your Honor. Objection. This woman has not even, she testified. She wasn't even supposed to know the details of this case. So why is it she's talking about Diddy took her laptop away? Now, you know whose laptop did get taken away, according to her? Dahlia Takali. She said she wasn't allowed to have any devices. She didn't even know what day it was. And they used that as one of the reasons to say she was so crazy. She's so crazy. She don't know what day it was. She's like, they took my devices away. So now you have this purported expert right here saying this is a type of abuse, taking away somebody's laptop. Okay. Yeah, she's not going to. Concasa said, I think they made a big mistake bringing this expert witness. She's not going to hold up on the cross examination. Oh, all right. Let's go to Washington Post. Okay. 2 minutes ago, Anne Brannigan, Dawn Hughes, a forensic psychologist, is on the stand in a white suit and a white shirt. She's going to testify on four main topics. Okay. Number one, why people stay in relationships even though they're being abused. Number two, how those people cope and, can cope, different ways they can cope. Not every single person handles these situations the same way. The third main topic that Dr. Dawn Hughes is going to be talking about is how victims of domestic abuse disclose and talk about abuse, and how traumatic events can affect the memory. No victim wants to be abused. Okay, this is the first quote we're getting from Dr. Dawn Hughes. She says, no victim wants to be abused, but it's very common for people to stay in an abusive relationship because the reasons she's going to give, she's what's called a blind expert, meaning she's not supposed to know anything about the main figures in this case. And that's why the defense probably objected whenever she was like taking her laptop, because it's like, you ain't even supposed to know about the people in this case. Objection. And the judge did side with Diddy on that objection, or his lawyers. Okay, we got another new update less than a minute ago from CNN.com. Sexual abuse is a very private harm. She explains obstacles to seeking help. It's a very private harm, and it can make it difficult for a victim to seek help. To leave the abusive relationship. Quote, they experience a tremendous amount of shame, humiliation, and degradation. Now, Cassie did say, she had felt humiliated by the freak-offs, especially the urination stuff. They experience a tremendous amount of shame, humiliation, degradation. They don't want to talk about it. They don't even want to think about it with their own brain. Like inside their own head, they'll just cut it off. And Dawn Richard did say that is why she's had previously not remembered stuff. She said she cut it off in her own head. Now, is that true? I don't know. I wasn't there, but I'm just telling you what she said. Okay, 20 seconds ago. The defense is not going to let them talk about love bombing. They're not going to let them talk about it. They're going to say objection. But there is a new tweet. Oh, wow, they did. Wow, I stand corrected. Are you familiar with love bombing, Dr. Hughes? She said, yeah, it's that honeymoon phase. The abuser is going to shower her with gifts and affection to get her back. Does the attempt to leave happen over time? Yes. It usually takes multiple attempts to leave an abuser. Oh, y'all never heard of love bombing? Ain't the only kind of bombing he was doing too, if you ask Kid Cudi. Anyway, let's go to the Independent. What can she testify about? She's expected to testify about why victims remain in their relationships, how they cope, how trauma affects memory. The judge previously told prosecutors she cannot testify about the credibility. She testified about 60 trials over her career. She told the jury today. Checking NBC. Checking the Mirror. I'm with the man in the mirror. I'm getting a change way. Okay. Psychologists testified to the impacts of abuse on victims. This is from Alex West, themirror.com. She told the jurors about how abuse can affect victims. The doctor did not weigh in on the specifics of the case. She only provided a wide overview of the concepts. She further explained why victims sometimes stay with their abusers despite danger. Quote, it's about the power and the control that the abuser has over the victim. Okay. We have another update from CNN less than a minute ago. CNN.com. Financial dependence and lack of resources traps victims in abusive relationships, the psychologist testified. She said that a victim's financial dependence on an abuser plays a very important role in their decision to stay in an abusive situation. And this is corroborating some of Cassie's testimony. Not only Cassie's, but also Cassie's mom, and maybe not her, but definitely that former assistant, David James. Remember, he said that he was staying with Cassie on the dock in Miami, and we just saw that dock earlier, picture of it. And she's looking out over the water and she's smoking a cigarette and she says, man, this lifestyle is crazy. And David James, the former assistant's like, yeah, you should get out of it. And she said, I can't. He controls everything. He pays my rent. He pays my car. I just can't get out of it. There's just no way. So the doctor, Dr. Dawn Hughes, explained that resources are necessary for a victim to leave the relationship. And when an abuser controls the general living expenses, it's hard for the victim to see a way out. The abuser is constantly, quote, sabotaging the victim's ability to leave and have independence. How are you supposed to leave if you don't have access to your own tangible resources? And that's true. I got to agree with Dr. Hughes on that one. That's true. Okay. So here, this is in New York Post 11 minutes ago. She was called by prosecutors to speak about why people stay in abusive relationships. She said the main reasons are because the abuse makes them feel trapped. There's often love involved. She said often there is love involved. It's not like, oh, I love him, so, he abused me, so I don't love him anymore. She's like, no, I mean, often they do love him. And then like a lot of times there's other stuff involved, like maybe kids, maybe you share a house, maybe there's financial dependence. But she said the cycle of abuse makes planning a way out very difficult. I would agree with that. That tracks. 3 minutes ago, NBC News, victims of DV often stay with their abusers as they feel like there's no better option. They stay in these toxic relationships. They tend to fall into one of three categories. Either they feel trapped, they feel a bond to their abuser. This would be the Stockholm syndrome. They believe that the act of leaving their relationship is So reason number one, they feel trapped. Number two, they feel a bond with their abuser. Or they believe that the act of leaving the relationship is just too complex to even achieve. Like, how am I going to untangle my life? Her testimony could be key in prosecution's efforts to fight the defense narrative that women such as Cassie could have left. All right. So the defense is going to say she could have left at any time. And this is supposed to kind of combat that. Now, she's also, according to CNN.com less than 1 minute ago, testifying about trauma bonds. A quote, trauma bond can make a victim unwilling to leave a relationship, the psychologist testified. And these abusive relationships often do have love and kindness in them, in addition to abuse. So it's never always going to be 100% of abuse. A lot of times there's love bombing, there's being nice, there's these gifts. Now, we did learn from David James, Diddy does think whenever you put your hands on a woman and you can't do that, you got to buy him a gift. I mean, that's what he told David James to do, according to David James' testimony. So, quote, the victim wants that. They want that back. Whenever the person used to be love bombing them, they want that back. And so when that is shown to the victim, that's very reinforcing. She testified that a trauma bond is when somebody is attached to their partner in spite of violence and abuse. A trauma bond can make a victim unwilling to leave a relationship, she said. Let's go to Inner City Press. Okay, now I guess they're on to talking about coping mechanisms. Which is the most common coping mechanism? Hold on, I need to write something down. What is the most common coping mechanism? She said trying to work it out because of the trauma bond. You don't want to lose your partner. Personal coping mechanisms. How does placating or appeasing work? She said, well, they're trying to avoid abuse. So some of y'all were calling this fawning, fight, flight, or fawn, where someone's like becomes soft-spoken, becomes placating, becomes appeasing, just kind of willing to just give whatever you want because you don't want to get abused again. CNN has an update. Psychologist explains less than 1 minute ago, CNN.com. Psychologist explains why it sometimes takes multiple attempts for victims to leave the abusive relationship. The clinical and forensic psychologist Dawn Hughes said it often takes multiple attempts. Quote, there is a pattern. Sorry, that's not a quote. Quote, there's this pattern of returning and reconciliation and then returning again, she testified. She said victims would want to come back to, quote, the good version of their partner that they still do love. So there's always that version of the person you still love. She said so many return because the abuse is still continuing outside of the relationship. Right. So they're not in the relationship anymore and they're still getting abused. So they might as well just go back to them. Let's go to Washington Post. Let's go to NBC. I think we already read that. Let's go to the Mirror. All right. We do have a couple updates. Okay, this is so aggravating. Hold on. Freaking kidding me? Hold on, I'm just trying to get this to work. It's like pop-ups, pop-ups, pop-ups. Okay. Here we have right here. Psychologists explained more about financial dependence. While she didn't speak to Cassie or other victims' situations, she did explain that victims often find it difficult to leave abusive relationships when there is money involved. Now, how are you supposed to leave if you don't have access to those tangible resources? And that does make sense. And it corroborates what Cassie's mom was saying, how she had to take out a loan. She had to take out a loan on her house to pay this, what Cassie called it was like a blackmail. I guess we have some AstroTurf bots in need of being blocked. Yeah, that's a good question. On stand now, Dawn Hughes testifying about Diddy. All right, hold on. I gotta block some AstroTurf accounts real quick because I don't like seeing their bullshit. Hold on. Oh Lord, I'm off the screen. Shh. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's see. Inner City Press. Hold on. Here you go. We do have an update from CNN. Hold on, I just want to get to the... All right. Here's the CNN update. 1 minute ago, CNN.com. Victims develop coping mechanisms, psychologist says. As the abuse becomes more severe, so do the coping mechanisms. A victim's coping mechanisms usually exist within the confines of the relationship. Sometimes that includes fighting back, but the most common coping mechanism is trying to work things out with the abuser, to stop the abuse and to, quote, preserve the love. Let me see if these have any updates. They just be putting any picture up on here. So I gotta check it first. Okay. We do have an update here. Fox News. The doctor, she says victims will stay in relationships because a lot of behaviors conspire to keep the victim trapped, according to the doctor. She also testified that in these relationships, there's almost always love. That makes it difficult for the victim to see a way out. She claimed that there's psychological consequences from the abuse, and those can prevent a victim from leaving. She explained to the jury that it's about power and control of the abuser, not just about hitting. She continued by saying, when you are hit or beat up, you feel scared, and it's very hard to take that fear away. It doesn't have to happen all the time, just at all. If it ever happened, then it's hard to undo that. When in this high level of fear, the victim can't take other things into account because you're in this sort of fight or flight. Now, this does also corroborate something that Carrie, what was her name? Carrie Morgan, Cassie's former best friend, did say as well, that when Diddy was banging on Cassie's apartment door with a hammer trying to get in, I mean, somebody called the police. Banging on the door with a hammer, Cassie was just sitting there zoned out, like, just zoned. Like, she just was not, like, at all in any capacity caring. And her former best friend, who don't even talk to her anymore, she said Cassie didn't appear to really care if Diddy broke in and unalived her at that point. So now Dawn Hughes is saying, when you're in a high level of fear, victims can't take other things into account. Okay. 2 minutes ago, we get another tweet from Inner City Press. What is minimization? Dr. Hughes said, well, the victim says maybe they had a bad day at work. Maybe they were intoxicated. It's a way to stay in the relationship, but it does increase their risk. It's not a long-term strategy. It gets from one assaultive episode to the next. So minimization is kind of like making an excuse for the person, for the abuser. Like, oh, maybe she's going through a lot, or maybe he's going through a lot. Maybe he had a bad day at work. Maybe he has too much pressure on him. Maybe I did something. You know, you're minimizing the damaging behaviors because it's just would be too hard to leave them. You're really trying to preserve the relationship, and you want it to go back to how it was whenever they were being nice to you. Four minutes ago, The Independent gives us quite a large update. Dr. Dawn Hughes testifies about S abuse and trauma bonds. She called S abuse private harm. Quote, they experience a tremendous amount of shame, humiliation, and degradation. They don't want to talk about it. They don't even want to think about it in their own brain. She explained that abuse victims often have a trauma bond with their partner, which is an attachment that forms despite violence and abuse. Abusive relationships tend to have loving and kind moments too. The victim wants that. They want that back. So when that is shown to the victim, that's very reinforcing. A lack of financial independence can also keep victims trapped in abusive relationships, she added. Let's go to Washington Post. They must have fell asleep over there. NBC News. Inner City Press. That is the most recent. Let's try New York Post. Nothing new. Let's see. Inner City Press. Thank you, Lauren, for the $2 super chat. Did I meet my legal fund goal yet? No. Thank you for the $1.99 or the $2. Thank you, Deborah. for the 199 super chat. And Deborah asks, is MIA, is Mia Eva Baroni Combs? Wouldn't that be something? I don't know. I don't know who it is. I think not. I think it's not Eva Baroni Combs because you want to know why? Because I think that Mia is a former employee. Thanks so much for the 199 super chat. Shout out to Joanne Whitehouse becoming a member. Stuck on strings. I feel sorry for the rubber duck today. Thank you, BJ. Loving your channel. I promise I'm not a bot. I'm a violinist. Thank you, Stuck on Strings, for the 499 super chat. Shout out to violinists. I love violin. Thank you, Adam Freeman, for the $2 super chat. Queen. 3D Pew Pew printed out. Oh, 3D Pew Pew printed without serial number. I don't know if that's true or not, Marlena. I mean, that hasn't been alleged as of right now, I don't think. Thank you so much for the 199 super chat. Thank you, Lady Shishi, for the 499. Thanks for doing this live. Diddy will at least go down for the scratched out pew pews. Probably so. Thank you again, Lady Shishi, for the 499 super sticker. Thank you, Nicole Zyke. First super chat ever. I love your channel. You are so beautiful, incredibly insightful. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Nicole. Shout out to you. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Hudson Saint and Co. for the $4.99. Christian Combs has his own SA case recently. I believe he paid the girl off too. That's an interesting theory. Thanks so much for the $4.99 super chat. Is it possible that Robin and Lou are in this lawsuit but are referred to as pseudonyms? Anything's possible. Friend of ghosts. I don't know yet. I hope so. Really, truly, deep down, I feel like they're still trying to protect them. Like they're still trying to not drag them in yet. That's what it feels like to me. I hope they change their mind. Thank you for the $4.99. All right, let's go back to CNN. They have 2 new updates there. All right. Now Dawn Hughes is talking 2 minutes ago, CNN.com, about passive and active self-defense. The psychologist discussed both passive and active self-defense during her testimony. Passive self-defense includes actions that are the least provoking as possible to get the violent episode to stop, including blocking punches or curling up on the floor. So self-defense could be, this. That's what they're saying the self-defense is. Active self-defense is whenever you throw objects, hit back against the abuse. Victims use active self-defense to just have any way of standing up for themselves, although in many cases it usually results in more severe injury to them than the abuser. I think they're probably going to, the defense is probably going to say that Cassie also used to would hit Diddy. And so Dawn Hughes is saying, yeah, that's normal. If you're being abused, you defend yourself. Okay. We have another new tweet from Inner City Press. What about the power relation? The doctor said, well, a person can have power as the principal of a school. The victim asks, who's going to believe me? When does the victim finally speak? Dr. Dawn Hughes said, in a safe environment or after they get psychological help. So once the victim is in a safe environment or once they get psychological help, then they often speak. So that does also bolster Cassie's credibility if her testimony is true, because she said she really kind of broke free from it in 2023 because she went to a rehab or some type of treatment. I shouldn't say rehab. I don't know if she went to rehab, but she went to some type of treatment. She did this eye movement therapy. She did some other therapies, and she just kind of has come to terms with it. But also in 2018, she met her husband. 2019, she got married. I think 2019, she had her first baby, maybe 2020. It was like the end of 2019. And now she's like, years and years she's been with her husband. She has a family. She has kids. So now Cassie is seemingly in a much safer environment, and also has gotten psychological help by her own testimony and by public evidence. So the power relation they're talking about, they're really getting at like, okay, Diddy was a huge business. He had huge businesses. He had huge, he's a mogul. Everybody knows who Diddy is, and he has a lot of power, but she doesn't say that. She says, like, if someone's the principal of a school, they might have power over somebody like a student or even like a teacher or whatever. I mean, I'm kind of filling in the blanks, but that's what the tea leaves appear to be saying here. Let's go to Washington Post. Nothing. Let's go to NBC. Nothing. Let's go to the Mirror. Jaguar Wright spoke with the Mirror recently about the case. Oh, previously, not recently. Jaguar Wright spoke with the Mirror previously about the case. She caught up with the Mirror before the trial, saying the Diddy case addresses a lot of great social issues that are decaying and destroying our communities now at a global level. It's so true because y'all, I have seen this, like, not all hip hop is debauched. Okay. Not all hip hop is debauched, but like there is a certain brand of this debauched hip hop that's like just truly is glorifying like the most debauched, degrading, stupid, dangerous, just like anti-human type of behaviors, just the guns and the drugs and the meaningless sex and like just the whole all of it, degrading women, degrading whole communities, like really giving like a bad name to certain people, like it really is just debauched. And now I've watched it since my lifetime in the early 90s go all the way into a global phenomenon where it's like, why are other cultures now glorifying this criminal behavior? Okay, I mean, it is decaying the world culture. It's sick. It's sick. And I think somebody does need to pay for it. That's my opinion. And I'm not talking about all hip hop. It's not like one genre of music can be debauched. There's debauchery in a lot of musical genres. Okay, let's see. I'm updating Inner City Press. Nope, nothing new there. It's just a drag with this Dawn Hughes. Thanks so much, Jessica, for the 1999 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Keep sharing #truth. Thank you. Sensei 7 said, never experienced love bombing. Date a Libra. It's true. It's true. Libras don't even argue with your mama. I love Libras, but they're very good at this. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Shout out to JC Martin, member for 6 months. Oh, and interesting. What we colloquially refer to as ex Stacy is a pressed pill of Molly and other things. M3TH, if you know what I mean, is super common as an additive. Interesting. I'm not hating. Y'all are good at love bomb. I ain't hating. I graduated 2004, goes way back. Apparently reggaeton is doing that too. And they got some reggaeton fans in the audience. My psycho sister is a Libra. And if you don't marry a Taurus, and Leos are a little love bomby. They can be a little bit too, in my estimation. Okay. Okay. So less than a minute ago, CNN.com says, expert witness, this is Dawn, says it's common for victims to wait months or years before disclosing. It's uncommon for victims to talk about the abuse around the time it occurs. She said it's actually not common. It's not common for victims to talk about it when it occurs. It takes kind of thinking through and seeing it for what it is and all of that. Quote, this is a quote from the doctor. Many victims will wait months, even years, before telling what happened to them. She explained that a victim is usually more willing to discuss abuse from a stranger than from a partner. The closer the relationship to the perpetrator, the less likely you're going to be to disclose. So the closer you are, like if it's your family member, husband, wife, boyfriend, somebody you're close to, best friend, childhood, for whatever, friend, you're going to be less likely to disclose than it was somebody jumped out a bush on the street. Let's go to Inner City Press. Okay. We do have another tweet from 3 minutes ago. Next question for the doctor. What type of language do victims usually use when they first speak out on the abuse? Doctor, you said they minimize, they're kind of piecemeal, like they just take little pieces from here, pieces from there. They remember chipping paint on the ceiling, the smell of alcohol on the perpetrator's breath. So there's like little details like his breath was stank. There was some paint on the ceiling that was chipping. Like there's like these little details, but they maybe won't have the full recollection of the picture. And they also will minimize. They'll say he had a hard day. Maybe he didn't mean it. Maybe he didn't know. Maybe I did something. Well, we did hook up before, stuff like that. The minimizing that she described earlier. Oh man. Usually the Washington Post is like nobody's updating. What are they doing in there? Got a Jaguar Wright mention. Imagine Jaguar Wright shows up to testify. Okay, we got 30 seconds ago. Clinical psychologist reveals trauma bond can keep a victim in a relationship with their abuser. This is Fox News. That's her, and I guess maybe her bodyguard, maybe her lawyer. I don't know who that is. Maybe her husband. The doctor explained that because these relationships start with love, the victims continue to want that feeling back. When they are shown that love, they want it back, and it creates a psychological attachment to what used to be. This is called a trauma bond. According to the doctor, the victim loves their partner despite the violence and abuse. And when times are good, that creates a very strong bond. Now, this is also speaking to Diddy's defense that like these women were gold diggers. They got to go to the Met. They got to go to the yacht. They got to take all these vacations and da-da-da. And the doctor's like, yeah, they'll admit they had good times. That's why they stay. She claimed that because the acts are so private when it comes to sexual assault and because it's humiliating a lot of the times, the victim only returns to the abuser and it creates a very powerful bond. The clinical psychologist claims trauma bond is a sense of hopelessness and it makes victims feel that they're never, ever going to be able to leave. During cross-examination, Cassie admitted that she did keep the freak-offs secret from her family and her friends. She also told Diddy's defense lawyer, Anna Estevallo, that Diddy trusted her with his secrets. She explained she wanted to earn Diddy's trust. Let's go back to Inner City Press. Nothing new there. Let's go to the Independent. Nothing new there. Let's go to the Washington Post. We do have a new update here. This is Anne Brannigan, Washington Post. Domestic abuse expert could support Cassie's testimony. A trauma bond can form between the abuser and the victims, the forensic psychologist said in her testimony. The government hopes this will help jurors to make sense of some of Cassie's behavior with respect to Diddy. Under cross-examination last week, Diddy's lawyers pressed Cassie about warm and loving text messages with Diddy and highlighted several messages in which Cassie appeared to propose the freak-offs. But Dawn Hughes testified today, there's almost always love and attraction and companionship in abusive relationships. She said a combination of highs and lows is what can actually create a powerful bond between an abuser and their victim. The victim can feel trapped in a relationship due to not just physical violence, but also psychological abuse, surveillance, or financial control. So some of the things that can make the victim stay in the relationship, in addition to the things we already discussed, we're getting some new evidence here, some new context here from the Washington Post. This is Anne Brannigan. She said, not only can it be the psychological abuse, not only can it be the financial control that makes them feel trapped, but also surveillance. And Cassie did say this did happen to her. She was kind of like tracked down if she tried to leave by, remember, James Cruz or whatever. The abuse is especially difficult and isolating for victims of domestic violence because these acts are more personal and they cause a lot of shame. If you can't talk about what's happening in the relationship, you can't get help. In Cassie's testimony last week, she said that she told her mom about Diddy's physical abuse, but she couldn't bring herself to talk about the freak offs for a long time. 2 new updates from CNN. Victims often hedge and minimize when disclosing abuse. They often use minimizing and hedging language. They don't want to label themselves a victim. They don't want to label their abuser as that. It's too painful to admit that fact. Somebody who loved me did this to me. They still often are in a self-blame mindset. Trauma also affects memory. Victims retain core details while peripheral ones may fade away. The psychologist testified about the ways that trauma affects or impacts memory. She explained that victims will usually remember the core gist of a traumatic event and the central sensory details they perceived as significant. But other peripheral details that weren't assigned any significance are not remembered easily. That is a very unique thing for each person and each situation they're in. Okay, so she does admit that. It's very unique. But sometimes, this can happen where it's like they remember the gist, but it's like all these little side details like before or after Burning Man, during what festival, was it EDM? Was it Tomorrowland? I don't know. We were at some music, I don't really remember, like that type of thing. That's a very unique thing for each person, which memories they remember. Some traumatic memories can also be, quote, fragmented, meaning you have just pieces of the memory, but they could still be reliable, even if there's only pieces there. New update from NBC. 4 minutes ago. Psychological, sexual, and emotional abuse and financial dependence, NBC News says, is used to control victims. This is all according to Dr. Dawn Hughes. This article is written by Adam Rice and David K. Lee. Domestic violence victims fall prey to psychological, sexual, and emotional abuse, as well as financial dependence, making it all the harder for them to fight back or cut themselves loose. Victims suffering from psychological abuse walk on eggshells and focus on how to stay safe in the moment rather than a big picture solution, such as like exiting the relationship. Sexual abuse can bring shame and humiliation, which leads victims to worry about keeping this like a secret. Again, this keeps them from seeking an ultimate end to the bad relationship. The price of emotional abuse leads victims to simply believe they're not worthy of anything anymore. And this is something that Cassie's former best friend did say about Cassie, is that she lost her spark, she lost her confidence, and she just became kind of like a shell of her former self. The price of emotional abuse leads victims to simply believe they're not worthy of anything more. This drains them of the energy or the motivation to get help because they don't even think they're worthy. They actually get brainwashed, basically. The doctor described financial dependence as very important. Financial, right? So what are we talking about? The big things, right? Psychological abuse here, sexual abuse here, emotional abuse here, and financial dependence. Very important, she says, because it deprives the victim of the material resources that they need to leave. She said, if you don't have money, you're left with a feeling of where am I going to go? And this is what Dawn Richard actually says that she was told by either Diddy or D-Rock or one of them. She said she was told, where are you going to go? What you going to do? Let's go to Inner City Press. Nothing new for 17 minutes. My God. Let me try again. He must have got so bored he fell asleep or something. We do have an update from the Independent 5 minutes ago. Forensic psychologist says it can take months or years for victims to disclose abuse. Common for victims to wait months or years. They're more likely to disclose the abuse if it comes from a stranger. The closer the relationship to the perpetrator, the less likely you're going to B, to disclose the abuse. Let's go to Washington Post. Nothing new there. Let's check NBC. Nothing there. Let's check the Mirror. Okay, breaking news. Meek Mill has spoken out. Ooh, okay, Meek Mill has spoken out. Now, remember, Meek Mill is the one that was in the pool talking about, daddy, you did so good, need to cool off and all that. He opened up about his time at Diddy parties and said, just to put that on public record, the craziest thing I ever seen at Puffy Party is coke vibes, and that's going on all these parties. I'm from North Philly. I had millions since I was 23. I don't even want to be addicted to weed. Not judging, but I see it different. I don't get it. Does this mean Coca-Cola vibes? Oh, so he's taken up for Diddy. He's like, the only thing I ever saw was cocaine vibes, and that's going on at all these parties. I've been to millions of these parties since I'm 23. But don't worry about me because I don't even want to be addicted to weed. Okay. Tell it to somebody who believes it because it ain't me, but that's fine. I think he saw a little more than that at the parties. But also, I do want to say, a lot of times people just like get gaslit themselves, where it's like they really will be thinking it's true, you know? Natasha said Meek was abusive to Nicki, so his options are useless. Yeah, typical Diddy supporter. Yeah. Of course he's taking up for him. Didn't you see them in those matching shirts? Mm-hmm. Didn't y'all see Travis Scott covering his butt and running away from Diddy going, ooh, after Diddy was like, we gonna have fun tonight? Oh my God, Pesa, that is not nice. Your husband shouldn't call you stupid. He's probably the stupid one. Thank you, Christy. How to become a member? If you're on iPhone, I think you have to go on desktop. Thank you so much for the $1.99. Thank you, Carla Turner, for the $19.99. I'm starting from the beginning, but I want to tell you, you're doing amazing. Thank you so much for doing this for us. You're welcome. Thank you for the $19.99. Super chat. Thank you, Donna Burke, for the $19.99. Hey, BJ, thanks for the great coverage. Shout out to you. Thank you for the $19.99. Thank you, Pamela Fairbanks, for the $4.99. Thank you for all your hard work. I'm from Lacombe, Louisiana. Yes, indeed. That's probably my cousin, y'all. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Didn't Meek Mill play a big role in excuse me. Didn't Jay-Z, Laura said, play a big role in getting Meek out of jail? I don't know, but it does remind me of Kanye West tweeting about ever since Kim met at the Waldorf Astoria with Meek Mill about prison reform, something, whatever it was, like he was mad she met with Meek Mill. Chelsea Justin is Misa and Wolf's son. Justin is Misa and Wolf's son? Who's Wolf? Horrifying how many women can go through abuse. This chat is full of us. And I think that the men could do better, somebody said. Saida said. I've been waiting for DJ Khaled or Rick Ross to break their silence. Well, Twisted Cookie Monster, you know, those are two that were mentioned by Jonathan Oddie. Jonathan Oddie mentioned them in his interrogation. Cousins in the chat. Shout out. Of course, Meek Mill's going to say that. He has his own trauma bond, Letitia said. Do I think this testimony can bring some credibility to Dawn Richard? I do. Wait, I thought Diddy was his dad. Is this just rumors or this is like confirmed and true? They smart not to say anything, Hades said. I think everyone taking up for Diddy has a tape he made of them threatening to be released. Justin is Diddy's. He gave her hell over child support. His DNA matches, Biggie Shorty said. Okay, thank you. Diddy is not his dad, Jedi Mind Trick said. Okay, well, look, listen. Biggie Shorty said, they did a DNA test and everything. Justin EHC Bunny said, And Justin and Misa went through the court system, which required a DNA test. TT said, yeah, but he does look like Wolf. He could have kept that statement. Rumor, Shanae. Thank you, Shanae. Thank you, Lamora. Rumor, because she took him to court for support and got it. Survivor DV, there's mixed emotions after abuse. I would be the boss of him for days, believing I was owed something from him because I knew what he did was wrong. So it's like kind of a roller coaster. Let's see if Inner City Press say anything. Yeah, he did. All right. Sidebar they had, and then cross-examination. It's going to be Jonathan Bach, Alexandra Shapiro's husband, only recently brought on, literally yesterday or the day before. She said, okay, so this lawyer, Jonathan Bach, he says, your clients, Dr. Hughes, you observe them closely, their cognitive style. Dr. Hughes said, yeah, I do. CNN has 2 updates. Less than a minute ago, CNN.com said expert witness explains why victims may not remember each specific time they were abused. Within a domestic abuse situation, there's a quote, routine that happens where a victim can conflate instances of abuse in the same way that mundane routine events that anyone does. They can all run together. Yeah, this is true. Like, I can't even, remember exactly what day of the week, certain people testified, and I've been covering this every single day and not thinking about much else or whatever, right? Like, absent and apart from abuse, absent apart from anything, like, memory isn't like always 100%. When something happens to you over and 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 over again, whether it be traumatic or not, if it's just something routine, it's like, oh, did I see a red car on my way to work today? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. But if you only ever saw one red car in your whole entire life, you might remember the time you saw the red car. So this is like, yeah, if you're getting the hell beat out of you all the time, sometimes you might not remember every single exact time. The doctor said where a victim can conflate instances of abuse the same way mundane routine events that anyone does. She would say, I know I got punched a bunch of times, but she can't tell you when it was or where exactly, or like maybe they'll get the city wrong. Maybe they'll get other things wrong. Victims are more likely to remember isolated incidents of abuse that are connected to a quote marker or a significant event like a birthday. Like, oh yeah, we were at Britney Spears' birthday, or we were at the VMAs, or we were at the one time I was allowed to go to the New Year's Eve event, or it was the one time we did such and such with no protection, or we were in Ibiza and it was the only time I ever went there, or whatever. Prosecution is finished with questions, and now we have Diddy's lawyer questioning this doctor. Washington Post, I do like their updates. It looks like they haven't said nothing. Oh, they haven't said anything in 17 minutes. Let me go to this one, refresh here. All right. 3 minutes ago, Fox News said, psychology expert in Diddy trial testifies that victims will placate their abuser to stop the violence. Dr. Dawn Hughes testified Wednesday that victims will try to placate their abuser in order to stop the violence. She told the jury that when you placate an abuser, you're actually trying to soothe the abuser, and often you apologize unnecessarily. I'm sorry, it was my fault. The victim will try to do all the things not to get hit by their partner, according to the doctor. She said that placating can appear in all facets of a relationship. And if you can't say no to little things, it's hard to say no to something else. So like if you can't even stay in the bathroom as long as you want, what are you going to do? Cassie did testify May 13th that she couldn't say no to Diddy at times. She recalled one instance where there was a blow-up pool filled with oil and she was told to get into. She explained she got in because she couldn't say no. She was concerned about Diddy's temper if she didn't get in the pool. Now, I did read about this, but I don't know if I ever, like, actually covered it specifically on the channel, although I think I did try to make sure I did mention it. But yeah, the baby oil, the kiddie pool filled with baby oil, and she testified on May 13th, about a week ago. Cassie said, "No, I had to get into the pool filled with baby oil." That is just so sick. Cassie said she was concerned about Diddy's temper if she didn't get in. She also said that Diddy was in control of every FO. Every freak off was directed by Diddy. Diddy would tell her where she was supposed to be, what the lighting was. During the first freak off, Cassie claimed she was wearing an outfit from a SEX store with some, quote, really high platform shoes. And she also wore a masquerade mask. Now, I'm waiting to hear from the person who raided the California house, because I got a feeling that the most damning stuff was probably actually found there. Cassie says she took EX before freak offs. She said, oh, the first one. She said she was so HI, there wasn't too much of a feeling. She said there was a mixture of dirty and confusion, but he was happy with me, so I did something right. She claimed the next freak off was shortly after, and she testified she experienced that same nervousness. What am I going to do? I can't say no. I don't want to make him upset. I didn't want to make him angry. Okay. So if you remember, the last tweet we did get from Inner City Press was from Alexandra Shapiro's husband. Alexandra Shapiro is one of Diddy's lawyers. This is her husband here, who's also her law firm partner. They work at the law firm that I think it looks like they own it together with a third partner. Diddy's lawyer says people don't fit into boxes, right? Dr. Hughes said, actually, yeah, they kind of do. There's categories. People usually fit into one of the categories, but it's not going to be definitely every single victim is in one. There's categories. He said, but you have to listen to particular individuals, right? And she said, I'm not divorced from my training. She's like, yeah, you do, I guess, if you want to have a specific thing, but like, based on my training, there are certain patterns. I'm checking the different sources. Let's see, NBC. The Mirror. CNN. Fox News. New York Post. Ooh. Ooh. What the hell? Okay, wait. Breaking news. 3 minutes ago, New York Post. Diddy's bathroom mirror had handwritten messages hyping up the fallen mogul. You a legend. You're an icon. His his bathroom mirror was scrawled with a handwritten message hyping up the once beloved hip hop star. A photo from a federal raid on the Miami Beach mansion shows, you're a legend. You're an icon, Puff Daddy. And upward motion could be seen written on the mirror in a photo from the March 15th raid. Whether Diddy wrote these messages, which included, what do you want, was unclear. ThatSurpriseWitness.com is the sponsor of today's video. Make sure you head over to ThatSurpriseWitness.com and get your They Lied merch. Once it's gone forever. Let's go to Inner City Press. Anything new? No. Let's go to the Independent. This is they lazy. They ain't done enough for an hour. Let's go to Washington Post. Ooh, new update. Okay, good. 1 minute ago, we have an update from Anne Brannigan of the Washington Post. She says last week, Cassie testified about her addiction to OPIs during her relationship with Diddy. She said she used them daily to dissociate. Don Hughes then told the jury that it was common for people in abusive relationships to cope through substance abuse, noting that they would use narcotics to, quote, get rid of memories and alleviate fear and anxiety. She said victims often hedge when they describe their experiences, and they might only open up after they've left the relationship or sought professional help. It's not unusual that the traumatic memories will be forgotten or recovered in just little piece by piece. Quote, you're not going to get all the information in one sitting, Dr. Hughes said. Her account might also be applied to last week's testimony from Dawn Richard, who said she actively tried to forget memories. Yeah, I had brought that up too. Wonder if they're watching me over here. Shout out to them. Actively tried to forget memories of Diddy abusing Cassie, and she called it a bad time. Now we have Dr. Dawn Hughes being cross-examined. Okay, 2 minutes ago, we have Independent. All right. We've kind of read this. I'll just go over it so we don't miss anything. She explained why victims had trouble remembering. She told the jury many victims have trouble remembering all the details. According to CNN, that's because trauma impacts memory. But victims usually will remember the core gist of traumatic events. The details could be unclear. She said it's a very unique thing for each person in each situation. She added that the abuse can become routine for many victims, which makes it stand out less in their memory. She said victims often say something along the lines of, quote, I know I got punched a bunch of times, but I really can't tell you when it was. Okay, we got another new tweet from Inner City Press 25 seconds ago. When you do forensic work, you want a lot of sources of information, right? She said, well, I mean, if it's relevant. She said, you look, the lawyer, he said to the expert witness, he said, you look at police reports, witness reports, and the like, correct? She said, correct. He said, are you familiar with malingering? I don't know what that is, y'all. But Don Hughes said, yeah, I am. I'm going to look it up. Malingering. Let me try to actually, before I look at the definition. I bet it's something like mal is the Latin for bad. It's the same root as malicious. Lingering might be like lingering. So like maybe when you misremember something, that's my guess based on my linguistic training. What is it? No, nope. It's not that. Look. Malingering. To exaggerate or feign an illness in order to escape duty or work. So if you have to work, but you faking, malingering. Like, well, some thought I was malingering. They just couldn't see the pain I was in is the sentence. So I guess they're going to say Cassie's just making it up because she just didn't want to do her duties as a girlfriend or a worker. We have a new update from New York Post, allegedly. Well, they claimed they did, but it looks like they actually didn't. What in the hell with the Diddy bathroom mirror pictures? Should we go look those up? Let's check those out. Diddy, Miami house raid, evidence, photo. Page 6 got it, y'all. All right, here we go. Let's look. There's 51 pictures. I'm scared. Look, y'all, I don't know what we about to see. Okay. I'm just reacting to this. Wow. Okay, go away. There's 51 pictures. Okay, this is page 6. Scroll through the evidence photos. Go away. Can I do this on Reader? Will it show me the pictures? No. Oh, does it? Oh, it does. Good. Awesome. Ugh, cool. Inside the raid of Diddy's mansion, pew pew, stiletto, S toys, and more. Scene and shocking photos. All right, so I'm not gonna let me just scroll. Let me scroll to the first 10 and just make sure it's not gonna be anything. Oh, well, it's not gonna work this way. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Cause y'all, I'm trying to follow the rules. I do not want to get in trouble. Okay, that's a house. That's a house. Cigars. Okay, that's a pew pew. These are not all loading for some reason. $100 bill. All right, y'all. Hold on. It's taken a minute to load, and some of them are pew pews, and I'm trying not to show them here, but look. Wait, let me see which one. 2, number 4. Okay, so it's number 6. That's the pew pew. So we can get through number 1 through 5. Okay, so here is page 6. They just put this up 17 minutes ago. There's the house, the backyard. It looks like a beautiful home. There's a person right here I see doing towels. There's a person right here. I don't know what they doing. 2, here's the gate. Look, the gate's all tore up. This is the Miami home. Here are some of the people responsible, I'm assuming, for the raid. There's the security camera right there. Here's the plot of land. This is, I guess, how you get in through the driveway. This must be the guest house with the shack or whatever on it. Here's the dock that Diddy could have left off of. Okay, let me put this down. I want to show the pew pew. Now some of these pictures are not loading, but it looks like it's mostly pew pew. I couldn't show it anyway. Now let me. Oh my God. Oh my God, y'all. Oh, crazy. This is crazy. Wow. Okay. All right, here we go. So here's the $100 bill. Yeah, Trinity, let's not forget what's just across from the dock. Another conspiracy theory. It's a shipping yard with shipping containers at it. Yeah, I'm Cajun. Yeah. Laissez les bon temps rouler, mi chat. All right. There's the $100 bill, had residue. This is just some of I'm going to scroll through here. I'm not going to linger. Here's the scratched off. See that? That's your ass right there. That is your AS to the S. All right. Woo, girl. That actually looks just like. Remember I was telling y'all that Indian movie I saw? And that Indian movie, like, oh my Lord. Okay, I can't show this. Oh my God. Okay, I can show this. I'm trying. Right, Jules, exactly. Remember that do y'all remember that Indian movie I told y'all about? I think it was yesterday or the day before, where it's like this cartel would stamp it was like that. It was like a bandit, like it was like a skull bandit or something. And it was, if this cargo had this stamp on it, nobody at any borders would mess with the cargo. It didn't matter what the cargo was. Like if you mess with it, you got in trouble. If you even saw it, if you were a crossing guard and you even saw that thing, you were just like, oh God, I wish I didn't even see it. Right. And so now I'm just like, if you see things that have, so Cal, you're funny. If you see things that are marked with certain things, like on rugs, like there's certain things like Obama's face or a Tesla thing, it's like how you can know for sure where it came from. Like maybe it's pink, a certain pink color. It's like how you know for sure. What is the name of the movie? Let me text somebody who watched it with me. I don't think it was RRR. It was like a big one. Look, here's the notes, y'all. You a legend. What's all, y'all? I want to do a whole analysis. That is some good. I have this in my house right here. This stuff's good. What's the name of it? It starts with an A. Well, tell I'm not sponsored. All right. Love you, Diddy. What do you want? Upward motion. Something else right here. Beautiful, beautiful bathroom. Look at that gorgeous sink. What's he got in the shower? That must have been some of the 40. Look, he got a phone in there. That must have been some of the 40 skincare products that they had to use. What is this stuff? We got some pink lotion. So, did he put pink lotion in his hair? That's for girls. Somebody with more expertise than me, tell me. I mean, I've seen the pink lotion in my life. Is it gendered? We got some hemp lotion. I'm nosy. This right here, I think is is this Mayel Rosemary hair growth drops? I have that bottle, if so. This thing right here he had in the hotel with him in New York, one like this too. It's like, I think it's a nose netty. Here's the Gucci bag, I think. Cotton thing. What is this called? I forgot the brand name. Starts with an A. This is a gorgeous bathroom. Just a beautiful bathroom. I am very impressed with the bathroom. Oh. I'm not showing y'all that. Hold on. Let me see. Pink lotions for anybody. Okay, anybody. Oh, look. Here we got some shoes. Look, y'all. You're welcome. You didn't even have to see this. You already knew what the shoes looked like because I showed you. Look how high those are. Look how high those shoes are. Now, let me just, we're in the spicy section. So let me just, nope, can't show y'all that. Nope, can't show y'all that. Okay, I can show you this. You saw this though already. This, let me just make sure. We might get to see the puffy box. Ooh, Lord. Oh, they got the Crocs boots. Crocs did nothing to be dragged into this. What size are the pumps? Okay, I'll go back. Hold on. Here's the boots. Black rain boots. This is the Crocs boots. Cell phones were reportedly found inside these boots. Let me go back to the shoes and see if there's a size on it. Men can use the pink moisturizer. Thank you. I can't actually tell what size the shoes are. Here, I'll show them to y'all, but you really can't tell. Just from the looks of it, it's hard to tell. I mean, look like maybe they could be about a size 8. Looks like they could be women's shoes. It doesn't look like they're like huge. I mean, women have big feet too. I know women with a size 11 and they're not even that tall. So, big for a woman is not the same as big for a man. Also, it doesn't say what size these are though. A lot of junk in that bathroom, somebody said. And also too, like, some of that stuff could be for his kids and stuff. Like, I used to get ready in my parents' bathroom, stuff like that. I know I'm previewing each pic before I show it. This is the boots, how they found the phones in. Look, a close up of the shoes. It's supposed to be the phones hidden inside the boots. See, Brittany said, I'm 5'7". That's not even tall, right? Like, I'm 5'7", I wear 11. I'm 5'3", and I wear a 7.5 or 8. My foot has grown though. I used to wear a lot more heels. My foot was smaller, but I've been doing like barefoot walking, and your feet kind of like actually grow whenever you like don't wear shoes a lot because they like can kind of spread out. So I'm only 5'3", and I mean, I could put an 8 on my foot and pretty much walk around town. So some people's feet are bigger. I heard that was like a Pisces thing. I'm a Pisces moon. I heard it was a Pisces thing to have a foot that's too big, like a flipper. Anyway, that might be a lie. I mean, I did hear it, so I'm not lying about hearing it. Oh, wait, let me make sure I'm not about to roll up on something. It was something nasty, the last picture. Okay. Okay. I can show y'all the next few. The next few are fine. Okay, good. Whew. We're out of the woods for a minute. These are the pictures. If you're just joining, these are the pictures that were taken and shown to the jury, government exhibits of inside Diddy's house. So, these are the boots. They had the phones hidden down in these boots. I mean, it wasn't hidden too good if they were just right in these boots. There's a picture of somebody right here. He's got a barber chair inside his closet, which, I mean, kind of iconic. Like, to get a barber chair in your closet. Here's the shoe rack. These look like, just unassuming like men's shoes. David Yurman, Toshin, got the lens cleaning wipes, the bag. This Gucci or Coach? Gucci. $100 bill, and it's still in the position. It still is assumed at the position, y'all. Let me just make sure. Let me just make sure whenever it get. Oh no, I done found the infamous Kanye honey. Okay, I think we can get all the way through the rest. Yeah, I think we're safe to get through the rest. Okay. I call it Kanye honey because when he got sued by his assistant, and she said, or he said, whoever it was, said they were always having to go get this arousal honey for Kanye, for him to have his freak offs or whatever they called him. Okay, so we saw this one, we saw this. I'm gonna just kind of breeze through these. What is all of this? Okay, all right. Is this the security footage command center? Look at all the stuff coming out of here. What's all this down here? Just boxes full of stuff. Boxes on boxes. I mean, some of this stuff looks normal. And even if he had like this much baby oil right here, and even if he had that much whatever, like I wouldn't really feel like that was like what do they have blurred out right here? See, it's blurred out. What is that? This just looks like a normal kind of medicine cabinet. I mean, people do use baby oil for like photo shoots for stuff. Like just having that much baby oil wouldn't have been anything. But apparently there was over 1,000 bottles of it. They got a bunch of remotes on the ground here. VIP products. Vital honey with caviar and tonket powder. This is got some, I think this is Arabic on here. I also think this tongue cut, is this like a Dubai thing? Where's this coming from? Vital honey. I think this is like the arousal honey. I don't know. I've never seen it. This is the first time I've ever seen it with my eyes. This picture right here. I don't know. Yes. An FDA approved drug to use to treat ED. ED. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, there's the rubber ducky. Aw. Those rubber duckies did nothing to deserve this. What is this? Oh my God, no, I'm not reading that. Okay. I'm scared to look too close. This looks like the safest and least controversial closet in the whole house, although there is more baby oil down there. This must be the psilocybin. What's this? Oh, this is the puff box, the puffy box. This is the wooden box that said puffy. More, this is from the hotel in New York. Now we're back to hotel in New York. This was in the bathtub of the hotel in New York. This is the drawer. This is the hotel in New York. This is the hotel in New York, New York. Frank Black, which is not his name. Clonazepam. All right. Let's see. There's 5 updates on the New York Post. Okay, they went on their lunch break, but it was 10 minutes ago, so I'm just probably going to stay through because by the time I get off of here, it'll be there. They'll be back. Let's see what else. They had 5 updates here. Here's a look at evidence photos revealed. Let me just make sure. I don't want to show anything that I'm not supposed to. Yeah, the pictures are being released. Everybody's doing pictures. All right, let's see. That one's not showing. Let's go to Inner City Press. He's probably not putting pictures up, but he does keep us, I think, the most up to date. Okay. Question 13 minutes ago to Dr. Dawn Hughes. This is Diddy's lawyer. People can fabricate emotional responses, correct? She said, yeah, they can. Then the judge says to the lawyer, Mr. Bach, should we break here? This was 15 minutes ago. So this is about 12:15. He said this. He said, I don't really have a good cliffhanger. And the judge said, okay, we'll break. But wait, during the break, Oh, y'all, breaking news. Oh my God. George Kaplan. He said, but wait, Inner City Press said, but wait, don't go anywhere. During the break, while the jury got let out, here come George Kaplan. Now, who is that? Remember, there were text messages. There were text message exchange between Cassie and George Kaplan that are supposed to be coming in. Somebody wanted them in, somebody wanted them out. I don't remember who. I talked about it earlier. George Kaplan came in and said, I plead the fifth. The judge said, okay, welcome. Did you receive a subpoena? He said, yep. And you intend not to answer on Fifth Amendment grounds? He said, yep, I ain't talking. I ain't going to jail over Sean P. Diddy, Puff Daddy Combs. The U.S. attorney said, Your Honor, can you please give this man immunity so we can ask him some stuff? The judge says, has he read the immunity order? The assistant U.S. attorney said, no, but can you still give him immunity? And he's like, can he read it first? What are you freaking talking about? So then he says he's read it. The judge said, I'll sign it. The government will seek to admit. I feel like this was put in on purpose. Exhibit 69A. Okay. So George, who is George Kaplan? No, I ain't taking a freaking lunch break. I got to figure out who is George Kaplan. Who is One Spot? One Spot, Lisa Foster asks, who is One Spot? One Stop, I think you're thinking of. I don't know who is One Spot, but I think you might be thinking of One Stop. One Stop is the substance dealer. I got like powder in my hair and it's making it look like it's like white or gray or something. Not that I care. I think even once my hair is gray, it'll be better because then I won't have to get it highlighted or nothing. Although I haven't got my hair highlighted in about 2 years. Let's see. Here's the lady. I don't think this isn't from today. She was wearing a cream colored suit. All right, let me go to Washington Post. I want to see if any other information from inside the court has been shared about this George Kaplan. Okay, I'm going to look up who is George Kaplan. Who is George Kaplan? That was his name, right? George? George Kaplan. Huh. Do y'all know? Thanks so much, Leverage, for the $5 super chat. Why do mansions always look so cluttered? They got a lot of stuff in there. He's a production manager, Dawn said. Thank you, Dawn. Okay, nope. Here we go. Hold on, everybody. George Kaplan. Who is it? BC, I think that... So when I read this yesterday, I genuinely did read it and thought when I read it that is what they were saying. Like, who did this One Stop meet with? He met with Obama. I am told that is not what was actually meant by the ambiguous statement, that it wasn't Obama didn't meet with the dealer. Obama met with Diddy, which we did already know. Your guess is as good as mine of which one is true. I wasn't there. Somebody said it was Diddy's assistant. He's a baby oil addict. Daphne, thank you so much. One Stop is his plug, and George Kaplan is former assistant. Thank you, Erica White. Diamond Rainbow girl, you have too much patience with these people. Thank you so much for being here. Take a break whenever you want. Don't give any more warnings, girl. Just start blocking. I won't miss them. I won't care. Just go. Just do it. Now y'all saw the permission has always been granted. Ooh, that makes sense. Dawn said no, he did sell to Obama. I don't know. Was Hunter Biden in there too? Listen, I'm not political partisan. I think they all in on it on every side. Obama could be a code word. Could be. Like a flipper. I'm telling, look, listen, I'm a Pisces moon. I look like a Pisces. They say like Pisces have like physical attributes of certain types, like very large eyes that are very expressive, but I also have Virgo attributes, which are like a fine nose and a fine pointed chin, like more like not like delicate, but then the Pisces features are very exaggerated. So I got a little blend. I'm also an Aries rising. So when I get mad, I turn red. No, I don't know if I just made that one up. Diddy try to leverage the fact he celebrates his birthday during election week. He used to get that in. Okay, Ayesha, Loya, Ayasha. That's a pretty name. That's how I'm saying right. It's the Loya, Ayasha Loya. That is pretty. Said that George Kaplan is a former Diddy assistant. Okay, so the former assistant of Diddy is like, I ain't testifying to nothing. I plead the fifth. I ain't going down for Diddy crimes. Nope. And the judge is like, fine, you have immunity. See you later. Diamond said I do have Pisces eyes. I think so too. My dad's eyes were blue and my mom's are like a brown. And so mine are green. Ooh, update from New York Post. Let's go there. I want to see more pictures, but I'm scared of some of these pictures. Okay, these ain't even loading. Like, it's just too much crap and ads on the New York Post. Let me look up like Diddy witness George Kaplan. Okay, we do have people.com reporting. Let me pull it up. Diddy's trial is well underway. Kicking off the day on the stand was Special Agent Gerard Gannon. He's set to be followed by Don Hughes and George Kaplan. So he's next. Who was once Diddy's assistant. And then I think after George Kaplan should probably end up being Kid Cudi. All right. So yeah, we do have the reports coming in. He is the assistant. Sorry. I'm trying not to show that picture, but it's just everywhere. Let me go to this one too. Okay, let's see. Okay, Trisha, thank you. CNN is saying who it is. Let me go to CNN and see if they've updated. CNN is saying this is an employee who quit because he saw abuse. Okay, let me, oh, we do have a couple updates from CNN, so let me read those in. Sassy Cassie said, I know nothing about signs except I'm a Virgo. I'm a Virgo's son as well. And I share a birthday with Michael Jackson. I share a birthday with Beyonce Giselle Knowles Carter, possibly my cousin. I don't know if she's my cousin. All right. Thank you. Shout out to Oklahoma Outlaw. Look, expert witness is 20 minutes ago, CNN.com. We were probably knee deep in baby oil pictures at that point. Expert witness said that her work in a legal proceeding is different from how she approaches her patients. She was answering questions from Diddy's lawyer about how she evaluates someone in a forensic capacity in the context of a legal proceeding. It's different than how she approaches the patients she treats in a clinical setting, she said. She typically will administer a comprehensive interview, other psychological tests, and evaluate external information to offer a detailed analysis of someone. When she's actually hired for that. 20 minutes ago, they left for lunch. They're probably going to be returning any moment. This keeps saying 2 new entries, but it keeps just not being 2 new entries, which is just getting on my nerves. Hold on. I wish there was a way to do it without it like flashing stupid pictures. I mean, not that the pictures are stupid, but like, you know, I don't want to get in trouble. It would be stupid if I got in trouble for something I didn't do. That's more what I mean. I want to find where CNN said this man quit. Oh, Washington Post actually gave us some interesting, important stuff. So let's read this in before we move on to the next witness, too. Anne Brannigan said forensic psychologist Don Hughes elaborated on, quote, trauma memories, saying they can be triggered by context and specific sensory cues like sights, smells, and sounds. She noted that trauma victims may suppress memories. Though she is speaking generally, prosecutors are hoping to connect her testimony to Cassie's behaviors after she and Diddy broke up in 2018. Cassie previously told the court that her and Diddy maintained a friendly relationship for years after the relationship. And she said she had consensual relations with him a month after he allegedly AR'd her. She testified she did not come to grips with all of the physical and alleged sexual abuse until 2023 after she experienced flashbacks and unalive type thoughts. Don Hughes also testified that an abuser's authority and status can affect if and when a victim comes forward. If you're going to go against someone who has wealth, access, and privilege, you might think, who's going to protect me? True. Okay, let me look up the last minute immunity for a surprise witness. Not that surprise. That surprise witness. It's a beautiful bathroom with no storage. I agree, Cass. That was the one thing I was thinking. I'm like, where would you put anything? It's like, it looks so cluttered, but it looks cluttered because there ain't one cabinet in sight. I would put up a little cabinet, a little shelf, something. Oh yeah, I remember that Chrissy Teigen video. That Chrissy Teigen video talking about her wildest night with Obama at Diddy's. Yeah, I know. I remember that. Okay. What am I looking up? Oh yeah, CNN. What's that guy's name? George Kaplan quit Diddy. Let's try that. I don't see it. Okay. All right. So we have News 9. It looks like an ABC affiliate, but they do give some information. This is from May 20th, yesterday. Ex-assistant details life-threatening incidents and drug-fueled lifestyle in Diddy's trial. So this is talking about David James from yesterday, but I think that George Kaplan is going to come up. So let's just read through it. The trial is underway. Personal assistant David James testified yesterday. He worked from 2007 to 2009 for Diddy. This is Mr. Combs' kingdom. We're here to serve it. He said he quit when he realized his life had been put in danger. Sometimes required him to ensure the hotel rooms were booked under Frank Black. They were stocked with musicians' comfort. Oh my God, please stop. Jesus Christ. Hold on. It's one of my biggest pet peeves, these freaking pop-ups. Oh my God. Okay. He said his job sometimes required him to ensure that hotel rooms were booked under the name Frank Black, and they were stocked with Diddy's comforts, including fresh underwear, which, I mean, that seems normal. Like, if I had an assistant and they were supposed to stock my room and I'm not going to pack for myself, I can't imagine not packing my own drawers. Okay, I'll tell you that. But like, if I just can't, I want some drawers. Can you make sure that's in there, and a toothbrush, whatever. But there was other stuff: iPod, applesauce, vodka, baby oil, and other personal items. Surprising moments, like in 2008 when he was asked to bring an iPod from the Miami home to a hotel. Upon entering, he saw a man with a well endowment running. Should I just do? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do Control Find Kaplan. Here it is. Okay. Prosecutor Maureen Comey said yesterday that Kid Cudi will testify sometime this week. He and Cassie dated in 2011. The next witness to testify is Dr. Don Hughes and George Kaplan. Cassie previously testified that Kaplan was an employee and he quit after witnessing physical abuse. He just came in the court. He just came in the court. Moments ago to plead the fifth. And he came into the court to say, Your Honor, I won't be testifying in this trial. I plead the fifth. You can't make me testify against my own self. It's true. So the judge signed an immunity order. Now, I don't know if exactly the difference between a proffer and full immunity, if there is a difference. Maybe some lawyers that practice will weigh in. Superfly, thank you. Thank you. I'm waiting for this too. I want to know what kind of videos they got from inside that house because they haven't talked about it yet. And you know what else? TMZ, Harvey Levin, shill propagandist of the year, of Hollywood, of the decade, of the century. Harvey Levin, he said there's no celebrity S tapes. Okay. But that leaves a lot of room for a lot of tapes. So I'm not exactly sure. Those shoes ain't made for walking. Breaking news. Oh no, we're definitely not buying that book. Goodbye. That man is not credible. Does immunity offer cover state crimes? Good question. Actually, Trauma Mama, this is a big point at issue across many, many cases right now, including the Tupac unalive case and including the Ghislaine Maxwell case. It's a good question because if you sign an immunity deal in one jurisdiction, does that mean you get immunity? Does another jurisdiction have to honor it? I don't know. Okay. Thank you, Lauren. Lauren said proffer is just the day of questioning. Immunity is like forever. Okay. He could go to any corner of any room for baby oil to put on his burger. Y'all are funny. Ayasha Loya Fine Arts says a proffer is a meeting between a defendant or a witness and prosecutors where the person agrees to share information, usually about a crime, in hopes of getting a deal. So they hope to get a deal. It's not necessarily like you're going to never be charged for this. Kaplan's resume says he was executive assistant to Diddy Enterprises, what Combs Enterprises, December 2013. So 2 years, December 2013 to December 2015. 2 years, 1 month. Thank you, Dilcia. Rubber duckies. Leave them out of this. Immunity is way more protection, Mia Luna said. Okay, good. Thank you. No, cat lady. The bathroom's cute, but it does need more storage. Proffer is limited immunity. So this guy's got immunity. David James had a proffer, and this guy just got an immunity order. Keefe D had a proffer. Then he snitched on himself on DJ Vlad. So then he was arrested because he didn't have full immunity. Exactly, EHC Bunny. So he had a proffer, but then in the Ghislaine Maxwell case, she says that a lot of these people had, including her, were protected by some type of proffer as well. Immunity is given to a person so they can never be prosecuted based on the information they provide. Keefe D had a proffer and was still indicted for Pox unalive. Exactly. No, how could they be? How could they be? Leave them out of this. People who helped Diddy do what he did. Oh, excuse me. Piper said people who helped Diddy do what he did are even worse. They saw a monster, and instead of stopping him, they helped him. Maybe George Kaplan heard me calling everybody a PAB the other day. Yeah, I mean, there was more that could be done to the bathroom. I do notice this about a lot of famous people's houses is they're like, they're a little cluttery and they're like kind of like not messy, but just kind of like they're not finished. Like it needs to be like, it needs to have the full touch, you know? Zebra girl, stop. But is state and federal immunity not different? It's the same thing, Meg. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe somebody here knows more than me. But I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think they have to. I don't think that the federal court, maybe I don't know. I think it's just federal. Mrs. Italy D said, I don't believe you can get immunity from the state and the feds can pick it up, vice versa. I don't know. Vice versa. I don't know. Yes, brutalism is a trend. And y'all see, I'm not into it. Okay. I'm a little more traditional. The camera is on the floor. Ooh, is George the assistant in common between Kid Cudi? Darrell Richardson come through, if true, said allegedly George used to work for both Diddy and Kid Cudi. So Tasha Christie 09 said, wait. So is Kaplan not going on the stand? If not, what happens next if Kid Cudi ain't here? He is going on the stand. He's being subpoenaed. He's being compelled. He's being forced. And you cannot force somebody to testify against himself under the Constitution. So they said, all right, we're not going to charge you, but you still got to talk. He's being forced to snitch for immunity. Hello, Jigliottis. Spencer sells an adult toy that looks like a rubber. Y'all. I'm choosing to believe it's just toys. I wonder if Cassie had immunity. Nobody asked her, to my knowledge. EHC Bunny said, I said that a long time ago. I'm sorry. I don't see everything y'all say. I think when white boy Rick got in trouble with the state for working with the feds said they couldn't. Is white boy Rick the same as Rick Rubin or is this somebody else? Forced to snitch. I mean, you never really can be forced, but you could be held in contempt of court. Like, who wants to sit in jail? The shelves are empty. Kaplan was a former assistant. I didn't know that was a thing. They're never living in their home. That too. Y'all think Brandon is the famous one stop. Brandon who? Oh, you mean Joseph? Meg Sal said she consulted with Google. Thanks so much. Google said the state can still pursue charges even if they have federal immunity. Grain of salt is from Google. True. Jason Harris says, it's only my thoughts, but certain Homeland agents handle evidence coming out of puffy homes. Speak as if their job was to get certain types. Maybe. I'm not exactly sure what you're meaning by that. I would need more details. Could additional charges be added if they discover additional crimes? I think so. But they had to actually discover new things that they just had no way to know before. Otherwise, it could start to teeter on double jeopardy or other constitutional rights. Amber said, no, girl, that's not Rick Rubin. White boy Rick. He was a plug for the police. Oh, well, I've been looking into that too. The family with the capital F. Who was it over there? The Harris family. Different stuff. That pretty girl said one would want to secure federal immunity because that includes all U.S. states. If only state immunity, one can be prosecuted in other states. Right. So federally, you're protected. So they can't say like, oh, we're going to federally charge you in the Southern District of California. We're going to federally charge you in this, whatever, Eastern District of New York, whatever. So federal covers all federal. If you get state immunity, it only applies to that state. But what if you get federal immunity and then a state wants to bring charges? So you said that's fair game? Farnsworth Bentley, come on down. Thank you, Brandy, for the $2 super chat. Diddy is so unhinged. He might testify. I think he might testify. I think it's like a 50-50. Immunity is only for certain aspects. The full transcripts are available. Some of them may be redacted. I don't have them. And from what I understand, they're extremely expensive, hundreds of dollars to get. So, I wish I could get them. They're very expensive. This keeps saying they got new updates, but they just don't. I don't know what that's about. This episode is brought to you by ThatSurpriseWitness.com. What do we have here? Those Diddy pics. Okay, here we are. All right, so we already did that one. Let me get rid of that. Let me get rid of that. All right, so let's go to Inner City Press, see if they're back in court yet. I think they're going to be coming back any second. Hold on. Let me pull it up for y'all. Washington Post. Okay, so we do have some updates about this malingering, y'all. We have some updates on the malingering. Psychologists cross-examined about malingering. Okay, Diddy's defense cross-examined the psychologist, Dawn Hughes, about her forensic work. Attorney Jonathan Bach had interjected throughout the government's questioning of Dawn Hughes, objecting when he felt that she was giving more information than asked for. When it was his turn, he tried to prompt Hughes to say that people don't fit into boxes, but she didn't quite agree. She said they actually do. There are categories. He also asked Hughes about malingering, which he defined as exaggerating or distorting facts based on a person's circumstances. Dr. Hughes corrected him in his definition, though. She said, no. This is specifically about fabricating emotional or psychological symptoms. But his cross-examination was interrupted by the start of the lunch break. Dr. Hughes said at the beginning of the testimony that she was a blind expert, meaning she has not treated Cassie or met with her or Diddy. She also shared her daily rate for testimony as $6,000 a day for court days and otherwise is $600 an hour. She confirmed there's no additional payment based on the outcome of the trial. Basically, she has no financial incentive to deliver testimony damaging to Diddy. After jurors were excused for their lunch break, the court brought in George Kaplan, who's expected to testify after psychologist Dawn Hughes. His role and relevance to the case has not yet been explained. Well, a little bit it has, because Cassie apparently said this guy quit after seeing Diddy abuse her. Maybe this is the guy that she said she saw crying one time. He's wearing a dark suit, a white shirt, and no tie. He has been granted an order of immunity that would compel him. See, look, the order of immunity compels him to answer all questions put before him truthfully. The prosecutor noted to Kaplan that he could still be prosecuted for perjury if he lies. Okay, y'all. So we have a little carve out. He can't be prosecuted based on his testimony, except he can be prosecuted if he lies. So if he lies, they're going to come after him. So this is what I think might be, does this count as a hostile witness? I need like a trial advocacy expert. Is this a hostile witness? If somebody doesn't want to and has to literally be forcibly compelled to testify and is threatened that if they don't testify truthfully, they're going to get still prosecuted and then they have to be given immunity. I don't know. But look, he's in suit. He's in court, dark suit, white shirt, no tie, and he has been granted an immunity deal that compels him to answer all questions put before him truthfully. And if he doesn't answer truthfully, he will still get prosecuted, or he could still be prosecuted. Who is this guy? Okay, they wrong over here. Let's go to CNN. Okay. What the witnesses have said so far today. The judge is back on the bench. 5 minutes ago, they're back in court. See, I knew I shouldn't take a lunch break today. They're already back in. The jury hasn't come back in yet. When the trial resumes, it is her. So she's not done yet, right? She's on cross-examination. Okay, then after her, who's it going to be? What's his freaking name? I already forgot it. George Kaplan. Okay. So the jury wasn't back in yet. Let me see. New York Post. There's a picture of the guy on ABC News. Let me look it up. Spelled George wrong. George Kaplan, ABC News. Oh, Good Morning America has updates. Cool. I like finding a new updates source. How do I get rid of this ad? Go away. Thank you. Although I don't see anything there as far as his picture. Let me look it up. ABC News, George Kaplan, Diddy. What is the title of the article? We're back in. The judge is back in. Yeah, Dawn, no, look, listen, a lot of these sources take with a grain of salt. That's why I got 11 of them up. That's why I like finding more than one. Please take all sources here with grain of salt. Please take all sources with grain of salt. Thanks so much, Devier, for the $2 super chat. Oh, NBC, not ABC, you said. Thank you so much for Devier for the $2 super chat. You are such an amazing soul. Thank you, thank you, thank you. George Kaplan is an attorney. Malingering is actually lying to a doctor. George Kaplan is an attorney? Yeah, Jackie, that's why my number one source is Inner City Press. Who is this? George Kaplan? Wait a second. Is this him? Hold on. NBC, y'all are saying. Well, I already have NBC, so let me 29 minutes ago updated. Do a refresh here. Oh, bingo. Perfect. Thank you. Who told me that? I forgot. Okay. We do have a picture. Let me show y'all. Does anybody know? Denise Washington says, does anybody know if George Kaplan has an English accent? Because I saw a Nancy Grace episode. Well, girl, that's the first red flag right there. That woman needs to put down the bottle, in my opinion. With a guy who said a lot of stuff he assisted with, but I didn't catch his name. Is this him, Denise? Everybody's saying they are an attorney. Is he one stop? No, I don't think so. I believe a hostile witness is when they say they aren't testifying and ignore the subpoena, TJ said. Thank you, TJ. This is apparently him right here. Ooh, he don't look like he's happy to be there. Probably scared. Witness George Kaplan granted immunity to testify. Government witness, a former assistant of Diddy, entered court after Dawn Hughes wrapped up. She didn't wrap up. I'm getting mixed messages. Did Dawn Hughes wrap up? She didn't. The cross-examination got cut off. So after they took a break with Dawn Hughes, George Kaplan came in and said he was there after receiving a subpoena. Earlier in the day, there were concerns over whether he would plead the Fifth Amendment and not testify. Prosecutors did offer to grant him immunity if he answered the question, but answer their questions truthfully. But they did warn him that the protection doesn't cover perjury, so he better not freaking lie. After Kaplan's attorney reviewed the legal document, the judge executed the immunity, and he will testify later today. Back from lunch, and Dr. Hughes is back on the stand. The forensic psychologist, Dr. Dawn Hughes, returned to the witness stand. Breaking news, she is back, 1:04 p.m. Eastern, back on the stand. She could be a key witness to prosecutors who want to show how Diddy allegedly victimized and controlled women, even if they didn't leave the toxic relationships. We do have another update from CNN. Expert witness back on the stand. Dawn Hughes back on the witness stand. The jury is now entering, and her testimony will resume momentarily. We apparently have 4 updates from New York Post, but sometimes I think it's just glitching. Oh, we got a few more pictures. All right, I'll show y'all those. We do have Diddy's publicist, Holly Baird. And I heard that Diddy's publicist and his people that are working for him, which I don't know if Holly still does or not, but I heard that they were all buddied up with all the TMZ, New York, this, that, the other, and like basically like running around like packing tales about Diddy like coverage. Here's Justin. Diddy's sons have been spotted at the trial just about every day since it kicked off last week. Here they are right there. Okay, so it is still Diddy's still Diddy's current publicist. What's her first name? Holly. They've regularly been seen showing up to court along with their stepbrother Quincy and their sisters Chance, Delilah, and Jesse, and Diddy's 87-year-old mother. She's 87? Dang. Wow. I didn't know she was that old. Let's see. 12/16. ABC News. This is supposedly live, but $50 minutes ago is the most recent. Let's hit up Inner City Press. They're back. Your Honor, we emailed you an exhibit over the break. Again, super secret from us. We don't get to see it. Agnifilo said, no, objection. Can't use that. Hearsay. The statement, "Thank, I feel you," from Mr. Combs is ambiguous. He could be saying thanks for the advice. Judge said, okay, I don't really want to talk about it right now. We'll pick it up after Don Hughes. Shut up. Leave me alone. And here comes Don Hughes. All right. You're with the American Psychological Association, right? And this says you should only render an opinion after an examination, right? Don Hughes said where? Where to say that? Who said that? Let's go Washington Post. Nothing new here. Let's go NBC. Nope. Let's go The Mirror. Oh. Pictures from Diddy raids dropped. New photos from the raids show a range of objects, including bondage gear. What? Baby oil and more. Ooh. Lil Rod is speaking out. His lawyer, Lil Rod's lawyer, Tyrone Blackburn, is speaking out over the lunch break. His attorney issued a warning to Meek Mill. It's best if he lets sleeping dogs lie. After Meek Mill claimed the rapper dropped his lawsuit against Diddy. Oh, Lil Rod's attorney, which isn't true. Instead, some aspects of it were dismissed. Well, okay, so Meek Mill is out here running PR. I wonder if he got $20 an hour from Diddy or what. I mean, I don't know. I'm curious. Got a video coming out tonight on BJ Investigates about the Diddy PR push. So after this live stream today, I do have another video on my other channel coming out about the Diddy PR push. So make sure you catch that on BJ Investigates tonight. Lil Rod's attorney issues warning to Meek Mill. So apparently Meek Mill was out here talking about Lil Rod dropped his lawsuit against Diddy, and that's false. That's not true. Lil Rod's attorney said, you better shut your mouth. Let the sleeping dogs lie, buddy boy, because nobody dropped anything. A couple things were dismissed from the lawsuit, but it is very much still alive and well, sweetie. Let me click on this. I think that page 6 probably... Oh, this looks like, no, that's the rubber duckies. Oh, we got, oh yeah, we do got more pictures of shoes. Let me show y'all this picture. Look at that. More shoes. Machine Bleep Kelly signed to Diddy during all of this and had beef with Kid Cudi. I think he was definitely at the parties. I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't made to do a freak off. Camille said, "Who's currently on the stand?" Currently on the stand, Camille. Thank you so much. See you on the other side. See you on the other side of the war. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Camille said, "Who's on the stand right now?" It's Dawn Hughes. What is the thing with the shoes? Girl, I don't know. Let me make sure the next one ain't too much. Yep, can't shut up. Okay, we do have a new picture. They're calling this bondage gear, y'all, but this might be something beyond that. I mean, different people wear different sizes. Somebody said those are his shoes. Let me see what size they are. I gotta it don't say. But these are right. These are not church. This isn't the typical Sunday morning church shoe, right? I mean, you're not wearing these to Easter Sunday. There's only really certain. Those shoes look like they could fit Shaq. Y'all know, I mean, a lot of times, if you have this big platform, you can't really tell how big it is. It doesn't have a size, y'all. So let's not get too carried away. We do have lingerie boxes over here, and there's just all this stuff. My God. Okay, let me scroll past this. OnlyFans star Angie Knight hospitalized and not doing well after the 583 men challenge. Okay, that's breaking news. Okay, so that looks like it's pretty much it. The other pictures that I'll show y'all, but the other pictures were the same ones we already saw. What did Harold say? Somebody said, "Good question, Harold." On the pole shoes, girl. Listen, y'all said it. Meek needs to hush. Oh, definitely not Cassie stuff. Nope, because she's been out of the picture. These look like they're probably about size 7 or 8. That's what Penny Sue said. This looks too close to a production, a factory, an organization. They don't look giant to me, y'all. They do just look like shoes. It doesn't look like they're necessarily huge. My mom thinks the platform is hollow and he was using the shoes as transport. Well, they're see-through. You can see through them. All these two. This is see-through. This is see-through, right? Yeah, what if he was putting the... Your mom might be onto something. I mean, I really don't know. Somebody said those are Carishas. That's Young Miami. The black ring thing, I don't know. It looked like a camera lens or something. They just look big because of the platform. What's the appeal with the shoes? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Let's go to the Inner City Press. All right. We do have a new tweet 2 minutes ago. Five minutes ago. So you're with the American Psychological Association, right? Which says you can only render an opinion after an examination of someone, right? She said, yeah, but this is a different role. We're in court. You haven't gathered any information about this case, right? She said, I'm not rendering an opinion on any individual. He said, there's someone named Cassie, but you don't know what she said, right? She said, right, I don't. I don't know what Cassie said. And you've testified across the river in Eastern District of New York, right? She says, right. And you say the same thing, even in those cases? And you say the same thing in those cases, right? Even though the cases are different, correct? She said, yeah, it's to help the jurors understand context. He said, but isn't it their job to consider this case? 6 seconds ago, we have another question, another tweet rather. You don't publish data on the patients you've evaluated, do you? She said, no, that's confidential. He said, so I can't cross-check your experience, the basis of what you're saying, right? You just kind of have to take her word for it. Let's go to the Independent. They haven't done anything in an hour. Let's go to Washington Post. Nothing new there. Let's go to NBC. Nothing new there. Okay, let's see. This is the rest of that was it on that. One new update from CNN. A psychologist confirms she hasn't gathered details about the specifics of this case. Diddy's new lawyer, who is Alexandra Shapiro's husband, Jonathan Bach, asked psychologist Dawn Hughes to confirm she hasn't gathered detailed information about specific facts of this case. She said, no, I haven't, but I'm not rendering opinions about the specific facts of this case or any specific individual at all. I'm just telling you my experience from what I've seen. When asked, she said she heard there's someone named Cassie in this case. The lawyer, Diddy's lawyer, confirmed that Dawn Hughes didn't hear Cassie's testimony or review records about her substance use. Remember, Dawn Hughes said earlier today that she's testifying as a blind expert to provide the jury with information about domestic V, rape, R, SA, and traumatic stress. She has not interviewed anyone connected to the case. New York Post has allegedly another entry, but sometimes that's not true. Oh yeah, it just says she's testifying. Okay. There supposedly are live updates on. Yeah, okay. Now we're in Good Morning America. Psychologist continues testimony. Former Combs employee granted immunity. Psychologist Dawn Hughes testified generically about abuse and victims' passive and active self-defense mechanisms. She said the passive self-defense is something the least provocative as possible, including like curling up in a ball. Both Dawn Richard and Carrie Morgan previously testified about seeing Cassie drop into a fetal position during alleged beatings. And they told the court they witnessed Diddy inflict, injuries upon her or whatever. Now, Dawn Hughes also testified that there's a link between trauma and substance abuse. Cassie testified that she turned to rugs during freak-offs to numb herself and consequently became addicted to OPIs. But on cross-examination, the defense noted that Dawn Hughes didn't directly examine Cassie. You can't diagnose someone without hearing what they have to say. Correct? She said, correct. They also asked about the concept of malingering, which Hughes defined as fabricating psychological symptoms. People can fabricate emotional responses, right? She said, yeah, they can. The court recessed for lunch until 12:45 when the cross-examination continued. During the break, George Kaplan, a former employee of Diddy, was granted immunity from prosecution. Without this immunity, Kaplan had signaled his intention to invoke his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. He is scheduled to testify next. I think this is going to be like a sleeper witness, truthfully. You agree, this is an update from Anne Brannigan of the Washington Post. You agree that a psychologist cannot give an opinion when a psychologist has not assessed the person, right? Dawn Hughes, who is speaking to the behavior of domestic abuse victims, has not treated Diddy or his ex-girlfriend, the alleged victim, Cassie Ventura. She acknowledged that there was some controversy. Okay, we get a new detail here that Dawn Hughes did acknowledge there was some controversy about this in the field. But she said, we can make some conclusions based on records, she said. I'm going back to Inner City Press. Okay, So we do have another. This guy's good. He is good. Aggressive, it seems. We have another tweet. He says, if I can ever get to it. Oh, God. He says, people might go to a civil lawyer to make a little money, right? Objection, Your Honor. My God, what in the hell is that supposed to be? The judge says, yeah, okay, you know what? True. Don't ask that question. Move along. In civil litigation, Diddy's lawyer says, you might look for malingering, right? So in civil litigation, would somebody be faking how serious their psychological trauma was in order to get some money? That's basically the question. Now, it's interesting because Carrie Morgan doesn't even talk to Cassie anymore. They were best friends. And apparently Cassie had paid or arranged for a certain payment of $30,000 to be made to Carrie Morgan. And the reason was because she had allegedly been assaulted by Diddy with a hanger or whatever. The best friend, remember the best friend got hit by boomerang, Diddy boomerang the hanger into her head or something. Now, the reason Carrie doesn't even talk to Cassie anymore, her former best friend of 17 years, is Carrie testified because it's specifically this, because she had a trauma, she had a traumatic event, and she was traumatized by it. She was harmed by it. She claims, she testified, she had actually had a concussion. She threw up. She went to urgent care. She threw up a couple times. Like, it was just a serious injury, according to her testimony. And Cassie told her she was milking it. She was faking it, and she was over exaggerating. Like, so basically Cassie accused her own best friend of malingering. And now, coming as a surprise, definitely not to me, Diddy is apparently using that same exact defense here against Cassie. So it does kind of line up with, like, this is just what Diddy does. He just tells people they're over exaggerating. Because look, his lawyer, he just got here. He just got off the bus this morning. I mean, he just now started on this case like 2 days ago. And he said, in civil litigation, you might look for people milking it, right? Over exaggerating their symptoms. Where is the most recent tweet? It's like sometimes this, like, the Twitter, like, glitches. See, look, the thread just ended. No, it's not letting me click nothing. Bach is taking too long to set up potential impeachment if that's what he's trying to do. This witness testified in generalities, so you can undermine the weight and effectiveness of her testimony by showing exceptions. Somebody else had said. All right, let's go to independent. It said it was updated 7 minutes ago. But nothing shows. Let's go to Washington Post. We do have one update from Washington Post 3 minutes ago. Anne Brannigan, a defense attorney Jonathan Bach prompted psychologist Dawn Hughes to acknowledge she did not review transcripts, police reports, psychological records, or ask friends or family about the case before testifying. You have not gathered detailed information about the specific facts of this case, right? She said, no, I haven't. And it was not what prosecutors summoned her to do in court. She wasn't hired to do that. She was hired to be the expert, like what she's doing, not to look at that stuff. When Bach described her testimony as general background information, she said it's called general subject matter testimony. Oh, slay. So she was correcting the doctor. I mean, she was correcting the lawyer. She's like, yeah, stupid. It's called general subject matter testimony. Duh. Everybody knows that. Ah, try not to show that. Let's see. I know it's getting close, huh? Dom said your commentary makes this top tier. Diddy docket, we have given plenty warning for no cursing. Yeah, don't curse Diddy docket. It's very hard out here in these YouTube streets to keep your videos up and then not get strikes and stuff, please. Okay, let me see. I'm looking at Pacer. I'm going to see if there's anything filed today. Wait a second. There's a new Diddy lawsuit in Pacer, everybody? From Derek Lee Smith. Oh. Oh. It's the same. It's Derek Lee Cardello Smith, y'all. Please. He done sued again on the 16th. He ain't stopping. Okay, that's not what I went in there to look for, though. Okay. USA versus Combs. Let me see if there's anything new since last time. Yep, there's a sealed document placed in the vault. Look. Docket 346, placed in vault, entered today onto the docket. But look, just yesterday, this Jonathan Bach came on the scene, was retained, and now today he's doing cross-examination for Diddy against Dr. Dawn Hughes. That's the only new thing we do have filed on the docket, though. Okay. We do have another tweet. You gave a webinar about giving expert witness testimony, didn't you? She said, yeah, for battered women. Let me show you. Defense exhibit. The judge said, can we get a sidebar over here? What in the hell even is this? You trying to impeach the credibility of the expert? What are you doing? So now they're doing a sidebar. During the sidebar, hello, everybody's just going to leave out that there's nitrous oxide was found? Okay. This is a big deal. Oh, Kanye with the nitrous, Aaron Carter with the nitrous. And do you know how the founder of Zappos died, who is apparently Lima Yarimovich's mentor, Tony Hsieh? The Zappos founder, Tony Hsieh. He died in like a very odd way. People think he died in a fire. He did not die in a fire. He did have a fire at his house. He became unconscious at some point. He was put into a medically induced coma, and then he died days later at the hospital. But he had personal assistants and people bringing in cases of this nitrous oxide, and he was using it as a substance. Look at this. Government Exhibit 1B261. Boom. Nitrous. Tank. It's like a. Now it says food grade. Maybe he was using it to whip up some whipped cream, y'all. Maybe he just accidentally had it in his closet next to the Astroglide and the baby oil instead of in his pantry. Maybe the chef got lost and thought that was the pantry. Nitrous oxide is in Government Exhibit 1B2-61. Star Perfect said, I did. I tried to tell you. There's so many. There's so many comments. It's true. Yeah, Kanye West is suing. He's suing his dentist over the nitrous gas stuff. Maybe he's the dealer. He don't need that in his house, Sassy Cassie said. Now, look, listen. At the dentist, it's fine because you're getting your tooth pulled, you're getting a root canal, whatever. Yeah, hazy, exactly. Aaron Carter, Ashley Bennett said, exactly. I didn't see it. I didn't see that. I know some of y'all are saying, I tried to tell you. I don't. He ain't laughing now. Womp womp. Not the rubber duckies. I think it's the same rubber duckies. But in that other picture, y'all, they did cut out. It was like this. It was just this part, like it was zoomed in. Very interesting. Very, very interesting to say the least. Wow, he had the whole entire lineup. He had the lineup. Any and everything you would have wanted was in that house. Look at CNN. Wow, they haven't said nothing in 17 minutes. Diddy's defense lawyer expects the trial to heat up as the weeks go on. Okay. Oh, Mark Agnifalo's making statements to the press again? He talked about the ongoing trial outside of court today. It's a long trial and we're just getting started. He told Fox News CB Cotton on Wednesday morning, and we have a lot of witnesses to go. We have a lot of weeks to go. As the summer gets hotter, I'm sure so will the trial. Diddy's trial began with opening statements on May 12th after solidifying a jury panel. The trial is expected to last 8 weeks and has already seen testimony from the rapper's ex-girlfriend, Cassie, Cassie's former best friend, the singer's mom, along with former employees of Diddy, male escorts hired for the FOs, and more celebrities are expected to take the stand. Now, we've already had 3 celebrities take the stand. Cassie, Dawn Richard, and I guess 2. Then you're gonna have Kid Cudi. That's a celebrity. So we've already had 2 take the stand, and we're expecting the 3rd. Ooh, okay. Psychology expert previously took the stand in R. Kelly's trial. That's him right there. Former employee George Kaplan. He's up next. Former employee, former Diddy assistant George Kaplan. He invoked the 5th Amendment right not to incriminate himself on Wednesday. The prosecution told him that if he is granted immunity, he's going to be forced to answer questions. An immunity order was then presented for his attorney to review, and the judge signed the order, and it was entered. Did he talk? I want to see if Mark Agnifalo actually did an actual interview.
This testimony today in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs in New York City. Today, the special agent who was in charge of the raid on Diddy's home in Miami is back on the stand. CB Cotton watching that trial from the very beginning outside the Manhattan Federal Courthouse.
Here he is. Yeah, look. Oh my God, look.
It's a long trial. And it's a long trial.
They'll present a case once the prosecution rests.
It's a long trial.
It's a long
We're
trial.
just getting started. And we have a lot of witnesses to go. We have a lot of weeks to go. And as the summer gets hotter, I'm sure so will the trial.
There you have it.
She said about...
There you have it. 2 new entries. This is the glitchiest site I ever did see. All right. Evidence photos from Diddy trial. See pics. Here's a look at evidence photos revealed during today, but like nothing loads up. Plus, I mean, it's kind of risky to just be looking without previewing. Okay, we have a new update from Washington Post. Do we? Yeah, 2 minutes ago. Okay, yeah, we already knew this. She testified at the Johnny Depp trial. Let's go to Inner City Press. They're making the jurors leave. Okay, this must be the sealed exhibit. This is the sealed exhibit we just saw on the Pacer docket. The judge says to the jurors, we're going to send you to the jury room for a little bit. And they left. The judge said, yesterday, Miss Shapiro submitted an ex parte exhibit. Now I'm reviewing a document. What should I focus on? The assistant U.S. attorney said it shouldn't show that this witness has a bias. So I guess they're trying to show that Dawn Hughes has a bias. I guess they're going to try and say that she has a bias against men and thinks that women are the only people who can be victims. I suspect this because there was what I suspect to be a AstroTurf Diddy bot in my live chat just earlier. I do have a video coming out on that tonight or this afternoon on BJ Investigates after this video is over. I had done a little bit more of a deep dive into the Diddy bot campaign. And so I have a video coming out on that. But I saw one that I suspect was a Diddy bot in my live chat earlier. I did delete and block and ban that suspected bot. However, that suspected bot was laying out exactly the argument we're now seeing. So again, media matters. The lawyers are often the ones that will send out into, or they'll work with a PR team rather, and then they'll be able to say, oh no, I didn't tell them to do that. But it's like, yeah, okay, but the PR team you hired did. Okay, whatever. I'm not saying that definitely did happen, but I'm telling you, these are the reasons why I suspect, just suspect. This isn't even like, oh, I know. It's like, I suspect that they are going to argue that Dawn Hughes is a sexist. They're going to argue that she favors women. I believe, because I did see some AstroTurf bot activity that was arguing that. They kind of previewed the argument for me earlier in my live chat. But look, the feds are saying, no, we don't need anything showing that this witness has a bias. However, if she is biased, all that said, there shouldn't be biased witnesses. So if she is biased, she has a bias, then she shouldn't be. That should be known. 3 minutes ago, CNN.com, jury is asked to leave the courtroom for a few minutes. The judge, after attorneys spoke to the judge at the bench, the judge asked the jury to go into the jury room for a few minutes. Lawyers debate asking psychologist about a webinar she gave in 2015. Okay. This must be the hidden document, the hidden secret document that's sealed off the record. We can't look at it. The defense team, Diddy's lawyers, want to ask this expert about a webinar presentation that she gave 10 years ago about preparing for court testimony. The prosecution says this doesn't show evidence of bias from her. But the defense attorney, this is Jonathan Bach, he said the webinar was training for battered women advocates. So apparently this is supposedly going to show a bias of this doctor, that she's biased. Bias for what? Again, I suspect it's going to be she's a sexist. She only thinks women can be victims. She thinks men are always the perpetrators. And so for that reason, we got to be able to show the jury that this woman is a sexist. Again, the reason I think that is because there was a bot in my live chat earlier. Okay. We do get a little bit more context about the whole, like, did she interview people for this case? The defense wants to minimize Dawn Hughes' impact by pointing out she doesn't actually have detailed knowledge of this case. This comes from NBC News, Adam Rice and David K. Lee 10 minutes ago. She appeared to agree with Diddy's lawyers. She doesn't have any intimate knowledge about this case. And she hasn't done any evaluating of any of the alleged abusers or the alleged victims in this case because she wasn't asked to. Earlier during the direct examination, prosecutors anticipated this line of questioning and they got out in front of it by asking why Dr. Hughes hadn't interviewed anybody in the case. And she said that it was because she was legally not allowed to. Inner City Press did tweet 34 seconds ago, another new tweet. So let me get to that. She can be shown the document about training domestic violence advocates. And if she remembers, but I'm not going to admit this as evidence until she denied it and it becomes a prior inconsistent statement. Okay, so the judge has made an evidentiary ruling just less than a minute ago. He said, all right, I'm not going to let Diddy's team pass this around to the jurors as evidence. However, I will allow the Diddy's attorneys to show this document to just only the doctor, Dr. Don Hughes, and to ask Dr. Don Hughes if she remembers making the statements or whatever. He said, but I'm not going to admit it as evidence unless she literally says, no, I never said that before in my life. And then it can be brought in to prove that she maybe did say it before. Okay. So the judge seems to have made an evidentiary ruling. I expect that the jurors are being brought back in. This is weird. These tech execs just keep dropping like flies, huh? She can be shown the document about training domestic violence advocates. She can be asked if she remembers, but it won't be admissible as evidence unless she denies it. What did she say, though? I mean, it's a secret. They're sending secret things off the record. They're sending secret things on the record, sealing it. What is the 2015? Maybe I could find it. Maybe I can find the webinar. Let me see. Dr. Don Hughes webinar, domestic abuse advocate. No, let's do battered women. That's what they were calling it back then. Women advocate seminar training webinar. Okay, we're on Dr. Don Hughes's website. 2011 stuff, 2010, 2008, 2000. Girl, graphic design is your passion or what? Please. Let's see. Media. 48 hours. Fox. So this is her. I want my website to have all my media on there. New York Post says they have a new entry. Let's see. They don't. They lied. This live stream brought to you by ThatSurpriseWitness.com. Get your merch at ThatSurpriseWitness.com. Once it's gone forever. They lied hoodie. They lied tank top. And they lied canvas tote. Nothing new here. I want to know what it says. Okay, let's go back over here. Are they like taking it down from the website as we speak? Presentations. It's not even a tab on her website. Let me go to, I'm going to put it in the Wayback Machine. I want to see what the seminar was. Because they're not telling us. They're arguing about it. It's all this super secret, whatever. Like, what did she say in there? Somebody did save it, 2022. May 4th. Let's see. Going here now. It's loading. Okay, and while that's thinking, let me just check on some other stuff. Let's see. Okay, we do have 4 minutes ago update. She testified victims of abuse may take years to come forward. She says it's actually not common at all for victims to disclose the abuse. Often they will wait years or sometimes months. She claimed the wait for fear of not being believed, fear of consequences, fear people will look negatively on them. Victims can also face fear of change in economic situation or fear of change in their network, their friends, their support system. It's very difficult for a victim to disclose abuse in the best of circumstances. She testified that victims disclose when they are finally in a safe environment, when they get help, or when they are able to put words to the abuse. The victims are most likely to disclose to trusted confidants, their mother, their best friend, she explained. And her mother and her best friend at the time did testify that she was being abused and that she told them about it. She explained the initial disclosure might be in pieces because different bits come out with different people at different times. That tracks. And Dr. Hughes also testified that past threats can affect the disclosure in a very serious way. So if you're threatened, they might never say anything. Sometimes they'll wait until other safety measures are in place before speaking up. One new update. Yeah, okay. One new update less than a minute ago from CNN.com. Defense, that's Diddy's lawyers, characterizes a psychologist as a biased professional witness. He says that Dr. Dawn is someone who makes most of her money as a professional witness and comes to the stand with a certain perspective. He said it is she does seem to do that. I will agree with Jonathan Bach. Let's see what he looks like. I want to be able to imagine Jonathan Bach. Esquire. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. The man is a Irish looking, German looking. I say German because of this last name, Bach. Johannes Bach. This is him right here. This is who we're talking about. He's the one who don't like Dr. Dawn Hughes. Those are his real teeth too. That is not veneers. Good for him. I got to give it to him. This finally came up. No, the most recent thing she has here is this. She's been doing this since 2000, these symposiums, but look, it just stops at 2012. And this was captured in May 2022 on the Wayback Machine. So we'll keep looking for the webinar, but I don't want to miss any real-time updates. Jonathan Bach, the lawyer for Diddy, he just came on yesterday. He said it is very relevant to the defense because he was telling the court that this expert witness is very dangerous because they come with an aura of authority. Maureen Comey, literally my age, they need to put an adult. They need to put an adult in charge of this trial, okay? Maybe I'm an adult. Maybe it just hasn't hit me yet. But I think that a real adult, like, in their like late 40s at least, maybe even older, needs to be in charge. Like, Mark Agnifilo, Brian Steele, these are seasoned attorneys. This guy even, he's not young. I mean, he's, when I say somebody's not young, it's not an insult. It really isn't. I mean, maybe it has been one time or something, but like generally it's just whatever. And people are like, you're going to get old one day too. Yes, I am. Y'all just heard me say it 2 hour ago, however long it was. I can't wait till the hair turns gray. Then I can stop getting highlights. Okay. I'm thoroughly enjoying my auntie era. All right. But I still don't think, this is the age group needs to be running these the trial of the century. She's clearly been trying to make a name for herself for many trials. And I'm not impressed. She characterizes, okay. So when Diddy's lawyer is arguing, that this woman, we need to be able to show what she said 15 years ago because it shows she's biased. It's very relevant. And the judge, so Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey, my age, again, very strange. I thought the woman was at least in her 40s. She's my age. Well, I guess she might be a year older than me. She's 35. I'm 34. But like and a half. I'm gonna be 30, 5 in September. So she said a document of bullet points from the presentation should not be shown. So what are we looking at? A document of bullet points from Dr. Dawn Hughes's 2015 webinar. She had put up a document with some bullet points in her presentation. This apparently should not be shown to the jury because it could be confusing and cause a whole sideshow. The judge said, actually, you know what, Maureen, la girl, true. I'm not going to let this come in. However, I will allow Diddy's attorneys to ask her about the training. And the document, now that I'm looking at it, it really doesn't say anything about anything. This is a quote. The judge said the document, now that I'm finally looking at it, it really doesn't say anything. It doesn't say anything about anything. So I'm not really sure how this shows that she's biased. We got an update from them. Jury comes back in 2 minutes ago. Okay. Everybody comes back in. Dawn was sent out too, Dr. Dawn. We have two Dawns in this case, Dawn Richard and Dr. Dawn Hughes. So right now we're talking about, I know, seriously, SpaceX. Oh, now we're talking about Dr. Dawn Hughes. That's who's on the stand right now. She has been pretty much most of the morning. She comes back in. They had sent her out. She comes back in. Then the jury comes in. Diddy's lawyer says, does this document reflect your recollection? She said, give me a minute. She looks at it. Yes. The fourth part is about navigating cross-examination, right? She said, yeah. Updated 3 minutes ago, The Independent. Okay, 3 minutes ago, jury sent out as attorneys debate testimony. The judge has asked the jury to leave the courtroom. The defense wants to ask forensic psychologist about a 2015 webinar she gave about testifying in court. The prosecution says it doesn't reveal that she has a bias. The defense says the doctor was training advocates for women who were abused. The judge said that they can ask about the training, but he's not going to let the bullet point list in yet. Or maybe at all. 3 new updates from the Washington Post. Okay. All right. 17 minutes ago, Anne Brannigan of the Washington Post said cross-examining psychologist Dawn Hughes on her testimony about coping mechanisms in abusive relationships. The defense attorney, Jonathan Bach, asked her whether someone may want to go to a civil plaintiff lawyer to make a little money. Diddy's lawyer noted that Dawn Hughes had mentioned that victims might call the police or talk to loved ones. When asked if someone in that position would want to make some money, she said, I would say they might want to right a wrong. Yeah. And that's what I would say. If somebody was like, you want a lot of money, huh? I would say, yeah, I want what is owed to me. Yes. And I feel like I'm owed a lot for what I went through. There's nothing wrong with that. If they're trying to make people feel like somehow wanting money is bad, like money, you don't need money to pay your freaking bills. Like you don't need money to do everything. Money is just a symbol for getting shit done. Stuff done. Anyway, but this does give us a little more context. Because we now are being told from Washington Post that another thing that came up during the cross-examination before lunch was, or maybe it happened after lunch, I really don't know. This is 18 minutes ago, was finally posted. But she had mentioned earlier, before lunch, that victims might call the police, but they might also talk to loved ones, including their best friend, including their mom, et cetera, et cetera. But then asked if someone in that position would want to make some money. She said, well, I would say they would want to right a wrong. So far, so good. 12 minutes ago, the prosecutors and the defense lawyers were breaking for a lot of sidebars during Dawn Hughes' testimony as they argue over the scope of her testimony. The judge has sent the jury out and said it may take a few minutes. This was 12 minutes ago. They're back now. A quick correction while we're here. Hughes is not wearing a white suit. It appears to be tan. Yeah, I was going to correct them, but I just decided not to, but I guess somebody else did. She's wearing like a tannish, cream, beige, whatever. George Kaplan, a former Sean Combs employee, will start testifying soon, according to Cassie's testimony last week. This guy, George Kaplan, quit after witnessing Diddy physically abuse his longtime girlfriend. CNN has another update for us. Psychologist is asked about testimony training she gave to victim advocates. With the judge having ruled that he can do so, defense attorney Jonathan Bach is now asking psychologist Dawn Hughes about training she gave to victim advocates who may need to testify in court. When asked, Dr. Hughes said she believes the group she was speaking to received a grant from the Department of Justice under the Violence Against Women Act. All right. Diddy's attorney asks another question. So, Dr. Hughes, is it fair to say most of your income comes from court-related work? No, she said. Maybe half. You've raised your rate now to $6,000? She said, no, it's been $6,000 for quite some time. But you've raised it. She said, commensurate with others, like other people raise their rates too. Like there's inflation. Also, listen, as much as I'm not really a fan of this person, as much as I'm kind of feeling like maybe they should have probably got a different witness to do this just because she's a little bit, the track record for me, it's just like, I don't know. This is the best y'all could do. However, that being said, just on the other, the devil's advocate position of it, the counter argument is she has been a very, very high profile expert witness or whatever. She has been in very high profile cases, including R. Kelly, including Nexium, including Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, and now including Diddy. So it's like, yeah, I mean, if you keep getting called on these huge cases, these groundbreaking cases, you might raise your rate. Just to point out and just to remind y'all though, all this money is ours. The money that the government is spending is tax money. So her $6,000 an hour is our money. We worked for that. Okay. You've been retained hundreds of times, but you've never come into court ever and testified in defense of a man accused of an S crime, have you? She said, that's correct. I don't evaluate offenders. That's not her expertise. She's like, my expertise and what I know is the victim mindset. That's my evaluation. Sweet spot. I don't look into the minds of the abusers. I just look at, into the victims. We got allegedly new. These people be kind of like glitching over here. I don't know if we actually got anything new over here. New York Post. Yeah, no. ThatSurpriseWitness.com. Get your merch. We got They Lied merch. Once it's gone forever. Let's see. ThatSurpriseWitness.com. We got some live updates coming from ABC. Yeah, nothing new here. Good Morning America. Let's see if I can find this seminar. What is it? Yeah, she was in, R. Kelly too. Yep. 1977 said she's not doing too bad this time. Hit the like before I open the door. Yep. Diddy is cooked, Rosie said. The feds never wanted the mule. They wanted the big fish. Is Diddy the big fish? Is my question, Ivan. That's my question. Is there a bigger fish than him? Or he's the biggest one? Erica said, nope, I don't trust her since the Johnny Depp trial. Why did he hire a dozen lawyers to sit there and write down on Post-its what he demands them to say? That's a good question. I swear to God, his defense is just misogyny. Storm, kind of. She charges $600 an hour unless it's a court date, and then she charges $6,000 for the full court date. Crystal said, nope. Squid said, nope, but he's the one that's going to go down. There are bigger fish, River Kessler said. Much bigger fish. Y'all talking about Leor? Y'all talking about Clive? Y'all talking about, this is all alleged. I don't know. I'm asking what y'all are saying. Talking about Jay-Z. Who y'all talking about? Sent link to possible webinar in my Gmail. Thank you, J9. I'm going to go check that right now. Possible link to the webinar in my Gmail. Well, let me go look it up. Shout out to you. Wow. I think this is it. No, it says 3 years ago. Oh, wow. I think you found it. Shout out to you. Okay. I think this is it right here. Expert witness testimony. Look how long it is. 1 hour, 33 minutes, 33 seconds. Presented by Dawn Hughes, PhD. So let's see her bullet point. I do think I did just see a bullet point thing. It was blue. Preparing for court. Personal appearance, conduct in court, time management, what to bring with you, preparation of visual aids, coping with nerves and personal needs, personal safety, conduct on the stand, the process, demeanor, listening to questions, nature of expert testimony, know your audience, staying within the scope of your expertise, managing the pacing, responding to confusing questions. The process, responding to aggressive, offensive examiners when you don't know the answer, responding accurately and non-defensively, responding to handing you a document, dealing with making a mistake or misspeaking, dealing with objections. This seems fine. I mean, I'm not listening. I'm just trying to find the bullet point list. Yeah, here we go. Navigating the direct and cross-examination, the content, addressing your expertise or experience, handling complicated substantive issues, complicated or technical legal frameworks, handling complicated or technical scientific issues. So it does appear to be, this is the seminar, I think. It is from 2015. I do think that's what it is. Thank you, J9. And thank you for the $2 super chat. Let me go to CNN has an update. Psychologist has never testified in the defense of men accused of S crimes. She confirmed she's never testified in the defense of a man accused of an S crime. I don't evaluate them, she said. I'm going to Inner City Press now. He's funny. All right. 3 minutes ago, we do get another tweet. ChatGPT analysis here. Put it in the chat if you want me to read that ChatGPT analysis. I think sometimes they can be funny. Just take with a grain of salt, y'all. I mean, I've certainly definitely seen it be wrong about stuff. So Diddy's lawyer asks the doctor, so you met with the prosecutors 6 times to prepare your testimony, right? She said, correct. The assistant U.S. attorney said, Your Honor, can we have another sidebar? So they're having more sidebars. Judge said, yeah, sure. Let's have another one. Another freaking sidebar. And a sidebar, if you're just joining the coverage of the case, is whenever all the lawyers go over together in a gaggle from both sides and go up to the judge and have a little secret kiki with the judge. Nobody else gets to hear it. Stupid. I'm sick of all this super secret stuff. I tell you that. I'm sick of it. Hold on. Nothing new there. Okay, Washington Post. just now. Dr. Hughes, this is from Washington Post, Anna Brannigan. Dawn Hughes can be asked about a presentation she gave in 2015, advising advocates for battered women on, and this used to be the term, I don't think they use this term anymore, on how to give expert testimony. But a document from that event won't be introduced, the judge has decided. Jonathan Bach had argued that the document was relevant because it shows that that Dr. Dawn Hughes is involved in a cottage industry of psychologists who provide court testimony for payment. Quote, with experts, Diddy's lawyer said, it's very dangerous because they come in with an aura of authority. He said, the prosecution didn't object to the line of questioning, but it did argue that the document presented an extreme risk of confusing the jury. It includes information about how to dress for court, manage time, and give personal testimony. So that was those two things we did look at it. I really think so. Let's see. Are they still doing the sidebar? God, I'm so sick of this freaking sidebar bullshit. Okay, we got another one. They're back. Did you discuss the topics with the prosecutors? She said, yeah, but with all due respect, it was mostly just me educating them. Diddy's lawyer goes, okay, yeah, okay. But you know nothing about the case. How are you advising them on were you advising them on how to present evidence in domestic violence cases? I would say that's confidential or privileged, right? Were you advising them on how to present evidence in domestic violence cases? Diddy's lawyer is asking. This claims that they got 2 new entries, but you know how that is. It's like they say they got 2 new entries, but nothing's ever actually updated. Let me start over. NC Horse Lover said the defense is going to get to bring their own expert anyway. True. I mean, they have a rebuttal witness or whatever. What am I looking at? New York Post Diddy Live. I'm going to try a new one and see if it's just glitching because of that. No, it really does look like. Oh my God. They do have something on there. I'm glad it didn't update. They do have something on there. I'm glad it didn't update because there's all kind of pictures I can't show. Oh my God. It's kind of not really fair though. This stuff just bombards. Okay, just to remind you, if you are just joining, this is the new lawyer for Diddy, one of the new lawyers. He's here. He just came on the case yesterday and he's already doing the cross-examination of the doctor. We got a new update from the Washington Post. The lawyer, again, this guy, is trying to chip away. Is trying to chip away at forensic psychologist Dawn Hughes' credibility. He asked her if most of her income today comes from court-related work. She said today, meaning Wednesday. She's used to lawyers, I'll tell you that. She goes, what do you mean today? Today, Wednesday? Is most of my income on this very day coming from this? Because, yeah, but what do you mean today? She clarified that about 60% of her income does come from courtroom testimony, and she never regularly publishes psychology papers as a practitioner. The defense asked if in Hughes' 30 years of experience, she ever testified in the defense of a man accused of an S crime. She said, I don't evaluate offenders. So we did hear that part already. Let's go here. We haven't been here in a while. 57 hasn't really been updated in a while either. Let's see. Hold on. Let me make sure. Wow. Wow. Okay, let me scroll past the pictures, but I do want to read the update. No, YB, you're banned now, so you can't talk. But YB had said, oh, so men equal offenders, another AstroTurf bot, in my opinion, because the defense is trying to to imply that Diddy is just a man that is a black man that is being racially and based on gender discriminated against. That is the whole point of this defense at this point. Like the whole day, I think Teeny Garagos was also kind of trying to make it seem like that. And no, YB, the bot, no. She did not say that she never that she never defended a man. She probably has defended male victims. What she said was YB, the AstroTurf bot, who's now banned, who can't talk in my chat no more, because I think you're pushing Diddy PR. Y'all, I got a video on Diddy PR push coming out tonight on BJ Investigates. I do want y'all to watch it. But no, she didn't say she never testified in the defense of a man. She said she never testified in the defense of an abuser. Okay, so these are different things. Now, people who watched the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, which I was not one of them, but people who did keep up with that would absolutely say the woman is full of bleep because Amber Heard was abusing Johnny Depp. And so she was testifying in the defense of an abuser in that case, people would say. So I'm just, trying to give both sides. I personally, I don't really have a dog in the fight, as they say. Thanks so much, Michaela, for the $5. It's like the defense team is convincing Diddy to hire their friends so they can all get a cut. It does feel like a large money laundering possibility. I mean, like just transfer the wealth from Diddy to clip his wings and just put it in somebody else's pocket. That's a conspiracy theory. I don't know that to be the truth. I have no reason to think that Jonathan Bach would be in on that. I don't know. Thanks so much for the $5 super chat. I did watch the whole trial, and she was not the best witness. Somebody said, who was it? Love Pink. Meek Mill helped his daddy Diddy in defacing the serial numbers off the pew-pews. I mean, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. But somebody did say that. Ivan said that. All right. What are we doing here? Okay. Recovered what appeared to be a white powder. They discovered a black Gucci bag, assortment of pills. Authorities also recovered a number of weapons, hand pew found outside, photo evidence. Court. He was personally, okay, this is another little piece of evidence. This is coming from Tracy Wright, Fox News. Gannon, remember earlier that special agent that did the raids in Miami? He testified that he personally was physically present in all the rooms of Diddy's mansion, except he did not go into the basement, he said. We have another angle of Justin and Christian arriving. This is 1 minute ago. Oh, they reappear in court to support of their father never wavers. They continue to support their dad in court Wednesday. And didn't Diddy try to say this one right here wasn't even his? They had to go get sue him for custody. Child support. The jury heard from a former Homeland Security agent about the weapons and the rugs seized from the home. Clinical psychologist Dawn Hughes has been testifying about victims. She clarified that she has not examined Cassie Combs before. All right. We have another one. He's funny. Did you discuss the topics with prosecutors? Remember the 8 minutes ago, this is the most recent tweet. Did you discuss topics with prosecutors? She said, with all due respect, it was mostly me educating them. But you know nothing about the case, right? Were you advising them on how to present evidence in general in DV cases? Didn't you help them write briefs? The assistant U.S. attorney said, "Can we have a sidebar?" The judge says, "Yeah, but it needs to be brief, like shorter than the last." And here's Inner City Press with his brackets. He goes, "Sidebar hasn't, in fact, been shorter." I mean, half the freaking day has been spent with them to the judge. And even if this lady did help them write a brief, wouldn't that be legal strategy that is privileged and confidential? That's what I want to know. Meanwhile, also in the Southern District, charging Jeremy Jordan Jones, the self-styled founder of a purported tech company, with wire fraud, securities fraud, making false statements to a bank, and aggravated identity theft. Sham blockchain alert. On it. Didn't you help them write briefs? That's the most recent. The sidebar has not, in fact, been shorter, he said. So what they're trying to do is chip away at Dawn Hughes's credibility, but I don't know what it even, well, who cares if she helped the government come up with writing a brief? Like, they can't have a consultant. Didn't Mark Garagos help y'all pick the jury, and he's not even on the case? Or he hasn't filed an appearance, I should say. Update 11 minutes ago. Let's see. The defense asked Dawn Hughes about teaching victim advocates. She told Diddy's defense attorney she once taught a webinar preparing victim advocates to testify in court. Diddy's attorney asked her if she ever testified in defense of a man. She said she doesn't evaluate offenders. She's an expert in interpersonal violence and traumatic stress. Let me just make sure what this is going to be. Diana C. said witnesses are not talking. There's a gag order on witnesses. So if Gene Deal, I guess y'all are saying is Gene Deal one of the witnesses, he does keep coming up to court, but maybe he's not actually one of the witnesses. Eesh. All right, this right here, I don't even know if I can show y'all. There's a box with some rope. It's the same thing we already saw, but a lot of S toys, it appears. Let's see. Going back to Inner City Press. Hensey Horse Lover said there is a pending SA case against Christian and Diddy scheduled to start at the end of this month. I have it already and it sucks. I can't even be in the same room with the dishwasher being unloaded, someone cooking, tapping, catching up, big Pisces, yay. Big up to the Pisces, Buffy. I feel like they're trying to hold up court for that assistant not to testify. Shamika Lachey's Effect said, I feel like they're trying to hold up court so that other guy don't testify so maybe they can get to him. Is that what you're trying to say or what? Next witness, please, Karina said, I thought she was great in Johnny Depp. She was educated, but many of the simps of Johnny would say different. Oh, that's fighting words. They coming for you, girl. I already told y'all, I didn't follow the trial at all. I literally stayed out of it on purpose because I just didn't want to get caught up in it. For some reason, I felt allergic to that case. People are catching on. Quincy is Albie Shure's son, I thought. I mean, right? Where's Stevie J, Chanel said. So many sidebar in that trial too. It was crazy. Gene Deal already said he wasn't going to testify. Leanne is ready for the next witness. Dean said Gene ain't testifying. Anyone else remember Diddy playing himself in the movie Get Him to the Greek with Jonah Hill and Russell Brand? It gives me the creeps now. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. It was creepy. Gene is not testifying. Is this amount of sidebars normal? I don't know. Big Unk I guess you mean Uncle Gene. He's just there to remind Diddy he's still there, and his appearance is just taunting Diddy. Womp womp. He was not a part of the Cassie time frame. It would be irrelevant. Good to know. The Diddy crime family, they said. Lisa, she gets paid $600 an hour when she's not in court, right? Because like these people have to do other stuff. But I mean, they don't just like, oh, hey, yeah, I'll be in court. And then they go show up. They got to do other stuff, including, I don't know, whatever else they have to do. So $6,000 is the flat rate. Because like $6,000 is the flat rate for court days when she's in court testifying. And then other times it's $600 an hour, which frankly is cheap because if a documentary wants me to be on there, my rate is $3,333 an hour. That's my appearance fee rate. 33 cents too. How many lawyers does he have now? I don't know. I think it's like 10, 11. I'm ready for a new witness. They're not getting anywhere. Gene wanted to see Tisa in person, they said. I think anyone involved with these cases, you do need to take a mini class in the subject. Justin is his bodyguard son, but Tracy? Is it Tracy or Trishy? They said that he took, that the mom of Justin took Diddy to court for child support and got it after they did a DNA test. That's what they were saying in my comment, in my live chat. Shout out to Marietta for becoming a member. Aesop. Oh, yes. Aesop. My Lord. It's good. That stuff is good. Thanks so much, YouTuber, for the $1.99 and for scratching that itch. Thank you, Letitia. It's Aesop. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Welcome to members, Carol. Welcome to members, Sunshine Bunny. Hudson Saint Company. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Just purchased stock in Johnson & Johnson dead. You are funny. Thank you for the $1.99. Thank you, Pure Joy, for the $5 super chat. I work at a prominent hospital in New York City. Frank Black is his medical alias. He had a rotator cuff repair with us. I didn't know you could have a medical alias. That's news to me. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Hello, Maddie from Key West. Thanks for your coverage. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Jessica, for the $4.99 super chat. You do good work. Definitely deserve more super chats, girl. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to Brandy for the $2 super chat. Farnsworth Bentley, come on down. Exactly. Lunar Mysticism Vidya, new to your channel. I'm a professional Vedic astrologer and researcher using your coverage as one of my sources. Slay, do you make YouTube videos? I love Vedic astrology. I just started learning about it. Thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. This is cool. Thank you. Y'all see my Hanuman? Oh, you can't see him. Well, here he is. Sorry, G. Sorry. Okay. He watches over. Y Ventura. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Princess. Do I think Diddy's sons will testify? No, I don't. Princess Joyce. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Shout out to Zoe for the membership. Why are there rubber duckies? I'm wanting to know. People were saying that was S Toys. Purple Blaze. Thank you to Bethany Joe for the $4.99. Hughes did refer to the women as the victims in the Depp case. She is questionable, just to be fair. She's not the best. I agree, Bethany. I think she doesn't have the best track record. I do agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with that. And again, like I didn't even watch the Johnny Depp case. I did not keep up with it. But thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you to Sussex Sandra for the $4.99 pound. Just double check. She is sexist. She is. Y'all are funny. Y'all are merciless. Sussex Sandra said, nope, she is. She's a sexist. The prosecution should have charged somebody else. She was terrible. And Depp v. Heard. Thank you for that. And thank you for the $4.99 pound. How can Dr. Dawn Hughes be biased? Didn't she defend Johnny Depp? No, you're mistaken, Aid. Thank you for the $4.99 pound. Opposite. She was Amber Heard's doctor and her witness. Thank you for the $4.99. Okay, let's see if they're done with the sidebar. What's the point of court if you're gonna do all this in the secret, super secret rooms? All right. Sorry that it wasn't shorter. Okay. assistant U.S. attorney? Okay. So, oh, sorry. Here you go. Okay. All right. So here comes the assistant U.S. attorney. She's up. I guess she's going to do the redirect now. She says, Dr. Hughes, you've reviewed some filings to the court in this case. Was it all related to the subject of your expert testimony? She said, yeah. And in fact, Dr. Hughes, didn't we redact also some of those documents? She said, yeah, you did. All right, we have some updates from CNN, 2 updates. The defense attorney 6 minutes ago, CNN.com, and prosecutors sidebar about psychologists' testimony. Defense attorneys and prosecutors have been having a couple lengthy sidebars over the defense attorney Jonathan Bach's cross-examination of Dr. Dawn Hughes. Bach asked about her. So this guy right here, Diddy's new lawyer from as of yesterday, asked about Dr. Hughes's 6 meetings with prosecutors concerning her testimony, some of which have been since the trial started, including probably one this morning. She has maintained that the prosecutors have not discussed specifics of the case with her. The cross-examination of the psychologist ends, thank God. Defense attorney Jonathan Bach has finished cross-examining Dawn Hughes, and U.S. attorney Mitzi Steiner is back up for a redirect of Hughes. On redirect, Steiner confirmed with Dr. Hughes that the psychologist only ever evaluated court filings related to her testimony, and any filings she reviewed were redacted, so she couldn't read any facts of this particular case. We have a new update from the Washington Post. Oh, Anne Brannigan 7 minutes ago. Whew, the strongest soldier at the Washington Post, if you ask me. We are in the middle of another long lawyer debate about Dawn Hughes' cross-examination. She's getting miffed, just as aggravated as y'all are. When the court is having these sidebars, a white noise machine blasts to keep those in the room from overhearing them. The jury has heard a lot of white noise today. We're going to get some music put in as opposed to the white noise next time, the judge said after they finally returned. What is Muzak? Is like elevator music type thing? Let me look. Yeah, it is. I am so smart. I should be on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I think I would become a millionaire if I went on. But not Jeopardy. That's too hard. Muzak is a registered trademark for a system of transmitting recorded background music, often associated with elevator music or lift music, if y'all are in over there on the other side of the pond. It's a type of background music commonly played in public spaces like stores, offices, and elevators. It's also come to be a generic term for all forms of background music. So the judge is like, I'll get y'all some songs. Listen, y'all can use Gorianna music songs copyright free. Okay, I won't charge y'all the copyright for putting Gorianna music on the Should we play the should we have music? Because I did make an intermission. I did make an intermission music video for like if I need to go to lunch one of these days over the next month and a half or whatever. Sorry. And it's like all my music and then that one AI song. Okay. We have a new update from NBC News. This is Adam Rice and David K. Lee. Psychologist confirms she doesn't evaluate S offenders and is paid by prosecutors. The forensic psychologist testifying for the government has never appeared for a criminal defendant, she said. Defense attorney Jonathan Bach asked Hughes if she's ever represented anyone accused of an S crime. She says she has not. That's correct. I don't evaluate offenders. I Attorney Bach also asked Hughes if she's making $600 an hour for her work, and she said, yeah, and $6,000 on court days. Let's go to Inner City Press. We got a supposed update from New York Post. Let me pull this up. I'm trying to avoid showing any pictures that are going to get me in trouble. And there's a lot right here, okay? Okay, no, nothing new there. Let's go here. Thank you to Emo Hamtaro for the $9.99 super chat. Have you heard about the alleged H3H3 snark Reddit astroturfing? Feels eerily similar to your experience on Reddit with BAM subs and yesterday's video. Yeah, y'all gotta go watch my yesterday video because I made a bot video on BJ Investigates. I have kind of heard it mentioned literally like peripherally, but I haven't done any research into it and I don't have any extra special knowledge or anything. But I do know that Mr. Beast has also threatened to maybe sue over the AstroTurf Reddit bots as well. So interesting. I mean, they did just do a whole experiment on people, but I pointed out and I revealed in my video, seemingly exclusively, but it is public record, that this isn't the first time that the Reddit users have been experimented on. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Oh, here. Oh, okay. New York Post keeps teasing me and acting like they got an update. And then I click on the update and nothing actually is new. Okay. Yes. Okay. So here we have an update from the judge or from the, what is this? New York Post. This is Jack Morfett, Kyle Schnitzer, and Priscilla DeGregory of the New York Post. 2 minutes ago, judge jokes he's going to play Muzak during long sidebar discussions with the lawyers. The judge joked with jurors about playing Muzak or elevator music during sidebars after a series of long, super secret private conversations that he has now had with the prosecutors. We're going to get some Muzak put in for some white noise next time, the judge said. When the lawyers convene at the sidebar, there's this white noise that is loudly played over the speakers, so jurors and others in the courtroom cannot hear the conversations. The private arguments have been longer than normal during the testimony of Dawn Hughes, who's this forensic psychologist, and they're centered on what she should be allowed to testify on in front of jurors. I think it's preposterous. I think they should have sorted all this out already. You should do your objections and keep it moving. We have a new update from the Washington Post. Defense attorney Jonathan Box, that's this guy right here. His cross-examination of Dawn Hughes is over. The questioning was interrupted multiple times with lengthy sidebar discussions between the prosecution and the government. Bach also has a slow, somewhat meandering cadence when asking questions, and there would at times be lengthy pauses as he queued up his next line of inquiry. I'm glad they told me, so now I can do when I'm doing my Jonathan Bach impersonation, I can do it real slow. This was highlighted when the government started its redirect of Hughes at a much faster pace. Okay, so he's just like a slower downer. He's a downer. Where did he go to school? Is he from the South? Sometimes we talk slower if we're from the South. Let me see. Probably says it. Let's see what his deal is. Yale? Whoa. Whoa. Smart. So he went to Yale undergrad, Yale graduate school for philosophy, and he went to Yale law school. So, wow, who's his daddy? He must be really a Bach. One of the nation's leading trial lawyers, those are numerous high-profile Wall Street professionals, public officials, entertainment figures, past president of the New York Council of Defense Lawyers, fellow American College trial lawyers. Well, he's in everything, my God. Numerous acquittals, amicus briefs to the Supreme Court, the Senate Judiciary Committee. My God. Early in his career, he served in the Federal Public Defender's Office in the SDNY. So he was a federal public defender. Those are lawyers that are like very, very qualified. It's hard to get those jobs, believe it or not. Even going to Yale, it's hard to get those jobs. He was a partner in charge of the New York office of which law firm, which major law firm? They're not even telling us. Nitrous oxide is used as a pain medication, particularly during childbirth, trauma, end-of-life care. Thank you, One Canks, for the information, the £5 super chat. Julie, thank you for the $2. Diddy is a puppet for someone bigger. Could be. Oh, man. Sussex Sandra, she said, wrong psychologist to use, girl. Wrong psychologist. Big mistake by the prosecution. There's so many better ones they could have used, and she is anti-men. Big time. Interesting. Thank you, Julie, for the $2 super chat. Big Home says cyanide poison. Oh, Homie CC said cyanide poisoning mimics pneumonia. Thank you, Julie Sims, for the $2 super chat. And I did hear him saying that. That is very interesting. Thank you, River Kessler, for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Bordeaux, for the $1.99 super chat. Shout out to Alice becoming a member today. Thank you, Katie Lee. Thank you for your coverage. I know this has to take so much out of you. It does. It sure does. As tired as y'all are, I promise it's me too. Thank you for the $4.99. Let's see if we finally can move on to, excuse me, this immunified assistant. No such luck. Oh. You're a board certified forensic psychologist, right? This is the feds asking. Dr. Hughes said, yes. How many of those are there in the entire state of New York? She said, I think there's like 40. That might explain why they keep using her. Okay, the defense has concluded their cross-examination, which we already knew from the independent. Let's see. And Brannigan said this man is slow as hell. The judge joked. Or was dated 15 minutes ago. What is this? 9 minutes ago. Oh, let's see what Fox News is over here talking about. They updated 1 minute ago. Oh. The jury today saw photos of evidence seized from Diddy's home. Diddy's homes in Miami and LA were raided by Homeland Security on March 25th last year. At the time, a U.S. official confirmed to Fox News Digital that the raids on Diddy's homes were connected to a federal HT investigation. On Wednesday, the prosecution in Diddy's trial introduced evidence of a pew-pew hidden inside a shoebox. It was found inside his home, the agent testified. Also visible in the photo were a few boxes of platform high heels, lingerie, and toy handcuffs. Rope was visible in another box. Okay, finally. Recross. We're almost done with her. Thank God. All right. Your defense work. Okay, this is Diddy's lawyer again. Okay, so this is the recross. So they're almost done. They're just doing those last few questions as far as that, and then they're going to turn to what's his name? George Kaplan. Whew, all right. Diddy's lawyer says your defense work is almost entirely for victims of domestic violence, right? She said, I'm not sure that's true. You worked with Mr. Brian Steele, who was defending a woman charged with reacting to domestic violence, right? She said, yeah, I worked with Brian Steele before. So look, all these like crossovers, the webs. Brian Steele is Diddy's lawyer. But again, y'all, there's only 40. There's only 40 people like this woman, right? Because she is a board certified forensic psychologist. Okay, a board certified forensic psychologist. There's only 40 of them in the whole entire state of New York. So I'm sure she does get called very regularly to, the stand. But she's worked before on the team with Brian Steele. So I actually think that helps her credibility. That helps her credibility because it shows that she can kind of work with different people for different things. And just because she's worked with, and just because she's working now on against Brian Steele, it kind of shows that maybe she worked with him before in the past. I don't think it shows anything that bad. This man, I think, was just put in here to put everybody to sleep. I really do. Because they even said on Washington Post that he is slow. Okay. And Mr. Steele decided not to use you, didn't he? After meeting with you, the judge said, move on. Okay, fine. No further questions. And he goes, sit down. Next witness. Thank God. The government calls George Kaplan as its next witness. Thank God. Woo! I thought that was never going to end. Don Hughes is off the stand. The psychologist retained by Diddy's defense attorney. The psychologist was retained by Diddy's defense attorney in a separate case. In her final question on redirect, the assistant U.S. attorney confirmed that psychologist Don Hughes has been retained as an expert witness by one of Diddy's defense attorneys on another case. On recross, the defense attorney, Jonathan Bach, this guy, Alexandra Shapiro's husband, he confirmed or had Dawn confirm that Hughes worked with Brian Steele in the past, but she didn't testify as a trial witness in that case. The doctor leaves the stand and she's finished her testimony. She's off the stand. Now they're swearing in, what's his name? George Kaplan, former assistant of Diddy. Finally, God, so ready for the next one. Put a 5 in the chat if you're ready for the next one. Time for George. Breaking news, breaking news. Time for George Kaplan. Now, if you're just joining, or if you forgot, or if you weren't paying attention, this man did not want to testify. He said, I ain't testifying. No, I plead the 5th. However, the judge granted him immunity. However, the immunity is not, if he lies on this stand today, he could be prosecuted. And I imagine he will be. I imagine he will be prosecuted if he doesn't tell the truth on the stand today. So that's interesting. We're just probably having him be sworn in right now. Oh man, y'all. I was ready for it to be next. Let's see if the Independent has any new updates here. Oh no, updated an hour ago. All right, let's update Washington Post. Nothing new there. Let's update New York Post. Nothing new there. NBC. Nothing new there. CNN. Nothing new there. Fox News. Something might be new here. Hold on. Nope. Come on, y'all. All right. Thank God. Here we go. Woo, Lord have mercy. We made it, everybody. Put a 5 in the chat if we made it. Okay, here's the first question. Who's asking? I don't know. I don't know who's talking. Which Fed it is, but it's one of the Feds. They saying, when did you work for Diddy? He said 2013 to 2015. All right. So the first assistant that we heard from, he worked for Diddy from 2007 and 2009. This one worked from 2013 to 2015. What fell under that holding company? All right, Combs Enterprises. What fell under that? Clothing, liquor, entertainment. I was an executive assistant to the chief operating officer. Where did you work? I worked at 1710 Broadway, New York City. Yeah, of course he did. All right, we got an update from CNN. Former Combs executive assistant George Kaplan takes the stand. 12th witness. Okay, I'm started a list. He received a subpoena requiring him to testify, but earlier today he invoked his Fifth Amendment right not to testify on the grounds of potential self-incrimination. But the judge indicated he was going to sign an immunity order that would require Kaplan to testify. So he has to testify. Let me update the New York Post. They're appearing to show me a new entry, but like they just be putting any picture of anything. Yeah, okay, no pictures. Okay, good. Here you go. Diddy's former employee takes the stand. This is from New York Post. Kyle Schnitzer, Jack Morfett, and Priscilla DeGregory. Sean Diddy Combs' former employee, George Kaplan, has just begun testifying against his former boss after prosecutors granted him immunity. Earlier, during brief questioning outside of the jury's presence, he said he would agree to testify since prosecutors offered him immunity. He was previously planning to plead the Fifth to protect himself from incriminating himself in federal crimes or other crimes. He was an executive assistant at Combs Enterprises from 2013 to 2015. The trial has been ending around 3 p.m. each day, so he likely won't testify longer than about 20 minutes. What was your next position at Combs Enterprises? Is the next question. He said, then after I was executive assistant to the chief operating officer, I then became executive assistant to the chairman, which was Mr. Combs. That was from 2014 to 2015, 1 year, September to September. Who did you report to? Miss Karam, KK. She essentially ran Diddy's entire life. Where did you report? He said, LA. So here, when he worked for Combs Enterprises, he was in Broadway, New York City. He was in New York City. He was working on 1710 Broadway. But the next year, so he starts in 2013. He gets a promotion after 1 year. September 2014, he starts for Diddy, and that is where he started to report in LA. So from New York to LA. But he started to be Diddy's executive assistant. Like he went from being the COO's assistant to being Diddy's assistant, but he still reported not to Diddy. He reported directly to KK. 5 minutes ago, The Independent said Dawn Hughes is off the stand. She's finished testifying, and George Kaplan, Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs' former assistant, has now been called to the stand. One new update from the Washington Post. So they're finally finishing up Dawn Hughes. If I never have to say that woman's name ever again, it'll be too soon. That was like so excruciating and boring. I feel like I was doing a performance art piece just trying to stay awake. Okay. With 9,000 of my closest friends. But we're getting a wrap up here from Anne Brannigan on Dr. Dawn Hughes. And this is the Washington Post. Again, hardest working soldier at the New York Post. Washington Post. The Assistant U.S. Attorney Mitzi Steiner ended her redirect of forensic psychologist Dawn Hughes with a zinger Wednesday afternoon, asking the expert witness about prior times, yeah, zinger, right? She did leave it with a zinger. She said, "Have you also ever been retained by defense attorneys, Dr. Hughes?" She said, "Yeah." "Have you ever been retained by one of these defense attorneys sitting over there at the table?" She said, "Yeah." The attorney was Brian Steele, a late addition to Diddy's defense team. That was Young Thug's lawyer in the YSL trial that just wrapped up. I don't know if they're going to amend it. I don't know what they're doing with that. Okay. Now he's being asked, what did you do? What did you do? What was your job for Diddy? Again, executive assistant. Okay, executive assistant. What did you do? Carried his bags, made such things were when he wanted them. I guess like, I don't know what this means. Made sure things were where he wanted them. As he trusted me more, he would have me around more. I would set up hotel rooms. How many hours a week did you work? 80 to 100. 80 to 100 hours a week. He should have just live streamed the Diddy trial. No, I'm just kidding. How much did you get paid? $125,000 a year to start. What did you do in the morning? He said, I made sure everything was in the bathroom. I made sure breakfast was cooked. He was recording a mixtape, so we worked late. Okay, so this is the same type of, sort of seeming like the same type of job description and job duties that he did have, that Diddy had that other guy, David James. That was his name, right? Yeah, doing. How much did you get paid? $125,000 a year. Now, this is years later. So David James was 2007 to 2009. This guy several years later, 2013 to 2015. But it is a substantial salary raise. The other guy was right out of school, though, too. I don't know if this guy was or not. That guy was only making $70,000, David James, the last assistant that testified. But he did say he was kind of responsible for prepping the rooms and stuff like that. And similar, talking to the chef each morning, making sure that the breakfast was made. Also spending time in the studio late if need be. So as boring as it was today, guess who's going to take the stand tomorrow? Kid Cudi. Let's see. Just now, George Kaplan was called to the stand. This is Washington Post Anne Brannigan. It's unclear how much testimony we're going to get from him today before the day ends. He was sworn in 20 minutes before 3 when the judge has been dismissing the jury. Kaplan is a former assistant to Diddy who quit after seeing Diddy physically assault or abuse Cassie. According to Cassie's earlier testimony, the judge has granted Kaplan immunity for his testimony. It's not clear exactly what he's going to speak about, but we know Diddy's lawyers want to ask him about a conversation that he had with Cassie, which he allegedly advised her where she could find 420. We have an update from CNN. Combs' former assistant says he worked 80 to 100 hours a week. But he said his day would typically start around 9:30 a.m. David James said it would usually start around 8 to 4, I think he was saying. 8 in the morning till 4 at night in the morning. Like 8 in the morning, wake up and be working by 8 a.m. and then you got to work till 4 a.m. I don't know if that was every day or what. Former assistant says he worked 80 to 100 hours a week. Typically start the day around 9:30. He would make sure the chef and the housekeeping staff were ready for the day. He said he would also make sure Diddy's bathroom was set up with his toiletries and medications. The earliest he could ever remember finishing a day was 5 or 6 p.m. and the latest was around 7 a.m. He said he typically worked 80 to 100 hours a week, and he was paid about $125,000 in the beginning. We got another update from CNN. Kaplan started at Combs Enterprises in 2013, and later he was promoted to Diddy's executive assistant. He said he started in 2013 as an executive assistant to the COO of Combs Enterprises. But after about 10 months, he was promoted to Diddy's executive assistant, and he reported to Christina Karam, Diddy's former chief of staff, who Kaplan said essentially ran Diddy's life. So Christina Karam essentially ran Diddy's life. 1 minute ago, Dr. Dawn Hughes previously worked with attorney Brian Steele. The clinical psychologist said yes, confirmed she had previously been retained by some of the very lawyers right here in this case. Who was security? Oh, we got the PAB Rubin. PAB Rubin. Who was Diddy's security at the time? George Kaplan said Uncle Paulie, D-Rock, and Rubin. Later, we had licensed security in the second half of 2015. How frequently did you communicate with Diddy? Multiple times a day, he said. Things could be found in the back. Huh? How frequently did you communicate with Diddy? He said multiple times a day. Things could be found in the back. An iPad, rugs, whatever. I don't know what that means. Broke investor said, this will be a good time to break. Literally. Let's go to Washington Post. CNN gives us an update. He hired a more polished security team in 2015. Ex-assistant testified. Diddy hired a licensed security group in the second half of 2015. I wonder, was it black box security? I wonder, was it black box security with Edon Yemeni? And if it was possibly something to do with maybe Corey Gamble. I don't know. We'll see. The group was more professional and more polished than the former longtime security guards and seemed to have a lot of real-time training. So what were they in Mossad? They were in the CIA. What? What's that? Secret Service? What were they doing? All right. We got something about threats coming up. Did he ever threaten you? He threatened my job. How often did that happen? He said maybe monthly. He would say he was only to be surrounded by the best people and that he wasn't. For example, he went me for a 1 liter water and I bought back 2 half liters. He said no. Okay, so this guy, so Diddy sent this guy for 1 liter bottle of water. This guy brings back 2 half liters and Diddy says, no, this is a very Scientology tactic, but it's also an MK Ultra tactic for mind control, brain washing, and to just like be in control over someone. And you did see this type of behavior on Making the Band. Remember whenever somebody had to go over the bridge just to get a bagel for somebody or whatever, and Beyonce maybe wanted a sandwich one time and they got to all go across town and whatever. So this guy's like, he would threaten my job every month. Once a month, my job's getting threatened. He would say he only wanted to be surrounded by the best people. And he wasn't surrounded by the best people with me. For example, he sent me for a 1 liter water and I came back with 2 half liters and he said no. How did you travel? He said on his jet. Ooh, this is going to be a good witness, y'all. He was on the private jet. He said on his jet. Or going in advance to make sure everything was all set up. How did you set up the hotel rooms? He said there was a bag. I unpacked it. Clothes, candle, Astroglide, baby oil. Who bought this? Who paid for it? He said me most of the time. Often. Often me. This is the same thing David James testified. And I think probably David James and Carrie Morgan are 2 of the most credible witnesses in the case so far. Just based on who they are, who their relationships are, their testimony didn't contradict itself, et cetera, et cetera. I couldn't really see any bias points, why they would be by it, stuff like that. Or as many, I should say. I'm sure I could come up with some. CNN has another update. Kaplan's daily communications with Diddy included requests for clothing, food, substances. This is what he's testifying. He said he communicated with Diddy every single day, exchanging texts, calls, and emails multiple times a day about things Diddy needed, which could include clothing, food from somewhere, rugs, liquor, or an iPad or a speaker. He was really like obsessed with the freaking iPods and the iPads. My God. Why couldn't he just keep one in his pocket? Why do you always need his assistant bringing him an iPad or an iPod? iPad makes sense. Why you couldn't have that in your pocket. But an iPod? We have another new tweet from Inner City Press. Yes. Okay. So a lot of people were saying Frank Black is Diddy's alias because Biggie, who was a bad boy artist and he's, no longer with us, he would go by Frank White. So it is being confirmed now on the stand by testimony from the former assistant from 2013 to 2015. That is why Diddy was calling himself Frank Black, because Biggie called himself Frank White. Now, Biggie called himself Frank White because there was like a gangster in a movie or something named Frank White or something. I don't really exactly know. But I want to know, it was Frank Lucas. That's who I'm thinking of. The Harlem gangster, mobster, whatever, that Diddy's daddy was all wrapped up with. His like actual dad, not Clive Davis. I know it's confusing. In what cities did you set up hotel rooms? The assistant U.S. attorney asked. Los Angeles, New York, Miami. In LA, we stayed at Mr. C, Bel Air, the Intercontinental. What about in New York? Where'd you stay? That Trump Tower, Columbus Circle. In Miami, the SLS. And how was it booked? He said Frank Black. This was based on Biggie's Frank White. So that is being confirmed, the Biggie thing, the Frank White, Frank Black. Would you clean up rooms? He said, yep. Oh my God. I can't believe we had to sit through boring ass Dawn. Where's Shamika? She said that she thinks they were taking so long so this guy couldn't get to his story. And I think she's right. The man was being slow as freaking molasses and he went to Yale. I know he knows how to move. Would you clean up the rooms? He said, yep. Bottles of baby oil, Gatorade, one time a brown crystallized powder on the counter of the bathroom sink. Why did you clean up and not the hotel staff? He said, well, it was implied that it was to protect his public image. And I was keen on doing that. Okay, so whoever asked if this man had a British accent, he might. Because this is a British sounding construction. Y'all be saying keen. I wasn't keen to do it. I wasn't keen to. I got to get in my Hermione Granger. I was keen on doing that. I got to work on that accent. I'm not real good at it. All right. So he was like, I guess, I didn't really ask why it was me and not them, but I guess it was to protect his public image. And I was, if y'all don't know what keen means, it means like I was down to do that. That was my goal. I wanted to also do that. I was happy to protect his public image. So I cleaned the hotel rooms. Okay. 4 minutes ago, the independent.com, Diddy's ex-assistant says he worked up to 100 hours a week. He told the jury he worked that much. He was paid $125,000. He helped prepare Diddy's chef and housekeeping staff each day. He made sure the bathroom was stocked with the toiletries and the medications. He was granted immunity to testify today, but immunity doesn't protect him from if he lies. 1 minute ago, CNN.com, Diddy says ex-assistant, Diddy's ex-assistant, this is George Kaplan, it says that the rapper frequently threatened his job. Almost every month. He would remark that he wanted to be surrounded by the best and quote, this is the quote, so we get more context. Those around him at the time were not performing at that level, Kaplan recalled. Sometimes Diddy was angry and other times he was motivational when he said it. This sounds like a little bit like Kanye, like how he kind of is with his employees. During Kaplan's first week, this is interesting. Whoa, this is crazy. This man is like, I mean, a larger question is like, is it safe for society to have Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs out here walking around? Just like, forget about it. Did he do a RICO? Did he do a ST? This is how he freaking acts. I am certain of it in my mind, in my opinion. I don't know. I wasn't there. I've never been in the same room as the man to my knowledge. Unless he was like invisible, had the cloak of invisibility on or something. During his first week working for Diddy, Diddy assigned George Kaplan a job to find a 1-gallon BPA free water bottle at Whole Foods. Is there even that? BPA free, that means it can't be plastic. So what are you going to find? A stainless steel water bottle? Do they have those? I don't know. What, like, I guess my point is, was it just an impossible task for the purpose of an impossible task? You know, whenever you're getting hazed at a fraternity or sorority, and they're like, you have to memorize the whole pledge book or whatever, and then they'll ask you like how many periods are on page 42 or something. It's like impossible. No one can do that, but they just do it to kind of like shake you and rattle you. This does seem like a proving ground type of exercise. Like, go get me. My dad one time played a prank on me and said, your horn on your car isn't working because you got to go get some horn juice from the Ace auto shop. And I almost went over there and asked for it too, but I didn't. And it's like this impossible task. But my dad was just joking with me and I didn't actually go do it. He was kidding. But here it's like, look what happened. George Kaplan was assigned to find Diddy sent him on this mission to find a 1-gallon BPA free water bottle at Whole Foods, a 1-gallon water bottle. So the water bottle empty or with water in it? I don't know. The store did not have a 1-gallon BPA free water bottle. So he brought back 2 that were half gallons, and Combs angrily told him he did not bring what he asked for. Quote, he was very close to my face. Four minutes ago, New York Post, we have Jack Morfett, Kylie Schnitzer, and Priscilla DeGregory reporting. New York Post. George Kaplan. Okay, so we're getting a little bit of insight into how he acts. He's been answering questions very directly and openly as he laid out long work hours and monthly threats that Diddy would fire him. He said he worked under Christina Karam when he worked for Diddy and primarily worked out of Diddy's LA residence, working 80 to 100 hours a week. He recalled one time when Diddy became angry with him because he bought 2 half gallons of water instead of the gallon Diddy asked for. He threatened my job on occasion, monthly threats probably. CNN gives us another update. The former assistant, less than 1 minute ago, CNN.com, testified that he traveled with Diddy, set up hotel rooms with specific supplies. George Kaplan, a former assistant, traveled to various destinations with Diddy, including New York, Miami, Atlanta, DC, and Orlando. So here we're entering into Lou Pearlman, but no, I think he was long gone at that point, actually. He would either fly on Diddy's private jet with him or he would fly commercial in advance to ensure Diddy's lodgings were, quote, set up properly. Kaplan testified that the first time he was told to set up a hotel room, he was given a bag and just told to unpack it. The bag had clothes, a speaker, candles, liquor, baby oil, and Astroglide. After that first time, he said he would often buy the same supplies with his corporate credit card. Okay, this is different. This is different than David James. Remember, David James said that if he would buy personal items, he would use the cash from the Louis Vuitton bag, or he would ask one of the security guards for cash. But here, this guy said he would use his corporate credit card to buy the Astroglide. He said Diddy or Christina Karam would usually instruct him to set up a hotel room. So he really answered to and reported to Christina Karam, but he would talk to Diddy on a daily basis. We got some more tweets from Inner City Press. Okay. If you remember the last tweet we read 7 minutes ago, it was, would you clean the rooms up? He said, yes. Baby oil bottles, Gatorade, wants brown crystallized powder on the counter. I don't know what the hell that is. Why did you clean it up and not let the hotel clean it up? He said, well, it was implied that it was to protect his public image. And I was keen on doing that, meaning like, yeah, that was fine with me to protect his public image. The assistant U.S. attorney said, what do you mean? Explain. because we don't use that word, keen on. So for the jury, and especially in New York, they're probably like, what, like the assistant attorney wanted to make it more clear. And then Agnifalo's like, objection, Your Honor, objection. The judge's like, shut up, pipe down. Okay, he said, I found hotels would sell photos to newspapers to shame guests. So he didn't want that to happen to Diddy. Did he reach out to you ever from the room? He said, yeah, for food, clothes, sometimes substances, and I did it. What substances? He said, DOP kit. Does that mean? What's a DOP kit? Let me look it up. I'm scared. Oh, DOP kit. I've heard it called that before. Okay, I can show this. It's this thing. It's like a man's, like a compact toiletry bag, also known as a travel toiletry bag or a vanity bag, designed to store grooming and hygiene essentials for travel. It was originally invented by German leather goods maker Charles Doppelt. So it's called a DOP kit. They're usually made from leather, canvas, or synthetic. Yeah, I do know what this is. This is what it looks like. This type of thing. We've all seen these before. Everybody's dad got one of them. I mean, whether it might be it's an Old Spice. My dad had one that was an Old Spice one. It was plastic. But yeah, you've seen this before. So he had to set that up. Yeah. So, okay. No, excuse me. I stand corrected. He didn't have to set that up. Sometimes he had to bring it to Diddy. So Diddy would be like, can you bring me my DOP kit? Can you bring me my toiletry bag? And he would bring it. What substances? He said, DOP kit. Illegal substances? I object to the term illegal, Agnifalo said. What other substances would be in the things you might bring to Diddy while he was in the rooms, the hotel rooms? He said, Advil. Look, he's just listing it off like Advil, horse tranquilizer, the usual. What did he ask for? He said, well, I picked up rugs for him, Molly. He said, who asked you? He said, Diddy. Mr. Combs asked me. In Miami, Diddy asked me to call a person. He came and gave me a bag of pills. I gave him cash. I gave the pills to Diddy. What about in LA? He said, well, I went out and met the person in Hollywood. I gave money and he gave me a bag. We'll break for the day. Oh my God. At least tomorrow is going to be better, more interesting. Kid Cudi's coming up tomorrow. So we got 3 updates from CNN. I am going to stay on at least for another 30 minutes because I want to, every single day, stuff gets told, stuff gets said at the end of trial. And then there's like 20-30 minutes of rollouts on it. And I miss it every single day. So I'm staying today. Okay. 3 updates so far from CNN. Kaplan, part of my role was to protect Diddy's image, he said. He continued to talk about his role setting up Diddy's hotel rooms. The rooms were usually reserved under the name Frank Black, which was a reference to late rapper and Bad Boy Records artist Notorious B.I.G., whose nickname was Frank White. Kaplan's understanding was that Diddy would have guests or a female partner join him in the hotel rooms. Okay, so Kaplan was like, yeah, people were coming to stay with him in the hotel. Okay. So after Diddy would leave a hotel room, Kaplan would enter and pack up Diddy's belongings and clean the place up. He testified. Kaplan said he came to understand part of his role. He came to understand that part of his role was protecting Diddy's public image. Protecting him and protecting his public image was very important, and it was something that I was very keen on doing. Typically, there would be Gatorade bottles, liquor bottles, and baby oil strewn around the hotel room after Diddy left. On one occasion, he cleaned up a brown crystallized powder off a countertop. He didn't know what it was, but he cleaned it up just in case. We have another Update from CNN. Kaplan testifies about times he said he picked up substances for Diddy. He's the former assistant. He recounted 2 times that he said he picked up substances on Diddy's behalf, once in Miami and once in LA. He said both times Diddy gave him cash and the number to call. And then Kaplan arranged to pick them up. One time he said it was Molly. The other time he had no idea what substance it was. Former assistant to continue tomorrow. The jury was dismissed, but the lawyers didn't leave. He'll continue tomorrow, 9 a.m., but the assistant U.S. attorney said she has about 30 minutes of questioning left. Let's go to the Washington Post. We have 3 new updates. See, all the updates start rolling in, and I'm usually like, okay, bye. Like, no, I'm not going anywhere. 3 minutes ago, Anne Brannigan of Washington Post, another one of George Kaplan's duties was to set up hotel rooms. He testified he would get a few hours' notice from Diddy or Christina Karam. He said he set up rooms in LA, Miami, and New York, stocking them with candles, Astroglide, and baby oil. His hotel rooms were booked under the alias Frank Black, which is a play on the late rapper's Notorious B.I.G. nickname, Frank White. Quote, my understanding was that he would have guests or a female partner in these rooms. 3 minutes ago, Anne Brannigan, Washington Post. During the hotel stays, George would courier food, clothes, and substances that Diddy asked for. He mentioned a bag with tons of different medications. This included Advil, Tylenol, Wellbutrin, which is, what is this for? Bipolar disorder? Wellbutrin is for depression. It can be used for smoking cessation, I believe. Nicotine. Also, just randomly thrown in there would be a random horse tranquilizer. That's very interesting. He said, quote, I'm sure there were other things, but he added that he didn't go through the prescription items. He said he picked up the Molly for Combs one time. Okay, so we got 2 updates new from the Independent. 11 minutes ago, Kaplan says Diddy requested substances often. Diddy said his former boss, George Kaplan, the assistant, he said that Diddy often asked him to get substances. Often, okay, often or often, depending on however you want to pronounce it, asked him to get drugs and other items while he was his assistant. And I guess this just means this was just about a year, right? Because he was the executive assistant or whatever to the COO of Combs Enterprises for about 10 months. Then he got pushed up to being Diddy's assistant. I asked him, and so that was only about a year and some months, I think. No, 1 year. September 14 to September 15. He quit in September 15. Wait. September 15. March 2016 was okay, all right. Okay, it's all starting a timeline. Often, the assistant would ask him to get substances while he was his assistant. Diddy would request clothing or potentially food from somewhere, or substances or liquor or an iPad or a speaker. He said Diddy threatened to fire him once a month at least. He describes setting up hotel rooms for Diddy. One of his duties was to set up hotel rooms. The first time he set up a hotel room, he said, Diddy handed him a bag. Okay, new details, more context. Diddy handed him the bag the first time and told him to unpack it. Inside there were clothes, a speaker, baby oil, lubricant, a speaker again, and he testified that. Let's see if they're still arguing about anything in court, because you know how they stay after and they argue. Gina's out of the case. Breaking news. Glad I stayed on. Breaking news. Gina is out of the case. She's not coming. Look. Wait, there's more. I knew it. I had a feeling. I said, I'm not going anywhere today. I ain't doing it. Y'all aren't going to trick me. The proffered email chain is about Gina, and Gina is out of the case. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. All right. So this is the last tweet 10 minutes ago. that we read. The last one we read is the judge is like, okay, we'll break for the day. And usually I'm like, okay, gotta go. No, not doing that. There's more. Wait, there's more. Diddy's lawyer, Agnifilo. The proffered email chain is about Gina, and Gina is out of the case. She's not coming. The assistant U.S. attorney said she's in the indictment. So breaking news, everybody. We have gotten confirmation it was supposed to be Gina in the case. They could get her here and they're choosing not to. I'll submit a letter by 10. And Inner City Press is like, is it going to be in the docket? Tomorrow, Kid Cudi. Okay. She is in the case. So Agnifilo is like, they're trying to put in an email chain about Gina. Okay, breaking news. I'm reading the tea leaves here. They're trying to put in an email chain about Gina. Gina Huynh? Is that how you say her last name? And she's the one that said Diddy stomped her on the stomach and stuff. So the feds are trying to put in an email chain about Gina. The proffered email chain is about Gina, and Gina is not in the case. She ain't coming, Agnifilo said. She's not coming, Your Honor. The assistant U.S. attorney said she's in the indictment. They could, Agnifilo said they could get Gina here, and they're choosing not to. I'll submit a letter today, Agnifilo said. Okay, so they're going back and forth about putting. Okay. This is very interesting. I think she must be victim 3. Gina must be victim 3, in my opinion, because victim 3, remember, they were having a hard time getting in touch with her. They were having a hard time getting in touch with her lawyer, and they just couldn't get her. And then she was maybe not even going to come up till the second half of the case, et cetera, et cetera. So the feds are saying, all right, we want to put an email in about Gina. And Agnifilo's like, no, you don't want to put something in about Gina. What you actually want to do, if you want to do anything at all, is bring her ass up here, and you're not doing that. You're subpoenaing everybody else. You made, what's his name on the stand right now? What's his name? Kaplan. You gave him an immunity deal to make him testify. So, you could do that to Gina, and you ain't doing it. And he's like, you know what, Your Honor? I'm going to submit a letter before 10 p.m. We have updates from CNN. Kid Cudi expected to testify tomorrow. Prosecutors plan to call 5 witnesses tomorrow. 5 witnesses tomorrow, y'all, after George. So 6 total tomorrow. Our heads are going to be spinning. Prosecutor Maureen Comey says she expects them to be relatively short witnesses and signaled that they could finish the day early. The rapper Kid Cudi, who had a brief relationship with Cassie, is scheduled to testify first after George Kaplan. Now, the prosecutor did indicate that she does have about another 30 minutes of questioning for George Kaplan, the former assistant. Then, of course, they have to do cross-examination. If they want to do a redirect, they get to do that. They want to do a recross and all this. So, but after George Kaplan's done tomorrow, so I would say before lunch tomorrow, Kid Cudi, Scott Muscudi is taking the stand, okay? Tomorrow morning, probably. That's the expectation. 8 minutes ago, Diddy's former employee, George Kaplan, set up hotel rooms with liquor, baby oil. He's telling jurors, this is 8 minutes ago, New York Post. I'm telling jurors about how he set up hotel rooms for Diddy in LA, Miami, and New York. He said he booked hotel rooms for the Bad Boy founder at hotels including the Bel Air, Trump International, Mr. C, and the Intercontinental Hotel, where Diddy famously was caught on tape beating his then girlfriend, Cassie. Now, I don't want to show that picture because I've gotten in trouble for playing the video before. Kaplan booked the rooms under the name Frank Black. Oh, we have more details here about the brown crusty substance, y'all. He said that the Frank Black name was a reference to the Biggie Smalls since the famous rapper also went by the nickname Frank White after a character in the movie King of New York. This former assistant said he packed Diddy's bag for hotel stays, which he made sure contained clothing, a speaker, candles, liquor, baby oil, and Astroglide. After the hotel visits, Kaplan said he collected Diddy's belongings and made sure the rooms were somewhat put back together in an acceptable shape. He said the rooms had garbage, including lots of empty bottles of Gatorade, liquor, and baby oil. So these bottles were empty. This is a quote. Lots of empty bottles, Gatorade, liquor, baby oil. And one time he saw some brown crystallized powder. He said, I did not know what it was, and I got rid of it. 7 minutes ago, trial wraps for the day. George Kaplan expected back on the stand tomorrow. The trial wrapped after about 20 minutes of testimony. He's due to come in tomorrow morning as he continues answering questions on direct examination. Let's go to the Washington Post. Yes. Okay. We have an update from the Washington Post. Judge Aaron Subramanian has excused the jury for the day after prosecutors said they would need another half hour to wrap up the questioning of George Kaplan. Kaplan will continue testifying tomorrow, and Kid Cudi is also going to be called, or expected to be. As is typical, the lawyers and judge have remained in the courtroom for some end-of-day discussions, so they might still be in there discussing. Okay, yep, we got more updates here. Kid Cudi expected to testify tomorrow. This is him right here with the tattoo hair. They plan to call 5 witnesses tomorrow after George. So 6 total witnesses tomorrow. Who is it going to be? The prosecutor said she expects them to be relatively short witnesses, and she signaled that they could finish the day early. Kid Cudi, the rapper who had brief relationship with Cassie, is scheduled to testify in the morning. Oh, look at that devious little... Get him. Okay, let's see. We have some updates from here. Diddy's former assistant claimed the rapper threatened his job on occasion. Oh, he's my age. 34 years old. Same age. That's me. Do we look the same age? Maybe. I can't see him from the front. He testified to working for Diddy as Diddy's assistant beginning in 2014. He claimed he made, I thought it was 13. Was it 14 to 16? I wrote down 13 to 15 on my notes. He claimed he made $125,000 a year. He often worked 180 to 100 hours a week. Allegedly, his employment was threatened all the time. And Diddy would tell Kaplan he only wanted to be surrounded by the best. Kaplan recalled the first time that his job was threatened. It was because he purchased 2 half-gallon water bottles instead of 1 gallon water bottle. And Diddy was allegedly angry and got in his face. We have a lot more updates, y'all. I mean, we're going through updates still. Diddy's ex-employee tidied up hotel rooms to protect the rapper's public image. He received immunity after the judge signed an order earlier Wednesday, so he wasn't going to testify. He said, I ain't going down for Diddy. Part of his job was to set up hotel rooms with clothes, speakers, candles, baby oil, Astroglide. He bought the supplies himself and paid using his corporate card. Okay, so this is corporate money. Okay, this is very important because this is starting to lay brick by brick the RICO. Okay, it wasn't just personal money here. It wasn't just cash. It wasn't just personal cash. No. Using the corporate card for this. Astroglide, speaker, candle, baby oil. This was company card. He bought the supplies himself and paid using the corporate card. He claimed he was given a few hours notice to set up a hotel room. He testified that he set up hotel rooms in LA, New York Trump Hotel rather, under Frank Black. Okay. He said it was his understanding Diddy would have guests, which meant like a female partner at the hotels. And he explained Diddy would stay anywhere from 12 hours to a few days at these hotels. He described things he would see in the hotel rooms. He said energy drinks, a lot of baby oil, crystallized powder, once on a counter in the bathroom. He claimed he would tidy up the rooms to protect Diddy's public image, but because the hotels would sell photos or videos to newspapers to try to embarrass celebrities. He wanted to avoid that. I wonder if he went to Trump hotels because Trump was his friend. And Trump was like, I'm not going to let him put pictures out. I don't know. I wonder. Claimed he did not see the rapper's guests. So interesting. He said he never saw any guests in the hotel. He assumed it was women, but he just never saw. He didn't know. He would set the hotel rooms up. He would leave, and then he would come back and clean it up. So the last assistant said he did see somebody with a large endowment in the bed one time scurrying away. One new entry available here. New York Post. Kid Cudi is expected to take the witness stand tomorrow. Now this Kaplan guy is probably going to be on the stand for, I would say, another hour to 2 hours total. So probably by about 11 a.m., I would expect Kid Cudi to be on the stand. Maybe before. It could be 9:30. You know, who knows? His name has come up several times at this trial. Diddy's long-term on and off again girlfriend, Cassie and her mother, Regina, have now both testified about how the Bad Boy Records founder became incensed when he learned Cassie was dating Kid Cudi. He allegedly threatened to hurt Kid Cudi. Let's see. Inner City Press is updating still. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, New York Post has a new entry. Oh, do they? No. Let's see here. There's also this Gina thing going on. They're arguing about Gina, an email chain about Gina. Proffered email chain is about Gina, and Gina's out of the case. The government could get her in here, and they not doing it. So they should have her come in. If they're not going to have her come in, then there's no reason they should be able to use an email chain. They could use a better evidence than a random email chain. So, oh my God, I'm one subscriber away on this channel from 178,000 subscribers, y'all. 177,999. I got to take a picture of that. Y'all, I'm going to tell you what, 175,000 subscribers came and went so fast. I've been working toward it for so long, and I only had 175 for like a few minutes until it was 176. Okay, let me set something up real quick, because I want to send y'all over to somewhere, to my video about the Diddy bots, the Diddy AstroTurf campaign. I made a whole video about it. It's coming out tonight. So, or I guess this afternoon, 3:33 p.m. Y'all better make a wish. I am still checking for updates, though. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere yet. I'm going to stay another 15, at least 20 minutes, because I want to make sure I get all the updates and I read all the tea leaves. Okay. Thank you, Baby Cake. Question, Baby Cake's 420. Why can the FBI be used against us to find us guilty, but we cannot use them to help prove us innocent? We already pay them enough via taxes. That is very interesting. But can you imagine how many people would be trying to use them? I don't know if we pay them that much. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Michaela, for the $5 super chat. It's like the defense team is convincing Diddy to hire their friends. Oh, yeah, we already talked about that. Thank you, Raquel Calderon, for the $1.99. At this point, defense is stalling witnesses. I felt like that, too. It was like, come on, dude. Come on. Thank you. Thank you, Raquel, for the $1.99 super chat. Shout out to Connie becoming a member. Thank you, Kat Yo, for the $9.99. I know she hasn't been brought up, but I wonder if J-Lo was safe or removed from Diddy because Tommy Mottola needed her as a pawn against his ex, Mariah Carey. Just a random thought. Interesting. But was she safe? Oh, removed from Diddy. I see what you mean. Interesting thoughts. Thank you, Kat Yo, for the $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Nikki Marie, for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Valerie McNair, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Pure Joy, for the $5. I knew Wolf well. Justin is not his son. Thank you, Pure Joy. Thank you for that information. Thank you, Sai, for the 199. BJ, was it Virgo, Sun, Pisces, Moon, Aries, Rising? That's me. That's my Western astrology. That's not my Vedic. Thank you for the 199. Thank you, Carol Brooks, for the 499 super chat. Thank you, Connie Cruz, for the $2. You're the best. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Allie. That rotator cuff comment earlier breaking HIPAA. Oh. Huh. Now I don't know what rotator cuff you're talking about. Is it? Now I don't know what you're talking about. Who broke HIPAA? Thank you for the $3 super chat, Allie. Unnamed and unindicted. Thank you for the $2. I'm behind again. Glad you caught the nitrous. Yeah. People were trying to tell me apparently, but I don't see all the comments, obviously. Thank you, QB, for the 199 pound. Markle has been employing bot armies for years. Interesting. I know there's a lot of drama with that, with the royals. I don't bother myself with those inbreds over there. Megan, I don't think is, but you know, the royals, the bloodline ones. Thanks so much, Lauren, for the $5 super chat. I went to get lunch for an hour and we're still on Dawn Hughes. Ugh. Exactly, Lauren. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you, The Real Sassafras, for the $4.99 super sticker. Shout out to KP in Arizona. Thank you for the $49.99 super chat. Thanks, BJ, for all your hard work. Rumors are Diddy likes men. Is it possible that the defense and the prosecution made an agreement not to let that subject come out to trial as not relevant and to save his reputation? I've thought of it. I think it's possible, but you know, obviously I have no way to know. It isn't relevant. It isn't relevant until it is, right? Like, what if there's a male victim? Maybe none of the male victims wanted to come forward. Maybe the female victims were more likely. I really don't know. Also, we have no actual full-on proof of this other than, like you said, rumors. So I don't really like to speculate on like that, especially if it's like not relevant. But I've heard this theory before. I've heard the rumor before and I've thought about, you know, maybe they just all decided, you know, let's just keep that out of it. I've also wondered if maybe he has some type of transmittable something, or somebody had some type of transmittable something that got kept out of trial as of so far, because Jonathan Oddie previously was a conspiracy theory, you know, everything he said, but I guess apparently some of the things he said actually turned out to be true. So now, I mean, the whole entire international public is wondering, what did he say that turned out to be, what did he say that hasn't been proven true, but could still be true? And one of the things he said was that he contracted a certain thing, illness from having the FOs. And when he contracted the illness from having the FOs, he was, you know, he sued and stuff like that. Now, again, rumors. I'm certainly not implying that this is the case. I truly hope it's not. But I do wonder if it is the case, are they going to maybe just keep it all out of it anyway? All out of the case, all out of the trial anyway? Just things to think about. I don't really know. Thanks so much for the $49.99. It's very generous. Thank you. Thank you, Laura. Frank, today has been bland, but you always add the flavor. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It was bland. I'm blaming this guy right here. I'm blaming him. If I ever need to hire a lawyer to bore the jury to death, who has also very nice natural teeth. I believe those to be not veneers. I'm blaming him. Blaming him for it being boring today. Thank you, Wims, for member for 6 months. So proud of you. You give me hope in attorneys. Well, I'm not an attorney, Wims. I am a lawyer, JD. I do not have a license to practice, but thank you so much, member for 6 months. Thanks so much for the $1.99 super chat, Katie. Thanks so much to Stacy for the $4.99 super chat. Very sus that the defense told the prosecutors that Gina isn't coming. Is that because the defense has direct contact with her? Money bag, money flying. Maybe they don't want to give Gina immunity. Maybe it is kind of bad form to like subpoena an alleged statutory victim, which is why I think that is the strongest evidence that I've seen so far that she was victim 3. Thank you, Stacy, for the $4.99. Thank you, Grace, for the $4.99 super chat. Shout out to Janine for becoming a member. Shout out to Shannon Walters for the $5 super chat. I'm a truck driver and I appreciate you doing this, girl. You my cousin. Yes. Shout out to you, Shannon. I actually did have a cousin named Shannon, but he passed away. And shout out to the truck drivers. Shout out to the truck drivers. If you ever see any Punjabi truck drivers, you should tell them, Sat Sri Akal. They'll be very impressed. Put your hands together like this. Sat Sri Akal. Do it like that. They'll be very impressed. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Barzita Brujita. Love bombing. The prosecution is celebrity bombing me in this trial. Bring on Cudi. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Shout out to Zebra Girl for the $2 super chat. What is the color of your lipstick? This one is, it depends which one you ask. And this one is called Pillow Talk Fair. So it's Charlotte Tilbury Pillow Talk, but it's the fair version. And then also the lip liner. And then if you're talking about this one, this is Clinique Almost Lipstick Pink Honey. This is like, they usually come in a cuter tube than this. This was just like a little mini one. Pink Honey on this one and Pillow Talk Fair on this one. And the lip liner is Pillow Talk Fair as well, but they're not exact same color. They're slightly shade difference. It's like the liner is a little darker. Thanks so much for the $2 super chat. Shout out to Alana Gons for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Allie. Someone confirmed his alias and said he had surgery at the hospital. Oh, the rotator cuff girl. Oh, right. That was HIPAA violation. You're right. That is a HIPAA violation. Ooh, girl, but I don't have a HIPAA. I don't have a HIPAA duty, so it ain't me. I'm just reading comments. Thanks so much for the $5 super chat. Thank you to Exotica for the $9.99. I've been listening to you all week while working. Thank you for your wonderful coverage. You're very funny and entertaining. God bless. Thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. And shout out to Blanksy for becoming a member. Oh, where did that go? Hold on. Shout out to Adam Friedman. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. If somebody doesn't want to testify and they subpoena them, could that be a strategy to make it look more real? Like they had to go out of the way? Anything could be. Anything could be a strategy. Thanks so much for the $5 super chat. I don't put anything past these people. The feds are doing very well, Meg said. I'm really wondering how the defense is going to try to finagle out of this. I was at lunch. What's new? Girl, you have to go rewind. Is Jonathan Oddie taking the stand? I don't know. What makeup brush? This one is It Cosmetics Heavenly Luxe number 7. Complexion Perfection. This side is all over. This side is conceal. You can head out, Diamond. You can go. Does anyone know if Gina is okay? I definitely don't. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Shout out to Diamond Rainbow, y'all. She is a trooper. If some of these makeup companies were smart, they would sponsor you. It's the truth. They should sponsor me. In free makeup. I work for Chanel. We have great makeup brushes. Wait, I have one of those too. This is the powder I wear. Because it doesn't have talc. It's very expensive, but it doesn't have talc. So talc has asbestos a lot of times, and you can get mesothelioma cancer from it. So number 30, made in France. So I have that too. Rotten Mango has a trial video from 2 days ago that gives a lot of context to the previous testimony. And I kept thinking, BJ should watch this. Okay. All right. I'll check it out. I know she's making videos, but y'all, I'm so diddied out by the end of the day. I've been on here 7 hours, you know what I mean? Like, do I really want to watch like all these people's other stuff? But a lot of people have been telling me to watch her stuff. And thank you for the $5 super chat. Corbin said HIPAA only applies to the medical team treating the person. Thank you. Thank you for that. Shout out to Rotten Banana, Bossier City in the house. Shout out to you. That's my cousin, y'all. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. To those that keep speaking about HIPAA, please stop. Danielle said, please, I've had it. It only applies to the medical providers, not regular people. Let me see if we have any more updates because we were still getting live updates. Okay, let's see. 19 minutes ago. All right, we have another update from, what is this? NBC News. 2 updates. He testified one of his job duties. This is Adam Rice and David K. Lee. Cleaning up baby oil and liquor bottles in hotel rooms was his job duty. The photos of checked out mess could be embarrassing and sold to tabloids. The former assistant said the rooms would often be littered with liquor bottles, baby oil. And on one occasion, he found white brown powder on a sink. The witness also said that packing his medicine bag was always a lengthy challenge because various pills needed to be included, including horse tranquilizer. He recalled once accepting a delivery of MDMA for Diddy in Miami. The jury was excused for the day. Court will resume tomorrow. A total of 5 witnesses will be called. No, 6. 5 after him. So 6 tomorrow, I think. New update from Washington Post. Anne Brannigan, the government said it plans to call 5 new witnesses tomorrow. Vicky J, hold on, let me answer this question. Yeah, it is weird. Vicky J said, isn't it weird that that Cassie named her firstborn daughter Frankie? Yeah, it's freaking weird to me. Okay, so this group includes, we get some information about who's going to come tomorrow besides Kid Cudi. This group includes Kid Cudi and a male hotel employee. Prosecutors said the questioning will be relatively short for all witnesses, and it could even end before 3 p.m. If that's the case, the government said it would like to end the day early and plan travel for next week's witnesses. Okay, so remember, I think we're off on Friday. I think there's no court on Friday. So I think tomorrow is the last court date until, I believe, Tuesday of next week. Yeah, because of Memorial Day. So I think there's no court tomorrow. I mean, there's no court Friday, but there is court tomorrow. There's going to be 6 witnesses tomorrow. And then we come back on Tuesday. So the government's like that. We don't have our next witness after the next 5. Okay. So if that's the case, they would like to plan their travel. The prosecutors told the judge they believe they are ahead of schedule. Good. Okay. That's more news. That prosecutors believe they are ahead of schedule. They're going faster than they thought, even with Slowpoke McGee today. Let's see if Mila Morales. Ooh, is it Mila? Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I stayed, y'all. We have more information. Not only Kid Cudi, not only a hotel employee, male hotel employee, but also a former makeup artist who worked for Cassie and Diddy. She's also likely to testify. Let me look her up. Mila Morales. Yep, that's her. I know y'all seen her before. Wow. That's her right there. That's her. So she's expected also to testify. And she has testified before that she heard Diddy, beating up on Cassie. Who said that? Makeup artist. Wow. Let's see if Inner City Press said anything else. The post is unavailable. Did he delete it? Oh, it's probably his. Oh, I got to subscribe. In Diddy's trial from Pew Pew, a sealed photo. Yeah, there's a photo. 3 people in the photo. What was that about? They had a whole side note on it. Hard to know. Let's see if they updated anything here. Claims he bought substances for rapper on occasion. He testified to providing food, clothes, substances during the hotel stays. He said he described a medicine bag that allegedly contained a number of different substances, including Advil, Tylenol, horse tranquilizer, Wellbutrin. He claimed he once had to pick up Molly for Diddy, and it was the first time he was aware of Diddy using it. This is a stimulant and a hallucinogen. Okay. He said he had to pick them up for him also in Miami. Allegedly, Diddy provided him with a phone number and some cash. Once he called the number, a guy came and Kaplan paid. He was also allegedly tasked with calling a person to pick something up for Diddy while he was staying at a Bel Air hotel. This is new information. He claimed on the stand that upon meeting the person, he gave them cash from Diddy, and in exchange, he received a bag to give to Diddy. Oh, we heard about this, but it is more context. He received immunity after the judge signed an order earlier today, and he told the jury about how he would sometimes travel with Diddy or sometimes travel ahead. His job was to set up the hotel rooms with clothes, speakers, candle, baby oil, Astroglide, and he bought these himself and paid using a corporate card. Is that domestic violence too? I guess that's domestic violence. Buying Astroglide and lube and baby oil. That's domestic violence. I guess your assistant buying Molly for you from a guy. I guess that's domestic violence too. It's all domestic violence everywhere you look, according to the bots. And I did make a video about these bots, and it's coming out immediately after I get off this live stream. I'm going to stay on here for another 10 minutes, and we're going to go all over there, and you're going to see. You're going to see what I found. Kaplan said it was his understanding that Diddy would have guests, a female partner at the hotels. He explained Diddy would stay anywhere from 12 hours to a few days at the hotel, but he described things he would see in the hotel rooms, but he said he never actually saw anybody else in the hotel rooms with Diddy. Unlike David James, who was another different assistant at a different time, who did say he saw people in the room. He saw Cassie one time. He let himself in with the key. He saw Cassie in a bed and she was knocked out, passed out, wasn't responsive or whatever. He told the jury he would see energy drinks and a lot of baby oil in the hotel rooms. He said he saw crystallized powder once on a counter in the bathroom. Dr. Dawn Hughes also testified today, saying it's not common for victims to disclose abuse. Victims often wait years or months to come forward. She previously testified in an R. Kelly trial. She claimed victims wait for fear of not being believed, fear of consequences, fear that people will look negatively on them. Victims can also fear a change in economic situation or a change in their social network. She also claimed trauma survivors do substances for a very trauma-specific function. She said substance abuse can also be used as a preventative measure. How? Okay. This is new. Sometimes people are using substances because they know what's going to happen is about to be really bad, and they know it's going to help them not remember it. She'll be, Kaplan, the assistant, will be back on the stand tomorrow, 9 a.m., followed by Cassie's ex, Kid Cudi. Let me see, make sure there's no new inner city press. He usually at least makes a little video or something. Okay, let me go here. Coverage for this event has ended. Goodbye. ThatSurpriseWitness.com for all your They Lied needs. If you want to support the channel, you can donate to the legal fund below. You can donate to a super chat or a super sticker, super thanks. You can go to ThatSurpriseWitness.com, get yourself some merch. Let's see. Good Morning America ever say anything else? They always be acting like they have exclusives. Okay, 305, they said, isn't it a fact you've never come into court, taken the witness stand of a man and accused him of an S crime? Accused of an S crime. Yeah, that's correct. I don't do that. Okay, she was so boring, y'all. I'm so glad that's over. This lady is expected to testify. Let me just look up Diddy update, just because there's always something that I'm like, God dang it. Let me go Diddy, Kid Cudi. Okay, Deadline put something up 14 minutes ago. Let me show y'all. Go away. Kid Cudi to testify Thursday. What's he going to testify about? Well, Deadline is reporting that he is going to testify about threats against him and Cassie. Ooh, that's a good thumbnail. It's not exactly the rap battle anyone ever likely envisioned. Ooh, slay. But May 22nd, we'll see Sean P. Diddy, Puff Daddy Combs, and Kid Cudi going head to head as the Happy Gilmore 2 star gives testimony in the Bad Boy Records founder's sex trafficking trial. Kid Cudi will take the stand tomorrow morning. Prosecutors confirmed today, starting off Wednesday's hearing before the jury was in the room by informing the judge that the defense team by informing the judge and the defense team that Kid Cudi would not be testifying today. The feds unveiled at the end of the day, after jurors has exited, that he would be actually here tomorrow. According to the assisting U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey, yes, we've noted before, this is the daughter of former FBI director and a U.S. attorney and Trump foe, James Comey. The feds expect Kid Cudi to be a brief witness, so they're giving us some information on. They're not expecting it to take a long time. They're just going to be quick and fast with Kid Cudi, but it's to get him on the stand. We also are hearing, so there's going to be 6 total. One's going to be Kid Cudi. One's going to be Mila Morales, possibly. One's going to be a male hotel worker, and that leaves 3 more. 3 more people. Who are they going to be? We'll call a total of 5, maybe 6, all to be dealt with quite quickly, they insist. Joining Cassie, a couple of male escorts who were paid to have filmed relations with Cassie, which it's unclear whether or not the Punisher was actually being filmed. It's unclear. It's ambiguous. I don't know. He said he never saw filming, but he also said moving cameras. But then somebody told me Tisa Tell said it wasn't cameras. That was candles. But Inner City Press heard cameras. They do obviously sound alike, so I don't know which one's which. Her mom and some law enforcement officials. Miss Cudi will be the 13th witness for the feds. Like every other day of trial, jury selection, pretrial hearings, Diddy was in court today and will be tomorrow. The trial is predicted to last 8 weeks. Incarcerated at the MDC. Failed at $50 million bail attempts, always insisted he's innocent, has taken the same position in the dozens of civil suits, rejecting a plea deal from the government. He could face life behind bars. From the moment Cassie filed her very quickly settled lawsuit, Diddy, the name of Kid Cudi has been connected to the self-described toxic relationship between Cassie and Diddy. As various filings plus testimony from Cassie have stated, Cassie and Kid Cudi had a short romantic relationship in 2012. Some reports are saying 2011, so I'm not exactly sure which one. Along with various threats against both of them, jealous Combs, a jealous Diddy, promised to blow up Kid Cudi's car in his own driveway. And around that time, Kid Cudi's car did explode. At the time, reps for Kid Cudi confirmed the car destruction from a decade before. He will testify. What's he going to testify? Right after the jury's heard more from former Diddy executive assistant George Kaplan in court Wednesday under the duress of a subpoena, under duress of subpoena. Yeah, I don't know what the duress means. I don't think that's the right word there. Kaplan entered the witness box about 11. No, he didn't. Pacific time. Detailing his gopher duties today in court, he said, look at this. Known to have left Diddy's employ after a year, in some part due to the violence he is said to have seen. So he quit because he saw violence. I mean, that is what Cassie testified. Involved in the raid. Along with Combs' trial, Kid Cudi will be back next month in a completely unrelated matter. What? Oh, he has a film. Huh. So he'll be back in May. So they're just taking an opportunity. Deadline is to advertise for Kid Cudi's upcoming movie, I guess. Who's Gina again? Gina is the girlfriend, Lauren, one of the girlfriends. Gina is the girlfriend that Cassie was very, very jealous of. She said she was the most jealous of Gina. And then that's the one Dawn Richard called a little girl. Thanks so much to Adam becoming a member. Shout out to Rotten Banana. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Oh, thank you, Adam, for gifting a membership and for the $10 super chat. Wanted to tell you my friend used to work with the Punisher from yesterday. What? Oh my God. Work with. Is that one of those work with? Thank you for the $10 super chat. Shout out to Rabbit in the chat. She, I think, has also been live all day. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. And so what I want to do now, y'all, let's all go over to BJ Investigates because I have a Diddy video investigation about his, I have a Diddy video coming out like right now on my other channel about the Diddy AstroTurf, the Diddy potential paying, people $20 an hour, all that. Wondering why he said, who's the guy that got immunity? It was this guy, George Kaplan, former assistant from 2013 to 15. So I'll see y'all over there. Does she have Diddy's baby? I don't think so, Nancy. Maybe. I don't know. But let's go over there. I want to go over there and I'll see y'all in the chat. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. See you bright and early, 8:30 tomorrow. Opinions and speculation ain't defamation either, girl. Take everything I say with a grain of salt. I'm just reporting on these live tweets and things. I don't know anything more than anybody else. Take it from the people that were actually in court. I certainly wasn't. I was here with y'all. And love you, meaning, okay, bye.